Chapter 6, Part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 1. The battle joined in the West, 15th August to 24th August. The war preparation of France began at 9 p.m. on the 31st July with the moving of the covering troops, a task completed by midday on the 3rd of August. The mobilization proper started on the 2nd of August, and the concentration at midday on the 5th of August. By noon on the 12th, the more urgent transport movements had been completed, and between that date and midnight on the 18th, the main work was accomplished. It was a brilliant performance, the more as the original destination of 4 corps was changed during its progress. On the 18th, the First Army under Dubé lay between Belfort and the line Mirecourt-Lunéville. Castelnu's Second Army thence to the Moselle, the Third Army under Ruffey from the Moselle to Verdun, and Langrissac's Fifth Army along the Meuse and the Belgian frontier. The General Reserve, the Fourth Army under Dillon de Carry, lay east of Commercy. The French forces faced Germany on the ancient frontier line of the Vosges, the Moselle, and the Meuse. Between 1875 and 1914, there had been no less than 40 ministers of war in France and 17 chiefs of the general staff. An organization subject to so many vicissitudes of control must necessarily have suffered in efficiency. Politics had played a great part in military appointments, and there was a lack of central authority in controlling the various services of war. When M. Buchan, to whom the modern French army owed much, went to the War Office, he relied especially on 3 officers for the working out of his schemes of reform. The great and well-deserved popular reputations of the day belonged to those generals, such as Gallieni, Lhuillier, and Damar, who had recently won distinction in North Africa, Madagascar, and Tonkin. M. Buchan's 3 were almost unknown to the man in the street. One was Poe, who had left an arm on the battlefields of 1870, adored by the rank and file, to whom he was the premier troupier du monde, but only a name to the world of politics and society. A second was Castelnu, a man of singular gentleness and nobility of spirit, and the possessor of a mathematical brain which excelled in problems like mobilization. The third was Joseph Césaire Joffre, an engineer officer sprung from the bourgeois stock in the Eastern Pyrenees. He had first come into note in the Timbuktu expedition of 1893 to 1894 and had later served in Madagascar. In 1910, he had become a member of the Conseil supérieur de la guerre, and a year later had become its vice-president, succeeding Michel and being preferred to Poe and Gallieni. He was an anti-clerical and a strenuous Republican, but he allowed no intrigues of party or sect to bias his judgment. In the 3 years of his vice-presidency, he had done much to reform the machine, but he had had little influence on strategical thought. He was not, like Foch, a great military student and thinker, and he accepted what was given him in that line, devoting himself to the concrete preparation in detail which he understood. He represented character rather than mind, and as it happened, it was character which France needed most in the hour of crisis. His honesty was to enable him to make the drastic changes for which events clamored. His modesty and intellectual candor allowed him to revise plan after plan. Above all, his steadfast courage, his infinite patience, and his kindly simplicity gave to his countrymen a leader whom they could regard with confidence, respect, and love. We shall see him unchanged both by sunshine and shadow. In good and evil reports the same bluff, shrewd, wise, paternal being. One who, as Bossuet said of Buchan, could fight without anger, win without ambition, and triumph without vanity. Of the other French commanders now in the field, Dulong de Curry, who had been aide-de-camp to Trochu in 1870, was recalled by Jouve from the retired list. Dubé, Ruffey, and Castelnau were members of the Conseil Supérieur. Ruffey was soon to disappear, but of the other two, this history will have much to say. Laurensac, also a member of the Conseil and a man of first-rate ability, was in revolt against the accepted French strategy, and was presently to suffer for his heterodoxy. He alone of the acting command seems to have divined Germany's plan and to have had the courage to oppose his chiefs. But France was no exception to the rule that the men who finish a war are rarely those who begin it. Just as the chief German soldier was now only deputy chief of staff to a single army, and the future British commander was in charge of a corps, so the true leaders of France were still in subordinate posts, as the head of divisions, brigades, even of regiments. The greatest of all was a corps commander in the Second Army. As the concentration was completed, the forces of the Entente, which moved eastward to the shock, were not greatly, if at all, exceeded by those of the enemy. It is a point which needs to be emphasized, for nonsensical legends circulated at the time in France and Britain. France had slightly more first-line divisions in the field than Germany. If we add the Belgian and British contingents, she had a clear superiority. In total numbers, the two sides in the west were approximately equal. But while the French reserve divisions were ill-trained, ill-armed, ill-supplied, and destined only for minor tasks, the German reserve formation were troops of shock, capable of use in the first line. Moreover, in heavy artillery, in the use of airplanes for reconnaissance, and with the guns, in motor transport, in the art of field entrenchment, and in general tactical training, the enemy had a real superiority. Lastly, the Germans had the initiative and a strategical plan prepared with infinite care, while France was about to commit herself to a mistaken theory and an ill-considered adventure. The French armies at the start were not outnumbered, but in almost everything but fighting spirit, they were outclassed. And Germany, by her skill, was able to fight her first battles with a great local superiority of men. On the 10th of August, the French contingent in Alsace was back at Aucourt, and Mulhouse was again in German hands. It had been only a raid and a reconnaissance, and preparations now began for that Lorraine offensive, which was the first step in the French plan. The object of this advance was to turn the left of the main German force advancing through Luxembourg and the Ardennes, to secure the Briançon fields by the investment or capture of Metz, and by the seizure of the bridgeheads of the Upper Rhine to interfere with the communications of the German 5th, 6th, and 7th armies. It was reckoned that Hiringen's army was the weakest of the German forces, and would have difficulty in holding the country between the Vosges and the Rhine. Accordingly, on the 10th, an Alsace group was formed under Pau of the strength of 3 corps. The first effort was to clear the Vosges passes, which were held by weak German forces, and which must be captured in order to safeguard the flank of any advance from Belfort or Nancy. On the French side, long river glens lead up to the summit, but on the east there is a sharp descent towards the Alsacian plain. The first to be taken was the Ballon d'Alsace as the south end of the range, which carried with it the control of the Col de Buchan. Farther north they took the Honac and Schluch passes, which brought them to the great central boss of the ridge. Here the task became more difficult, as the approach from the French side was now steep and the hillsides were densely wooded, while on the gentler slopes of the Alsacian side the Germans had field fortifications held by heavy guns. There was some sharp fighting in which the Chauchat-Champagne played a notable part, and successively the Col du Bounon and the Col de Sainte-Marie were taken. The last and most difficult was the pass of Celle, on which they advanced from Sondy. They won it by occupying the plateau of Black, and this gave them not only the possession of Mont Dounon, the great northern massif of the Vosges, but allowed them to enter the valley of the Bluche, which led directly to Strasbourg. The capture of Mondulun on the 14th enabled the 1st and 2nd Armies and the Alsace Group to begin their main advance. The last from the outset was successful. It took Dain-Marie and Dan and wedged the extreme German left between the Rhine and the Swiss frontier. On the 19th, at Dornach, it had 3,000 prisoners, and next day re-entered Mulhouse. Meantime, Castelnau with the 2nd Army and Dubé with the 1st, a total of 9 active and 3 reserve corps, moved eastward. Castelnau by the Seille and the Gap of Morhange, and Dubé on his right into the Saar Valley. They had scarcely started when orders came to detach from the 2nd Army the 9th and the 18th Corps, and send them northward to Lorenzac, while 3 African divisions on their way to Alsace were deflected for the same purpose. For on the 15th, Jouve heard for the first time that German forces were moving through Liège en route for the Belgian plain, though he had as yet no notion of their size. The northern attack was not coming only by the Ardennes, and he must extend his left to meet it. Accordingly, he ordered the 5th Army to move up into Belgium and occupy the angle formed by the Somme and the Meuse, and the 4th Army, the General Reserve, to link up with the 3rd Army by taking the place left vacant by the 5th. Already the French general was compelled to reconstruct his plan. Even with the loss of 2 corps, Dubé and Castelnau were superior in numbers to the 6th and 7th German armies opposed to them, but they were operating in difficult country, the woods and marshes of Morhange and the intricacies of the Saar Valley. The enemy had prepared a series of concealed defenses supported by heavy artillery running from Morville through Morhange to Fausberg. This line was held in the south by Heringen's right wing, the center by the complete strength of the Bavarian 6th Army, and the right by a detachment from the Metz garrison. On the 19th, Dubé was at Saarburg, and that day Castelnau faced the immense natural strength of the Morhange position. On the left of his 2nd Army lay the famous 20th Corps of Nancy, under the command of Ferdinand Foch, a southerner of the Tarbes, now 63 years old. He had been for some time professor at the École de Guerre, and his 2 great books, La Conduite de la Guerre and Le Principe de la Guerre, had given him a worldwide reputation. He was beyond question the most famous of living writers on war, and was now afforded the chance of putting into practice the doctrines which he had so convincingly preached. He was the apostle of the offensive, and his first action was to be an offensive which failed, which was bound to fail. At Morhange, the new power of the defense was proved beyond cavil. At 5 a.m. on the 20th, Castelnau attacked the 20th Corps against the heights of Martial, Baranville, and Contier, with as its objective the capture of Morhange and a nodal point of the railways. On its left rear was a group of reserve divisions, and on its right the 15th. At once the assault was brought under a deadly fire from concealed positions, which do not seem to have been properly reconnoitered. It was a repetition on a huge scale of Amich's experience at Liège. The reserve divisions on the left were attacked by fresh enemy forces from Metz, but held their own. The 15th Corps, in the region of marshy points, was utterly broken, and at 6:30 a.m. was in flight. The 20th Corps, with its right flank exposed, fought gallantly all day against hopeless odds. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, Castelnau ordered a general retirement. He had no other course before him. Dubé, who had been holding his own at Saarburg and on the Rhine Canal, had to fall back to conform. So fell the first French offensive. The position was very grave, for there was a wild bridge between Castelnau and Dubé, and through it lay the way to the gap of Cham between Toul and Epinal, which, if the enemy once gained it, would enable him to take in reverse the main armies of France. or he might concentrate on the capture of Nancy, which would achieve the same result. Happily, the Bavarians were in no condition to press their advantage. Dubé fell back from Mondulon to a line from Rosselier to the north end of the Vosges at right angles to the Second Army, and covering the entrance to the gap of Cham. Castelnau brought his force behind the Meurthe and the Lower Montagne. The defense of Nancy was left to the group of reserve divisions which we have seen on its left rear, and which were in touch with Foch and what remained of the 20th Corps. On the 24th, the Germans were in Nunavie. On the 25th, Mulhouse was retaken, and Pols-Alsac's group was dissolved, for the bulk of it was wanted for the defense of Nancy and the north. On the evening of the 20th, Jouve had news of the failure of the Lorraine offensive and Castelnau's retreats. He had also for 5 days been aware that considerable German forces were moving north of the Meuse. Yet, faithful to his purpose of the offensive, at a moment when every argument seemed to point to a strengthening of his left wing, he tried the second of his alternatives and gave orders for an advance by its center into the Belgian Ardennes. Ruffey's Third Army and Lange's Fourth Army were now on the Meuse from Verdun northward. They were directed to cross the river and move into the wooded hills, in order to threaten the flanks both of the Bavarians, now moving on Nancy, and of Kluck and Bülow marching through Belgium. The scheme, had it been strictly limited to a raid and reconnaissance, was not without its merits. But it was no raid, involving, as it did, 2 of the main French armies and the whole of the General Reserve. It seems certain that at the time the French staff were not aware of the full strength of the 4th and 5th German armies, and were altogether ignorant of the existence of Hausen's Third Army, now concealed among the woods of the northwestern Ardennes. Ruffey and Lange moved into impossible country against an enemy superior in numbers, who possessed also the advantage in armament, position, and more accurate intelligence. The enterprise was short-lived and disastrous. On the 21st, the Fourth Army moved beyond the Semois, with the Third Army in echelon on its right. Lange's objective was roughly the line Maison, Auchamp, Neufchâteau, Forest of Eu, while Ruffey was moving across the upper valleys of the Semois, Cher, and Auton towards Virton and Longwy. Almost at once, the advance came up against strong prepared positions, which in that tangled country were hard to detect, and was at the same time taken in flank by enemy columns marching from the east. There was insufficient connection, too, between the core of the attack, so that each unit fought a separate battle. At Paillezeur, in the forest of Lucy, and at Usignois, where Lefebvre's colonial corps was all but destroyed. There were desperate combats on the 22nd, and that night Duke Albright of Württemberg drove the French Fourth Army across the Semois. Ruffey had no better fortune against the Imperial Crown Prince. His 2nd and 4th Corps fought a stiff battle at Virton, and Saharai's 6th Corps fought stoutly, but no ground was made, and presently the Third Army was back on the Authon. On the 24th, Lange had his left west of the Meuse and his right between the Meuse and the Cher. The failure of the French offensive gave the Germans the Briey-Court field, by far the most valuable booty which they won in the first months of war. Its little guardian fort, Longwy, under a gallant commander, Colonel Darche, resisted to the last with antiquated works and a garrison of only 2 infantry battalions and a battery and a half of light guns. It had been surrounded on the 10th, invested on the 20th, and did not fall till the 26th. The performance was a proof of what French valor might have done with the fortresses had they been regarded more seriously in the plans of the General Staff. On the 15th, as we have seen, Jouve was aware of the German advance into the Belgian plain, and pushed his Fifth Army into the angle between Charleroi, Namur, and Dinant on the Somme and Meuse. At the time, he estimated the total forces of Klug and Bülow as 6 army corps, 3 divisions of cavalry, and at the outside 2 or 3 reserve divisions. He had no inkling of Hausen's Third Army, and he believed that Long and Ruffey were competent to break the armies of Duke Albrecht of Württemberg and the Imperial Crown Prince. Nemmer he considered to be capable of making as stout a defense as the Liège forts, and he held that it would form a good pivot for an advance into Belgium by Laurensac and the British Army, now in process of concentration, which, if successful, would gain the line Namur, Brussels, Antwerp. As a protection against raiding cavalry, however, he sent Dalmat to Arras to take command of a group of territorial divisions and watch the country about Douai and Lille. It was clear to his mind the enemy could not be equally strong in Lorraine, in the Ardennes, and north of the Meuse, and his forward policy would search out the weak spots. He had miscalculated the speed of the German advance, as he had underestimated its weight. We left the Belgian army still holding the crossings of the Jet against Klug's vanguards. But once the last Liège forts had fallen and the trunk line was cleared for traffic, there came the real impacts. The invasion swept on like a tide. The cavalry stream fell away, and the Belgian field armies realized what was before them. Their one hope was the French, but the French infantry were far distant, though part of Saude's cavalry was then across the Somme and in touch with the Belgian right somewhere near the field of Waterloo. On the 17th, Klug reached the Jet with 3 corps flanked by 2 cavalry divisions. During the morning of the 18th, the river was forced at Harlen and Diest, and by the evening its whole line was in German hands. There was nothing for the Belgian command but to retreat behind the Dyle and seek sanctuary. It withdrew, therefore, on the 19th, and by the 20th, as Briamont had always foreseen, was inside the Antwerp forts, leaving the open city of Brussels to the enemy. On the 20th, Monsieur Marx, the burgomaster of the capital, arranged with the Germans for a peaceful occupation. In return for the free passage of German troops through the city and the reception of a garrison in the local barracks, the enemy undertook to pay in cash for all requisitions, to ensure the safety of the inhabitants, to respect public and private property, and to leave the management of city affairs to the municipality. About 2 p.m., the sound of cannon and military music was heard, and the van of the Army of Occupation appeared on the Chaussée du Louvre. It was the 4th Corps under General Sixtus von Arman, whom we shall meet again. When the infantry reached the great square in front of the Gare du Nord, they broke into the old Prussian parade step, the legacy of Frederick the Great, to show the importance of the occasion. The German general left the Belgian flag flying on the Hôtel de Ville, but hauled down those of the Allies. He placarded the city with a stern proclamation against acts of aggression on the part of civilians. And presently it was announced that Germany had imposed upon Brussels a war indemnity of £8 million. The occupation in force did not last long, for Klug had no time for parades. Already his 2nd Corps, after a skirmish at Aschot, had passed to the north of the capital, and the 3rd Corps had gone through the southern suburbs on the road to Mons, while the 9th was heading for Braine-l'Alleud. The 3rd Reserve and 9th Reserve Corps were detailed to watch the Belgian army in Antwerp. On the morning of the 21st, the bulk of the 1st Army was swinging southwestwards from Brussels, having reached the line Grammont, Enghien, Hal, Braine-l'Alleud, while the whole of von der Maurwis's cavalry moved westwards in the general direction of Lille, looking for Sir John French. Klug's huge wheel was behind the German timetable, but far in advance of his opponent's expectation. Bülow's 2nd Army had less ground to cover. We have seen that on the 12th he had seized the bridge at Huy and was rapidly transferring part of his troops to the left bank of the Meuse. On the morning of the 21st, he had the better part of 5 corps north of that river. with them right in touch with Klug about Chap, their center at Gembloux, and then left a mile or two from Namur. Meantime, the mysterious Third Army had moved swiftly through the northern Ardennes, where the leafy cover seems to have screened it completely from the French airmen. Its commander, the Saxon von Hausen, like Klug and Bülow, a man of 68, had started with 4 corps and a cavalry division, but had already surrendered the cavalry division for the Russian front. On the 15th, his advance guard had attempted to seize the passage of the Meuse at Dinant, the town 18 miles south of Namur, where the hills break down in high limestone cliffs to the river. This coup de main gave them the old citadel, but they were presently ousted by the arrival of French supports. Hausen's objective was again Dinant, but on the 21st he had detailed the 11th Corps to cooperate with the Guard Reserve Corps of the 2nd Army in the investments of Namur. On the morning of the 21st, therefore, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd German armies were bearing down on the angle of the Somme and the Meuse in an arc 70 miles long. Klug with 4 corps, Bülow with the better part of 5, and Hausen with 4, a total of at least 25 divisions, supported by a great force of cavalry. Before them lay Lorenzac's 5th Army, as yet only of 4 corps, now getting into position on the Somme, the fortress of Namur, garrisoned by the Belgian 4th Division, and on Lorenzac's left, the British army of 2 corps, the concentration of which was expected to be completed that day. On the 20th, Jouve, from his headquarters far away at Vitry-le-François in Champagne, had given orders for an advance across the Somme. The British were to move northeast in the direction of Nivelles between Brussels and Charleroi, while Lorenzac marched against Bülow. The idea of the French commander-in-chief was a blow at the flank of the advance through Belgium. He considered the advance of Long and Ruffey, which began on the 20th, as his main operation, and the attack of Lorenzac and the British as a supporting movement. It was a plan foredoomed to disaster, for while it took into account Bülow, it ignored Klug and knew nothing of Hausen. In considering this clash of the great armies, we can look upon the situation as composed of 3 elements: Namur, the fight of Lorenzac against Bülow and Hausen, and the stand of the British against Klug. The city of Namur stands mainly on a scarp of hill in the angle between Meuse and Somme. South of it stretch the forested slopes of the central Meuse. East lies the Trench Valley, which runs to Liège. North is the Great Plain of Belgium, and due west is the vale where the Somme flows amid coal pits, mounds of debris, and factory chimneys. The place is famous in British history as the scene of one of the chief exploits of William III, who wrested the town from Boufflers under the eyes of Villeroy's great army, and in literature as the theme of the reminiscences of Uncle Toby in Tristram Shandy. Its fortifications had been one of Briamont's masterpieces. Following the same lines as at Liège, he had given it a ring of 4 forts and 5 fortins, mounting altogether 350 pieces. These forts were at a distance from the city of from 2.5 to 5 miles, and were on the average about 2.5 miles distant from each other. Beginning in the north, Connolly defended the railway to Brussels, while Marchevalette occupied the space between it and the Meuse. In the southeast angle made by the rivers stood the 3 forts of Mézeray, Ondois, and Dave. Between the Meuse and the Somme were St. Arabit and Melun, and north of the Somme, between that river and Fort Connolly, stood the forts of Soilly and Imen. All were of the familiar Briamont type, and the armament was the same as at Liège. The Belgian garrison had ample notice of the German intentions. For 10 days the great siege trains had been crawling painfully westwards over the cobbled Belgian roads. Namur was held by the Belgian general Michel, who, though convinced that the place was impregnable, devoted much time before the enemy appeared to strengthening the defense. Large areas were mined, The field of fire was cleared, entrenchments for infantry were constructed between the forts, and barbed wire entanglements, highly electrified, were erected at the approaches. It should be remembered that he did not expect to defend Namur alone. Long before the first shot was fired, he hoped to have the Allies at his back. The blue tunics of the Chauchat d'Afrique had been seen for some days on Belgian soil. Squadrons of French dragoons were on the road to Brussels, and French infantry and artillery were only 18 miles off at Dinant. Michel seems to have been well aware that the forts alone could not repel the enemy. Remembering one lesson of Liège, he gave special attention to the intermediate infantry. For a day or two, the weather along the Meuse had been close and misty, the summer heat haze common in that valley. Late on the evening of Thursday, 20th August, the howitzers were in position under the screen of haze, some 3 miles from the Belgian trenches. The German troops of assault were the Guard Reserve Corps from the 2nd and the 11th Corps from the 3rd Army. Michel learned now, what many other commanders were to learn afterwards, that he had let the enemy get too close. An enemy who would not be guilty of Amich's blunder at Liège, but would use the full strength of his artillery before he launched his infantry. The first shots were fired on that sultry Thursday evening, and the fire was directed on the trenches between Forts Coligny and Marchevelette. Through the whole night it continued with amazing accuracy, and since the Germans were out of range of the Belgian guns, there was no means of replying. The unfortunate Belgians had no chance for a rush with the bayonets, as at Liège. They had simply to wait and suffer, and after 10 hours, whole regiments having been decimated, the thing became insupportable. Early on the morning of Friday the 21st, the infantry withdrew from the trenches, and the Germans entered within the ring of the forts, taking up a position on the ridge of Saint-Marc just north of the city. The real bombardments began at 10 a.m. on the 21st, and before long the forts Marchevelette and Messeret were silenced. Messeret had received shells at the rate of 20 a minute, and had only been able to fire 10 shots in reply. Marchevelette held out till it was blown up on the next day. About the same time, that is, early on the morning of Friday the 21st, the Third Army on the right bank of the Meuse directed a terrific bombardment against Forts Antoine, Dave, Saint-Aribert, and Melon, and the German force was pushed across the Meuse into the southern part of the angle between it and the Sambre. All that day an infantry battle continued, for the Belgians hoped for a French advance from Dinant to their relief. But as we shall see, the French at Dinant had their hands full with their own affairs. On the Saturday morning, part of the French 8th Brigade under General Marchand arrived, but they were too late to give much assistance. That day, when the skies were darkened by an eclipse of the sun, panic reigned in Namur. Incendiary bombs were dropped by German airplanes, and stray shells crashed into the outlying buildings. The weather was heavy with thunder, and nature and man combined to create pandemonium. Sometime on that Saturday, Michel, seeing that resistance was futile, and desiring, like Limon at Liège, to save his force for the field army, drew off many of his troops by the western route, which was still open. No provision had been made for a retreat, and it soon became a case of sauve-qui-peut. Only the northwestern forts were standing, and the infantry battle in the angle between the rivers had resulted in the defeat of the French and Belgians. The Germans coming from the south joined with those on the ridge of Saint-Marc, and so were able to take in the rear the defenders of the trenches between Forts Emmen and Coligny. The Belgians in the river angle were compelled to escape as best they could, and their only outlet was to the southwest. The enemy had shut the gates at Bois-de-Villers, but 2 Belgian regiments hacked a road through and managed to reach Philippeville. On the way, they found themselves entangled with a French army coming south from the Charleroi direction, and had their first news of the retreat of the whole Allied line. Eventually, by way of Ison, Long, and Amiens, they came in 7 days to Rouen, whence they took ship to Ostend and joined the main Belgian forces. On Sunday afternoon, the 23rd, the Germans entered Namur, singing their part songs. The advanced guard narrowly escaped destruction, for the Germans northeast of the city, unaware that their troops had entered from the south, kept shelling the citadel and the Grand Place. That night Namur was set afire in parts, whether by accident or design, no one knew. Next day Bülow entered the place, and with him the new military governor of Belgium, Field Marshal van der Goltz, who was described by an observer as an elderly gentleman covered with orders, buttoned in an overcoat up to his nose, above which gleamed a pair of enormous glasses. The conquerors did not behave badly. They took hostages, demanded the surrender of all arms, and issued, after the German fashion, a vast number of proclamations. Presently, the great armies surged southwards and left the occupation of the city to reservists. The last stand of the Belgians was made at the northwest segment of the Fortress ring. Fort Swally held out gallantly till the morning of Tuesday, 25th of August, when it was blown to pieces. Part of its garrison and that of Inmin escaped southwards to the woods on the north bank of the Sambre. There they were surrounded and surrendered to the number of 800 early on the 26th. The first shot had been fired on the evening of 20th August. By the next night, 5 or 6 forts had fallen. By the 23rd, the Germans held Namur, and by the 25th, the last fort had gone. So much for the impregnable city. The shade of Boufflers must have rejoiced at so fantastic a consummation. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 2. Namur had been the pivot of the French position. Larrañac held an angle, and the loss of the apex of that angle meant that each of the two sides was outflanked. It is time to return to the French Fifth Army, which on the 20th was still laboriously getting into position. Larrañac, who had pressed for an earlier advance into Belgium, only received Joffre's order to cross the Sambre on the 20th, and in any case he could not have moved earlier, owing to the adjustments necessary to send troops to Long and Ruffey beyond the Meuse. On Friday, the 21st, part of his army was still concentrating, for the advance had been fixed for the 23rd, by which time the British would have been well started on their flank wheel. On the 20th, he had only 2 corps on the south bank of the Sambre. On the 21st, his right wing, Franchet Desperade's first corps, was on the Meuse north of Dinant, fronting east. The 10th Corps held the heights south of the Sambre between Charleroi and Namur, facing the Sambre crossings. The 3rd Corps lay before the town of Charleroi, and the 18th Corps, not yet up, was to be echeloned on the left, south of Thuin. Most of his reserve divisions were not yet in their place. Through no fault of his own, he had to accept battle on ground not of his choosing, and at a time appointed by the enemy. For on the morning of the 21st, Bülow had reached the north bank of the river, wheeling by his left, and by midday the action had begun with an attack by the German guard on the bridges of Tamins and Uvelay, held by the French 10th Corps. By 2:30 p.m. they were across the stream, and ere nightfall held the village of Asimon, 2 miles to the south of it. At the same time, the German 10th Corps forced the river just east of Charleroi, and on the German right, the 7th Corps was on the Charleroi-Mons road. Bülow that night had won the first stage and prepared the ground for his deployment. Saturday, the 22nd, saw the main battle of Charleroi. The French 10th Corps, struggling desperately on the right, retook Asimon, but lost it as the great weight of German artillery began to make itself felt. The French had not yet the German science of entrenchment. They had too few guns, and their most gallant charges were futile against a weary enemy. Farther west there was fierce fighting in the streets of Charleroi, where the Turcos of the 37th African Division took heavy toll of the Prussian Guard. But slowly the French Third Corps was forced back, and by the darkening Bülow had shaken himself free of the mining districts and was in position 4 miles south of the Somme. But Lorenzac did not despair. On his left, he had now got up his 18th Corps, which was holding both sides of the Somme at Thuin, and his 1st Corps at Dinant, having been relieved by the 51st Reserve Division, was available to reinforce his shaken right. Thinking that he had only Bülow to deal with, he sent word to the British commander-in-chief at Mons that evening, asking him to strike northeastward at Bülow's flank. Sir John French rightly declined. He had already had news of Klug. On Sunday, the 23rd, Lorenzac attacked with his right, the 1st Corps and the Reserve Division, from the high ground about Metet. But his center was already in straits, and the cavalry in front of the 18th Corps on his left was giving ground before Bülow's envelopment. That afternoon the 3rd Corps was retiring in disorder on Waku, a place in the latitude of Maubeuge. This was bad enough, but early in the evening came a deluge of ill tidings. Lamour, the pivot, was falling, had already fallen. Long and Ruffey had failed utterly, and they were back on the Meuse, so nothing was to be hoped for from the Ardennes offensive. A new German army, the Saxon Third, had appeared on its right flank and had taken Dinant. Last and not least, Klug had revealed himself against the British, not a matter of 1 or 2 corps, as had been supposed, but at least 4 corps and several cavalry divisions. Lorenzac acted promptly. He dispatched his 1st Corps to Dinant, where it brilliantly disputed the passage of the river with the Saxons. It could not stay the invader, but it delayed him, and saved the communications of the Fifth Army. But he clearly could not stay. The British were in straits, and he was instructed by Jouve to send Saudet's cavalry to their support. That evening he ordered a general retirement, and the first battle in the north was lost to the Allies. There is no enigma of Charleroi. The facts are only too fatally clear. Lorenzac fought a gallant fight, and had he had only Bülow to deal with, might have retrieved all on the morning of the 23rd by a flank attack on the 1st Corps on the German left, for the Prussian Guard had been badly shaken. But the 1st Corps, like Dönon's at Canterbury, had to dissipate its force on 2 fronts. The battle was lost before it was joined through the mistaken theory and imperfect intelligence of the French General Staff, and under no conceivable circumstances could Lorenzac have succeeded. He had to fight before his army was in position, and when his center was already tottering, he found his flank turned. General Jouve, at a later date, expressed the opinion that Charleroi should have been won, but it could not have been won on the plan for which he was responsible. That plan courted disaster, being based on a complete misreading of facts. It is not easy to explain the singular breakdown of the French intelligence. They knew nothing of Hausen and practically nothing of Klug, though they were aware that Greek forces under his command had passed through Liège. It is possible that they regarded the bulk of his troops as destined for the Channel ports, a strange plan with which to credit an enemy who had not neglected the study of the science of war. The fundamental error has long ago been admitted by all competent soldiers. But it is necessary to say one word on the legend, fostered by a distinguished historian, that Lorenzac's misfortunes were in a large part due to the British army. The accusation is threefold. First, that the British were late in reaching their agreed position, the 23rd instead of the 20th. Second, that Sir John French should have complied with Lorenzac's request for assistance on the 23rd. Third, that it was the premature British retreat which compelled the retreat of the French Fifth Army. For no charge is there the slenderest foundation of facts. If Lorenzec was not wholly in position by the 21st, it was unreasonable to expect Sir John French, who had a day's march farther to go, to be in position by the 20th. Besides, the offensive which Jove had ordered was not due to begin till the 23rd. The British kept precisely the terms of their arrangements with the French commander-in-chief. Secondly, a flank attack by the British against Bulow on the 23rd, with 3 of Kluge's corps attacking them and a 4th enveloping their left, would have been sheer insanity and an invitation to destruction. Finally, on the 23rd, Lorenzec's corps had been falling back all day, and at 9 o'clock that night the order was given for the general retirement. The main British withdrawal did not begin till the morning of the 24th, and by that time their neighbors had been at least 12 hours in retreat. We turn now to the doings of Sir John French and his expeditionary force. The state of war with Germany, officially declared by Britain on the 4th of August, did not in itself commit her to sending an expeditionary force to the continent. But the unmistakable trend of public feeling and the assurance of France that she counted upon our military cooperation gave the government no choice. It was resolved to dispatch 4 infantry divisions at once, to be followed by 2 more at short intervals. On the 6th of August, the House of Commons, in 5 minutes, voted a credit of 100 millions and sanctioned an increase of the army by 500,000 men. The railways had been taken over by the government, and troops were hurried down, mostly under cover of night, to the various ports of embarkation. The time of crossing varied from 8 to 15 hours. There was no covering fleet, the Grand Fleet in the North Sea being a sufficient protection. But the British and French navies supplied destroyers as scouts and messengers, and airships and seaplanes kept watch in the sky. The people of Britain knew little of the crossing till Monday, the 17th, when it was officially announced that it was over. In 10 days, by a remarkable feat of transport, more than 150,000 men had been landed at various ports in France. Each man carried with him a message from Lord Kitchener, which amiably summed up the duties of the British soldier in war. You are ordered abroad as a soldier of the King to help our French comrades against the invasion of a common enemy. You have to perform a task which will need your courage, your energy, your patience. Remember that the honor of the British Army depends on your individual conduct. It will be your duty not only to set an example of discipline and perfect steadiness under fire, but also to maintain the most friendly relations with those whom you are helping in this struggle. The operations in which you are engaged will, for the most part, take place in a friendly country, and you can do your own country no better service than in showing yourself in France and Belgium in the true character of a British soldier. Be invariably courteous, considerate, and kind. Never do anything likely to injure or destroy property, and always look upon looting as a disgraceful act. You are sure to meet with a welcome and to be trusted. Your conduct must justify that welcome and that trust. Your duty cannot be done unless your health is sound. So keep constantly on your guard against any excesses. In this new experience, you may find temptations in wine and women. You must entirely resist both temptations. And while treating all women with perfect courtesy, you should avoid any intimacy. Do your duty bravely. Fear God. Honor the King. Kitchener, Field Marshal. The scene at Boulogne may be taken as a type of many. It was just over 100 years since the British Army had landed to fight in Western Europe, but the scene was very different from that before Waterloo, when officers' wives and friends and idle spectators came over to see the show. Jos Sedley with his carriage, the Barricases' menage, and the ladies of Captain Osborne and Captain Rawdon Crawley had no counterparts in this severe and businesslike expedition. Since the Monday when war became inevitable, much anxiety had been felt about the attitude of Britain. As the French mobilization proceeded, military enthusiasm awoke. It was realized that France was entering upon her greatest struggle, and though Sir Edward Grey had pledged our help by sea, it was help by land that seemed to the ordinary man to count for most. On the 4th and the 5th, eager eyes watched the destroyers and cruisers in the Channel. Were the English coming, or would they remain secure in their island while their allies were sacrificing homes and fortunes and lives for the common cause? For a moment, the life of an Englishman in Boulogne became difficult. The educated inhabitants looked askance at him, as if Albion had not yet outgrown her perfidy. Only the fisher folk kept their confidence. They had been to Aberdeen and Ramsgate and Plymouth, and their confrères there had always told them that the English would come. Vous arriverez, les Anglais bientôt pluvi giza. At last, on the morning of Sunday, 9th of August, 2 transports were sighted making for the harbor. It was les Anglais at last, and the fishermen were justified. Instantly, opinion swung round to the opposite pole, and the name of Britain was a passport in Boulogne that day. The landing of the troops awakened wild enthusiasm. The geniality and fine physique of the men, and their gentleness to women and children, the cavalryman's care of his horses, above all the Highlanders, who were heroes of nursery tales in France, went to the hearts of the people. The old alliance with Scotland was remembered, the days when Buchan and Douglas led the chivalry of France. The badges and numbers of the men were begged for keepsakes, and homely delicacies were pressed upon them in return. Many a Highlander was of the opinion which Alan Bragg expressed to David Balfour: "They are a real bonny folk, the French nation." The cavalry were encamped at Ustruf, just above the Villa Josephine of famous memory. But if we seek for dramatic moments, we shall find them in that midnight mass, celebrated by the English-speaking clergy of Boulogne for our Catholic soldiers, at the Camp Malbrook, round the Colonne de la Grande Armée. The name recalled the greatest of British generals. On that spot, Napoleon meditated the invasion of England. And, happier omen, there was first assembled the Grand Army, the army of and Austerlitz and Jena. On 5th of August, Lord Kitchener, who had been on the eve of returning to Egypt, was appointed, largely by the urgency of Lord Haldane, as Secretary of State for War. He accepted the post with the gravest sense of responsibility. He did not believe in any short and easy contest, or any campaign of limited liability. To the ordinary Briton, he was the foremost subject of the king, a man untainted by party politics, aloof from social intrigue, a single-minded servant of the state. He had had a career of brilliant success, and the nation had faith in his star. From the outset, he realized that Britain was ill-prepared for a great war on land, but he trusted his countrymen and conceived that such preparation could still be achieved. The struggle, as he saw it, would last at least 3 years, and he laid his plans for an army of 70 divisions, which should reach its maximum strength when the enemies had begun to decline. Though from his long service abroad he was unfamiliar with European problems, his curious flair for essentials made him divine the situation more correctly than the experts of the French staff. He was convinced that the main German thrust would come through Belgium, and he was anxious that the British army should concentrate about Amiens and not at Mulbouch, for he guessed at the broad sweep of Kloot's envelopment, and he did not wish the morale of his troops to be impaired by beginning the campaign with a compulsory retirement. On this point he was overruled, but his instructions to the British commander-in-chief showed how little confidence he had in the initial French plan. He warned him that he could not be rapidly or strongly reinforced, and that therefore he must husband his reserves. He told him that his command was independent, that he would, in no case, come in any sense under the orders of any allied general, while every effort, he added, must be made to coincide most sympathetically with the plans and wishes of our ally. The gravest consideration will devolve upon you as to participation in forward movements where large bodies of French troops are not engaged, and where your force may be unduly exposed to attack. This caution was wholly justifiable. If Britain in the next 3 years was to build up great armies, she could not afford to have her nucleus of highly trained regulars squandered fruitlessly at the outset. The British Expeditionary Force consisted, to begin with, of 2 infantry corps and 1 cavalry division. The commander-in-chief, Field Marshal Sir John French, had long been considered the best field officer on the British active list. He had served in the Sudan expedition of 1884 to 85 and had afterwards held high cavalry commands at home, till in 1899 he was sent to command the cavalry under Sir George White in the NATO campaign. He was perhaps the chief reputation made by the South African War. His successes in the Colesberg district, his relief of Kimberley, and his handling of the cavalry in Lord Roberts's advance on Pretoria marked him out a soldier of exceptional knowledge, judgment, and energy. He commanded the 1st Army Corps from 1901 to 1907, after which he held for 4 years the post of Inspector General of the Forces, till in 1911 he became Chief of the Imperial General Staff. In 1913 he was made a Field Marshal. He was immersed in his profession, a serious student of the military thought of Europe, but his most notable quality was one which is not commonly found in the staff officer. He was a personality rather than a mind, a born leader of men, of tried courage, coolness, and sagacity. The 1st Corps was under the command of Sir Douglas Haig, a cavalryman like Sir John French and one of the youngest of British lieutenant generals. Its 1st Division was under Major General Lomax, and its 2nd under Major General Monroe. To the 2nd Army Corps had been originally appointed Lieutenant General Sir James Grierson, but he had died suddenly after the landing of the Expeditionary Force in France. His death was a grave loss to the British Army, for no officer was more popular, and none so immensely learned in all branches of the profession of arms. From 1882 onwards, he had been in nearly every British war, and had written the standard books on the Russian, German, and Japanese armies. He knew Germany intimately, and few foreigners could judge so truly her strength and weakness. We may well regret that one of the most accomplished staff officers of the day was not spared to prove his worth in his first high fighting command. He was succeeded by General Sir Horace Smith-Orion, who had done brilliant work in South Africa and had held the Southern Command at home since 1912. The 2nd Corps embraced the 3rd and 5th Divisions, the former under Major General Hubert Hamilton and the later under Major General Sir Charles Ferguson. The Cavalry Division was commanded by Major General Allenby, who at the outbreak of war held the office of Inspector of Cavalry. The 1st Brigade was commanded by Brigadier General Briggs, the 2nd by Brigadier General Delisle, the 3rd by Brigadier General Hubert Gough, the 4th by Brigadier General the Honourable C. Bingham. A separate 5th Brigade was under Brigadier General Sir Philip Chatwood. The 3rd Corps under Major General W. P. Utenay was still in process of formation, but the 4th Division from it under Major General Snow was to concentrate in France on the 23rd of August, and on the lines of communication was the 19th Infantry Brigade. On Saturday, the 22nd, the British Army was a day's march north of the Somme, getting into position between Condé and Bianche. A word must be said of the configuration of this corner of Hainaut. West of Mons, along the valley of the Aisne and the Condé Canal, lies a country of flat, marshy meadows. Mons itself is a mining town, the center of the Borinage coalfield. an area like any North English colliery district. There was a network of railways, many of them carried on low embankments, and among them the miners' villages, with the headgears of the pits and the tall chimneys of the engine houses towering above the low-roofed cottages. Around these hamlets, the accumulation of shell and waste heaps suggested at first sight ranges of hills, and the illusion was strengthened by the little forests of dwarf firs with which some of the larger heaps had been planted. To the north lay a sandy ridge covered with a wild stretch of woodland, from Sankilang, 6 miles west of Mons, to a point some 3 miles east of the town. To the south, after the coal fields were left behind, lay an agricultural region, enclosed on the south by the big wood of Maumelle. The place was poor ground for a defensive action, teeming as it was with an industrial population, and endlessly split into enclosures and pockets, which gave no observation or free field of fire. It was a classic battleground. There Bondy and Touraine had marched their armies. Blücher and Wellington had ridden those fields. From Mons had come a detachment of burghers to help the English at Crécy. Southwest of the town, amid a tangle of colliery lines, lay Chermac, where Dumouriez overthrew the Austrians when the French Republicans invaded Belgium. A mile or two farther south was Marlborough's battlefield of Malplaquet. By the evening of the 22nd, the British Second Corps lay along the Conti Canal, while the First Corps on its right stretched from Mons to the village of Buchan, a front of about 25 miles, held by a force of some 70,000 men and 300 guns. Sir John French had no general reserve, in the absence of his Third Corps, and had to use his cavalry as best he could for the purpose. That day the British horse had been scouting far to the north, and had come into contact with parties of Uhlans, and driving them in, had discovered behind them large infantry columns on the march. In what force they could not tell, for they could not advance farther, and the thick woodlands about Soignies made the country inscrutable to the British airplanes. Our cavalry stream, in turn, prevented the enemy from reconnoitering the British position, but this gave Kluge no anxiety. It had long been Germany's fashion to despise our mercenaries, and the phrase Sir John French's contemptible little army, attributed by some imaginative propagandist to the Emperor, embodied the current opinion in the German army. Further, the German staff did not believe that British infantry in any number could, as yet, have arrived within 50 miles. On the evening of the 22nd, the First Army had its 4th and 9th Cavalry Divisions somewhere on the Scheldt, and its 2nd Cavalry Division scouting westwards towards Portray, Lille, and Tournai. On its left, the 9th Corps was on the road from Nivelles to Bianche, getting very near the canal. The 3rd Corps was coming down the Brussels-Mons road from Soignies. The 4th Corps had reached the Mons-Art Railway, and the 2nd Corps on the left was southeast of Art. That night, the 3rd and 4th Corps were some 5 miles from the British outposts, and the 2 flanking corps between 10 and 12 miles distant. It had been a swift march, for the outer core of the wheel had tramped 150 miles in 11 days, and the men were tired with the dust and heat of the Belgian plain. Late that night, Sir John French, anxious about his unprotected left, moved Allenby's cavalry to that flank, with the exception of Chatwood's 5th Brigade, which was in advance on the right. Sunday the 23rd brought a hot August morning, and its first hours passed in a sabbatical calm, while the bells of the village churches rang for Mass. The men in the trenches heard a distant sputter of rifle fire where the German cavalry were filing at our outposts. Sir John French met his generals and explained to them Jove's plan. His information at the moment was that 1 or at most 2 of the enemy's army corps with perhaps one cavalry division, were in front of my positions, and I was aware of no outflanking movement by the enemy. Klook, though he had not yet half his army in position, did not believe that the main British force was in front of him, and resolved to send his 9th Corps at once into action, and to extend the battle presently with his 3rd Corps. Accordingly, at about 10:30 a.m., he began his artillery preparation, and half an hour later, the infantry of the 9th Corps attacked at the angle of the canal north of Mons against Hubert Hamilton's 3rd Division. The first impression of the British soldier was one of amazement. Instead of the thin and wildly extended lines which he had expected, he found the enemy coming on in dense masses, which made a wonderful target for his rifle. This was the teaching of Meckel, which had recently replaced the old instructions of the German drill book. He found that he could well hold his own, and it was not till the enemy numbers had crossed the canal east of Ubu and converged upon Mons from north and east that Hamilton fell back through Mons to a prepared position south of it, which linked up with the left of the 1st Corps at Armigny. Late in the afternoon, the left of Klook's 3rd Corps and his 4th Corps closed with Sir Charles Ferguson's 5th Division, which at first held its ground on the canal without difficulty, while on the extreme left there were patrol actions with Allenby's cavalry, now reinforced by the 19th Infantry Brigade. But as the battle developed, one thing was becoming clear. The weight of German artillery was far greater than 2 Corps demanded. 2 Corps might have brought into action some 300 pieces, but before long it was plain that there were some 500 or 600 guns firing. The British 2nd Corps throughout the afternoon was attacked by 2 German corps, and lost no more than its outpost line, and this at heavy cost to the enemy. The British position was not uncomfortable, except that the 3rd Division, in its difficult withdrawal from Mons, had allowed a small gap to appear between it and the 5th. Klook, apparently surprised by the opposition to his center and the heavy losses of his 3rd and 4th Corps, had resolved to wait till he could bring up his flanking corps for envelopment. That delay, combined with the absence of Maois's cavalry due to the German ignorance of the exact position of the British army, was Sir John French's salvation, and it enabled 70,000 men and 300 guns to check and frustrate the 600 guns and the 160,000 men of the enemy. But about 5 p.m., the British commander received a message from Jouve which put a new complexion on the affair. He learned of the fall of Namur and the defeat of Charleroi, and that he was not told of these things before shows how feeble was the liaison work between the 2 commands. He learned what he had begun to suspect, that Klook was attacking with 2 or 3 times the force originally estimated. Already the French 5th Army on his right was a day's march to the rear. On his left, there was Damat's territorial divisions, the 84th at Valenciennes and west of Condé, the 82nd in difficulties about Tournai, the 81st between Lille and Dunkirk, the 88th arriving at Arras, scattered and ill-equipped troops, and the nearest some miles behind his left. He realized that though his little army might resist for a time against such odds, a prolonged defense of the Mons position would mean that inevitably it would be cut off, enveloped, and destroyed. Already it lay alone in face of an enemy more than twice its strength. The only course was to hold on till nightfall, give his men a brief rest, and begin a fighting retreat southwards at daybreak. Like a prudent commander, he had already reconnoitered and selected a position to be held in the first stage of retirement, should a retirement prove necessary. He issued the order to fall back, to the surprise of his army, which knew nothing of Namur and Charleroi, and was very certain that it had not been beaten. History had repeated itself almost on the same battleground. On the evening of June the 17th, 1815, when Wellington at Gettysburg heard the news of Ligny, he said to his staff, "Blucher has had a damn good hiding, and we must go. I suppose they will say in England that we have been beaten, but that can't be helped." Sir John French had to go because Lorenzac and Long and Ruffey had suffered Blucher's fate. Officers who remembered history asked themselves whether this new Ligny would be the prelude to a second Waterloo. Jouve, at his headquarters in Champagne, awoke on the morning of Monday, the 24th, to confront a falling world. The battles of the frontier had one and all ignominiously failed. His three offensives had been met and broken, and the main armies of France held back inside their borders. He had used up his only general reserve. In almost every detail of war, he had been outwitted by the Germans. He had to face the tragic fact that this first round had been won by the enemy, not by superior numbers, but by superior skill. Moreover, the fighting had shown the French inferior in many important details: the use of airplanes, heavy artillery, and wired entrenchments, all matters vital to a war of defense. The Germans were pouring through Lorraine against Castelnau and Dubé, already weakened by defeats, who stood precariously in front of Nancy and the Gap of Cham. If the eastern fortress line fell, there might be a second Sedan, and who could guarantee its security after Liège, Namur, and Morhange? Great armies were flooding over the Ardennes to the Meuse, and the German right wing, far stronger than his wildest imagining, was swinging round the weak Allied left, brushing aside the feeble territorial divisions. The northern forts had been neglected, as had those of the Valais de Champagne, and there was no defense to bar the road to Paris. Rarely has a general been faced with a bleaker prospect. One plan only gave a faint promise of hope. The eastern front must be held at all costs, and the northern armies must, by a breakneck retreat, slip out of the news. The whole battle line of France must fall back and play for time to give it a better alignment, time, above all, to create laboriously and feverishly a new reserve, which could be used to restore the war of maneuver. Wild regions of France, nay, Paris itself, must be sacrificed, if need be, to keep intact the field strength. If reserves could not be brought up to the army must fall back to the reserves. That day, the 24th, Jouve issued his Notes to all the armies, and the following evening his famous General Instruction No. 2. Presently there followed a dégringolade of general officers, 33 army, corps, and divisional commanders being removed. In this holocaust, the innocent suffered with the guilty, the far-sighted and competent Lorenzac equally with the creature of some knobby intrigue. With incomparable courage and patience, and with the mental elasticity of his race, Jouve faced the crisis, petitioned his cherished preconceptions, and prepared a new plan on the grim facts now at last made plain. We have seen him in his weakness. We are now to see him in his strength. End of chapter 6, part 2. Chapter 7, Part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 1. The retreat from the French frontiers, 24th of August to the 4th of September. It was the strength of Jove in adversity that he had the courage to face the most unwelcome facts. He must break off contacts with the enemy right and center, now sweeping down more than 1 million strong from the north and northeast, must retreat and continue to retreat till the time came to resume the attack. When that hour would strike, he could not tell. He must do the duty that lay nearest him and trust to fortune. It is clear from his General Instruction No. 2 of the 25th of August that he had not envisaged the full results of the frontier debacle. He hoped for a resumption of the offensive somewhere on the Somme or the Falaise de Champagne. But this false calculation did not vitiate the soundness of his general policy. Its essentials were, first, a stand at all costs in the east by Doubet and Castelnau, holding Nancy if possible, but in any case the line Toul, Epinal, Belfort, a short retreat by the 3rd and 4th Armies pivoting on Verdun, a withdrawal of the 5th and British armies till such time as they could be reorganized and strengthened, and the provision of 2 new armies as a mass of maneuver to aid his left and center in the ultimate reaction. These reserves at the moment he did not possess, and he could only obtain them by moving troops from such of the few armies as were less hotly pressed. This meant time and complicated transport, and he must have known in his heart from the outset that a stand on the Somme and the Lone Hills was impossible. The question of Paris was not the least of his difficulties. On the 25th August, he received definite orders from his government that if the retreat continued, 3 active corps must be allotted for the defense of the capital. He acquiesced, but reserved his opinion. He remembered too well the events of 1870 and was resolved to resist most stoutly the lure of fortified places and keep his armies together as a force of maneuver. While his main preoccupation was with the north, the eastern line was a constant anxiety. Unfortunately, there came news which eased his mind. We have seen that after Mahange, the 1st and 2nd armies ranged themselves in rectangular formation across the gap of Cham, Castelnau from the Grand Couronne of Nancy southward to Roselier, and Doubet thence eastward to the line of the Vosges. There was an open space in the angle of their junction, and thither the enemy pressed after the fall of Nunavie on the 24th. Doubet brought up 2 corps into the angle with 3 divisions of Cuno's cavalry, and when on the morning of the 25th the Germans entered Roselier, they were almost at once driven out of it. That afternoon Castelnau struck at one flank with Foch's 20th Corps, and on the other wing Doubet reached the Meurthe and Mortagne at Lameth and Blanqueville. The Germans could only escape by a hasty retreat, and by the 26th the French had closed the gap of Jam and held a line from the east side of the Grand Couronne to Zantilly in the south. It was a brilliantly conceived and perfectly executed action, a forehint of the great battle which was to open a fortnight later, and for the moment it secured the eastern front. The Imperial Crown Prince also suffered a check. Monnery with 3 reserve divisions formed at the time a group in Ruffey's 3rd Army and had been entrusted with the task of watching movements from Metz. On the 24th he obtained intelligence that the Crown Prince, believing that the whole 4th Army had been disastrously engaged at Virton, had resolved forthwith to turn Ruffey's right on the Utan. On the 25th, Monnery anticipated him by driving in his left flank. Had the attack been forced home, the whole German 5th Army might have been imperiled. But that night Monnery and his divisions were recalled, for Jove had urgent need of them in the north. The retreat of the Allied armies of the right and the center was by the left, pivoting on Verdun, and for a proper understanding it is best surveyed from east to west, from the short retirement of Ruffey near the center of the wheel to the 180-mile march of the British at the circumference. We have seen that Ruffey's Third Army, having failed at Virton on the 22nd, had fallen back to the Auton, whence it presently found itself compelled to withdraw by the influence of events further down the Meuse Valley. On the 26th, it retired across the Meuse and began slowly to retreat on the entrenched camp of Verdun. Its opponent, the Imperial Crown Prince, who had with him the bulk of 6th Infantry Corps and one of cavalry, had little credit by the pursuit. That day, as we have seen, Longwy fell, but the retreat was never hustled, and by the last day of the month, the Third Army was in position west and southwest of Verdun, garrisoning at the same time the forts and woody hills north and east of the town. On the 30th, Ruffey had been retired, presumably for Virton, and his place taken by Sarah, the commander of the 6th Corps. The new general was comparatively young, a man of 58, a southerner who had learned his trade in African wars, able, ambitious, with a somewhat fantastic and speculative mind, but one whose martial bearing and curious blue eyes, yeux de faience, as the phrase went, made a profound impression on the man he led. He succeeded to little more than the fragment of an army, for he had had to send the 42nd Division of the 6th Corps to Foch's new force, and the 4th Corps to Munery at Paris. His instructions from Joffre were at all costs to keep clear of the entanglements of Verdun, and if necessary to retreat to Bonnedou. But he realized the value of the fortified Meuse heights, and when he took a position in the first days of September, his right was still in touch with the fortress, a decision which was to mean much for the future of the campaign. Lung's Fourth Army had a more troubled retreat, for it had further to go, and it was engaged with the Fourth Army of Duke Albrecht of Württemberg and the bulk of Hausen's Saxons. It had also to deplete itself to form Foch's new 9th Army, surrendering its 9th and 11th Corps. On the 25th, after the failure of its Ardennes offensive, it was still east of the Meuse between Mézières and Normandy. At the moment, Long had only Duke Albrecht to deal with, and on the 26th he rigorously repulsed a German attempt to cross the river on the very ground over which, in September 1870, the Germans had marched to envelop at Sedan the doomed army of MacMahon. On the 27th came Joffre's order to retire, for Hausen was coming down the west bank. Long obtained permission to suspend his retreat for 1 day, drove back Duke Albrecht with his right between Sedan and Stenay, and struck hard with his left at Hausen's left at Dunois between Signy-Nauby and Novian-Porcian, where he had the assistance of the 1st Moroccan Division, soon to belong to Foch's new army. On the 29th, he began his retreat in good order, falling back through Redau. There was a gap of some 25 miles between him and the French Fifth Army, a space into which, from the 27th onward, Foch's force was gathering. But Hausen was unable to take advantage of it, for he was himself in difficulties. If the retreat of the French Fourth Army was the most perfect of the Allied movements, the advance of the Third Army was the clumsiest part of the German performance. Hausen had been too early at Charleroi, and by attacking on the Meuse prematurely had given Larreysac warning. Ever afterwards he was consistently too late. He had a gap in his army corresponding to the gap between Long and Larreysac, and was distracted by appeals for help from Bülow on his right and Duke Albrecht on his left, so that his unhappy force made a sidelong progress southwards, their eyes turned everywhere. Long was never seriously troubled. On the 29th, he was on the front Buchan-Redel, Next day, he was crossing the Aisne. After that, having checked the ardor of the German center, he marched fast in accordance with Joffre's orders. Rheims and Chalon were occupied by the enemy, and in the first days of September, the French Fourth Army was astride the upper Main among the Champagne woods, just south of Joffre's old poste de commandement at Vitry-le-François. Of the three French armies of the north, the fifth had the longest way to go, and the most difficult task, for at Charleroi it had suffered a far heavier defeat than the mischances of Langres and Ruffey in the Ardennes, and from first to last it was in peril of outflanking. Its retreat, as we have seen, began on the 23rd, and by the night of the 24th it was on the general line Maubeuge-Chevet, two of its reserve divisions being actually inside the Maubeuge forts, but with orders to continue the retreat next morning, and its true left, the 18th Corps, at Soray-le-Château, 12 miles from the British right. As Saudet's cavalry corps was under orders to proceed to the British left, Lorenzac had cause to be anxious for the safety of his left wing. On the 25th, he was roughly between Avesnes and Chimay, fighting Bülow's vanguards and keeping off with his right the threat from Hausen. On the 26th, under pressure from the Saxon right, his course was directed more to the southwest, towards the upper Oise valley. On the evening of the 27th, Lorenzac was across the Oise, and his four corps lay from Guise by the south of Hyères to Ulmeny. He had received Joffre's orders to attack next day towards Saint-Quentin, and this required a wheel by his right and center so as to face westwards. That was clearly impossible, and the only plan was a flank march behind the Oise, which should transfer the main striking forces to the left wing. The British army was now between Noyon and Lafayette, well to Lorenzac's left rear, and the plan involved an advance by Sir John French on Saint-Quentin from the south. But the position of the British made their cooperation impossible, and Lorenzac was obliged to put in Valabrac's two reserve divisions as a left flank guard. On the morning of the 29th, his 18th and 3rd Corps crossed the Oise between Guise and Moy, moving on Saint-Quentin. But about 8 a.m., the pressure of Bülow on his right center, the 10th Corps, compelled him to give up all thought of that objective. He resolved to devote himself to punishing the German 10th Guard and Guard Reserve Corps now pressing east of Guise. He moved his 3rd Corps to his right, and with it and his 10th and 1st Corps inflicted upon Bülow a severe check. But his left wing, the 18th Corps, had to fall back, and Lorenzac retired from the Oise towards the Ailette and the Aisne. The check was of extreme importance, for it disengaged the British 1st Corps from Bülow's close pursuit. But the situation was still dangerous, for the front of the retreating armies was highly irregular. On the 29th, the day when Joffre resolved to retire on the Marne, while Lung was 40 miles north of that river and Lorenzac 50, Sir John French was less than 30. On the following day, while Lorenzac was still north of Langres, the British were fighting far to the southwest in the Clermont-Compiègne region. Yet without serious difficulty, Lorenzac by the 3rd of September had crossed the Aisne and the Marne thanks to the incompetence of Bülow and his own skill and resolution. On that day, he was replaced by Francais Desperey, the former commander of the 1st Corps. The new general was to prove a most wise and gallant soldier, but it is permissible to regret that Lorenzac should have suffered for blunders in which he had no share, and that his great talents should have been thus early lost to the service of his country. End of section 7, part 1. Chapter 7, part 2 of A History of the Great War, volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, part 2. We turn now to the most critical part of the retreat, the events on the Allied left. In telling the tale, we must keep in mind the standpoint of the German command, for with it was the initiative and on it lay the burden of making decisions on which were to hinge the whole fortune of the war. When a tale has been told of its hesitations and resolves, it will be possible with greater clearness to consider the mind of the French generalissimo and assess the value of his dispositions. Kluck, the commander of the First Army, the marching wing of the invasion, had, unlike most of his colleagues, no experience of staff work. A self-made man who had risen from a comparatively humble station, he had spent all his life with troops. He had four very special difficulties to contend with. One was that he had no purchase with great headquarters, was apparently not fully in their confidence, and though in command of the most vital part of the German attack, had from the 17th August been placed under Bülow's orders. The second was that he had little regard for that colleague, and differed from him profoundly on strategical and tactical matters. The third was that the German intelligence system had broken down, and now that contact had been made with the main armies was markedly inferior to that of the Allies. Finally, the German line of march was becoming dangerously long. The liaison with great headquarters at Luxembourg and between the different armies was precarious, and Kluck, who needed every man he could scrape together if his enveloping net was to be flung sufficiently wide, had been compelled to leave the 3rd Reserve and 9th Reserve Corps, the later of which had just come up, to watch the Belgians at Antwerp, and the 4th Reserve as a temporary garrison of the Brussels area. Bülow, timid about his right flank, forbade the First Army to get too far west, and Maurus's cavalry corps, the mainspring of the enveloping tactics, was not under Kluck's direction. The First Army commander, therefore, joined battle at Mons, ill-informed as to his enemy's position, not very clear about his next step, and chafing under a grievance. The fighting from Condé to Bianche on the afternoon of Sunday the 23rd revealed to him the British to call strong. He was impressed by their stalwart resistance, but correctly assessed their numbers. His orders for the 24th were that his 4th, 9th, and 3rd Corps should drive Sir John French into Maubeuge, while his right wing, the 2nd and the 4th Reserve Corps, the later now coming up, should march rapidly on the west side to cut off the enemy from his presumed base. There was trouble with Bülow over Maurus's cavalry, which Kluck wished to advance towards Dunnan to support the enveloping movement, and after valuable time had been lost, he obtained his wish by an appeal to the Supreme Command, and Maurus passed under his orders. The movement did not proceed according to plan, for the envelopers were late, and the German center, heavily punished the day before, advanced with extreme caution. Smith-Dorrien's 2nd Corps, with the 19th Brigade and Allenby's cavalry on its left, having fallen back from the canal 5 miles to the southward, held a line from the mining village of Remery to the cornfields west of Udreny and beat off the attack of the German 3rd and 4th Corps. When the right of the British 5th Division seemed in danger of being turned, the 2nd Cavalry Brigade was sent to its aid. At 7 a.m., Smith-Dorrien, being outnumbered by something like 4 to 1, began his retirement. Haig's 1st Corps had already slipped away, and early in the afternoon the whole British force, intact and in good heart, was assembled on the Maubeuge position. Haig held the ground from Maubeuge to the little town of Bavay. Thence, Smith-Dorrien prolonged the line westwards to the village of Bray, with the 19th Brigade on its flank between Bray and Shannan. The forts of Maubeuge made the British right relatively safe, and since the worst danger was on the left, Allenby's cavalry were sent to the rear of Shannan. Further west, Kluck had been more fortunate. Tournai, which was held only by a brigade of French territorials, was taken, and the 2nd German Corps drove the 84th French Territorial Division out of Valenciennes, while German cavalry occupied Douai. Lille, too, was abandoned by General Buchan on instructions from the government at Paris. Sir John French avoided the trap prepared for him. Already the Germans were well south of both his flanks, and any delay would mean that he would find himself shut up in Maubeuge with the fate of Buchan in store for him. He decided to hold, for the night but no longer, on the Shannon-Maubeuge position. Next day the place was invested, the 7th Reserve Corps from Butow's 2nd Army being deputed for the task. The old Vauban stronghold had had a checkered history in late years, having been treated only as a place of arrest and support, and not as a fortress. But it occupied a position of great strategical importance as the junction of several vital railway lines, and on the outbreak of war, large numbers of troops were set to entrenching the ground between the forts. General Fourny, with his garrison of 30,000, held out till the 7th of September, enduring not less than 8 days' bombardment by the Namur siege train, and thereby seriously confused the German communications and kept one of their corps away from the Battle of the Marne. His performance, strangely misrepresented at the time, was not the least of the services rendered by the generals of France. Along of the northern fortresses, Maubeuge played a vital part in the campaign. On the 25th, Sir John French's aim was to push the forest of Marmont behind him. This woodland, 10 miles long from north to south and 6 miles wide, was rough and tangled with undergrowth, and was believed, wrongly, to have no roads fit for an army to travel. It lay directly between him and the Somme, and must clearly be passed on the east or the west. But the roads on the east side were too few and too bad for his whole army to travel, while if he moved by the west side only, he would leave a desperate gap between himself and Laurensac, and moreover would thrust his left wing into the jaws of Kluck's enveloping force. Accordingly, he decided to send Haig by the east roads to Marin and Landrecies, while Smith-Dorrien kept the west side in the direction of Leucatoux. It was perhaps the only solution of the problem, but it was a solution with its own risks, for a gap of some 10 miles separated the two corps on the march. The intention was that the inner wings should get into touch as soon as they were south of the forest. Kluck that day seemed to have the cards in his hand, but he failed to play them. The excuse which he has given was the absence of Maoist's cavalry, which had only come under his command on the evening of the 24th, and was consequently too late to get behind the British left flank. He directed his 2nd Corps from Dunon on Buchan and Avenussac. Maoists who had been aimlessly galloping towards the sunset through Dunon in the same direction. Half of the 4th Corps on the main road from Valenciennes to Solon, the other half by the west side of Marmont on Landrecies, the 3rd Corps through the forest towards Marwa, and the 9th Corps from Bavay by the east side. The 4th Reserve Corps followed the center in general reserve. He was slow in starting, partly because of his troubles with the cavalry, partly because he had to make arrangements to watch Maubeuge, and largely because some time was needed to reorganize his troops after the hard work of the previous days. Tuesday, the 25th, was a summer's day of intense and glaring heat, and the weary British army found the long march in the dust a trying business. Haig started late and had little trouble on the eastern roads, but it was dusk before the van of the 1st Division reached Marwa, and the 2nd Division the neighborhood of Landrecies. It had been Sir John French's intention to bring Haig's left more to the west, but the hour was too far advanced, and the troops were too exhausted for further movement. It was a dark night, with a cloudy sky and a drizzle of rain, which presently changed to a downpour. The advance guards of the German 3rd Corps, which had advanced straight through the forest, and so escaped detection by the British airplanes, came into action between 9:30 and 10 p.m. against the 1st Division at Marwa and the Guards Brigade of the 2nd Division at Landrecies. The later assault was gallantly beaten off, and with the assistance of 2 reserve divisions of the French Fifth Army, the situation at Marwa was saved. When the last shots had died away, the men of the First Corps lay down where they stood to snatch a brief rest. They were very exhausted, and it was decided that next day they should continue their movement southward, while Smith-Dorrien and Allenby should follow the retirement and hold back the pursuit. But Smith-Dorrien was in worse case. That day he had had no easy march, and his 3rd Division had held and beaten off at Zolum an attack by Maoist's horse and part of the infantry of the 4th Corps. Allenby, too, had been in action southeast of Valenciennes. By dusk, however, Smith-Dorrien had reached a position on the left bank of the Zelle, west of the town of Leucatelot. There he found part of the 4th Division under General Snow, which had detrained at Leucatelot and had already entrenched on the ground. The dispositions that night were, from right to left, the 5th Division through Remont and Travailles, the 3rd Division through Caldery, and the 4th Division about Buchan and Aucourt. Half of Allenby's cavalry was on the right, attempting to fill the gap between the 2nd and 1st Corps. The 19th Brigade was in support to the 5th Division. On the British left was Saudet's cavalry corps, and beyond it various detachments of Damat's territorials. Smith-Dorrien, in the small hours of the morning of the 26th, had to decide whether he dared to retreat then and there or must first stand and fight. He had apparently received no explicit orders from Sir John French to retire at once, though he was given the general direction of retirement as the line Ribemont, Saint-Quentin, Vermont, 35 miles away. Clearly, instructions as to so distant an objective could not be interpreted by any commander as the immediate orders for his day's work. Smith-Dorrien may well have assumed that the details and the method of retirement were left to his discretion. About 1:30 a.m., having received a cavalry report which warned him of the great strength of Klug, he learned from Allenby that if a battle was to be avoided, the retreat must be begun before daybreak, but that the scattered cavalry could not be got together in time to cover it. Even then, he cannot have known of the full weight of the First Army. He cannot have known, for example, of the 4th Reserve Corps now marching against his left center. But he knew other things, that his 2nd Corps were very weary, having had much the hardest of the marching and fighting since noon on the 23rd, that the 4th Division would not be complete for some hours. That his right, owing to the 7-mile gap between him and Hague, was in the air. He learned, too, from its commander that the 3rd Division, owing to the action at Sollum, would not be in a position to march till 9 a.m. Presently, he realized that battle was already joined. At or just before dawn, the advance guard of the German 3rd Corps was in Leucatelot, and the 4th Corps was attacking his center at Caldery. In these circumstances, it seemed impossible to begin his retreat till he had checked the enemy, and he believed himself competent to do so, remembering the various occasions in the past few days when he had struck back at and crippled the pursuit. Looked at in any way, it was a prodigious gamble, but the hazard of retreating from such a position may well have seemed greater than that of fighting in it. Sir John French praised the decision in his original dispatch, but afterwards recanted his praise and blamed it severely as a disobedience to orders. This it can scarcely have been, and any ill effect which it may have had on the subsequent retreat is not the point at issue. The question is whether Smith-Dorrien had any choice, whether in the position in which he found himself at dawn on the 26th he could possibly have retired straightway without utter disaster. The commander of the 2nd Corps was a soldier of proven sagacity and of a temperament not easily excited or nonplussed. If we thought it imperative to stand and fight, we may well accept the necessity. The rain of the night had ceased, and a fine summer morning dawned. Bright sunlight, a pale blue sky, and the thin mists rising from the wet fields gave promise of a sultry day. As the sun rose, the flashes of the German guns tore through the haze, and the first light showed the grey masses of the enemy's infantry pushing forward in dense firing lines. Against Smith-Dorrien's 55,000, Klug opposed not less than 140,000 men. He was surprised to find the British in position, and hoped at last to have that decisive battle which he had hitherto missed. His tactics were the same as at Mons, a frontal attack mainly by artillery, to be followed by an envelopment on both flanks. But the orders for the day issued the night before had not contemplated a pitched battle, and it took some time to revise them. The 4th and 4th Reserve Corps were to attack the front, the 3rd Corps and Maurice's cavalry to envelop the British right, and more cavalry and the 2nd Corps to work round the British left and move on Cambrai. At first, the British 4th Division, not having its guns up, fell back a little, but presently, by its rifle fire, it brought the enemy cavalry to a standstill. This, however, was no more than the prologue, and the battle proper began about 7 a.m. with a terrific German bombardment by the artillery of the 4th Corps, gradually reinforced by that of the 3rd and of the 4th Reserve. The ridge which Smith-Dorrien held was studded with villages, the church spires of which gave good targets for the enemy gunners. The British had had little time to entrench their position, though along the front line shelter trenches had been hastily dug and afforded some small cover. Their artillery, though outnumbered by nearly 4 to 1, made a brilliant stand, and for 7 hours checked the enemy's infantry rushes. The 2 points of serious danger were the right wing near Lucato, where the Germans managed to work round the flank of the sorely tried 5th Division, and at Cordray, which formed an acute salient garrisoned by the brigade of the 3rd Division, which had been fighting the night before at Sollum. Nevertheless, at 1 p.m., the British front was still intact, and Saudet and Allenby and the Mart's reserves had for the moment checked the enveloping movements. About 1 p.m., Smith-Dorrien realized that it was time to leave. His right flank was getting hourly more exposed by Haig's withdrawal, and Klug's 9th Corps would presently be arriving. He had persuaded the enemy that he was not to be trifled with, and had beaten off his chief corps with heavy losses. If he was to get away, he must issue the orders forthwith, for to break off a battle with a vastly superior opponent is one of the most difficult of the operations of war. The attack of the 3rd Corps about noon broke the 5th Division on the right and precipitated the retreat. Orders could not reach many of the units, who remained in the trenches, and so protected the retirement of the rest. But under cover of the devoted artillery, most of the infantry quietly withdrew from the field. The batteries left behind had been so knocked to pieces that it was impossible to move them. Before the sun set, the 2nd Corps was tramping over the belt of low upland in which the streams of Scheldt and Somme take their rise, and on the morning of the 27th it halted north of Saint-Quentin, where the land begins to fall to the bright valley of the Oise. The chief miracle of the retreat had been effected. Lucato was Klug's most conspicuous and most indefensible failure. Had he pressed hard with his 3rd Corps at the moment when the 5th Division was falling back, or had he sent in a fresh cavalry division on the flank of the pursuit before evening, it is hard to see how the 2nd Corps could have escaped. but he handled his cavalry throughout with singular maladroitness, and his rigid devotion to envelopment, tactical as well as strategic, meant that he dissipated his striking force at the vital points. As for Smith Dorrien, he had achieved the patently impossible at the expense of some 8,000 casualties and the loss of 36 guns. Who shall say how much that heroic stand did to disarrange the German plan or to enable the British to win clear of the pincers and reform for the counterattack? By one of those strange coincidences which delight the historian, the battle was fought at the very place where, in 1712, the British troops in bitter shame withdrew from the Allies, when Ormonde took the place of Marlborough. On the general himself, the best comment is to be found in the earlier and juster judgment of Sir John French. I say without hesitation that the saving of the left wing of the army under my command on the morning of the 26th August could never have been accomplished unless a commander of rare and unusual coolness, intrepidity, and determination had been present to conduct personally the operation. Klug had suffered heavily, and the orders issued for the 27th directed a start at 5 a.m., a late hour for an army of pursuit. Being under the impression that the British base was Calais and that Sir John French was trying to retreat thither, he once again dispatched Maurice's cavalry on a wild goose chase to the west, where it was faithfully dealt with by Saudet. His force was moving southwestward, while Bülow was marching south, and the result was that Haig's retreat on the 26th was unmolested. On the 27th, it was Bülow's right which was in contact with the British First Corps. On the 28th, the two halves of the British force had been reunited, and that evening the First Corps lay south of La Fère between the Saint-Gobain forest and the Oise, while the Second Corps was north of the river about Noyon. Meantime, the center of gravity had shifted further west. On the night of the 25th, Monnery was ordered to leave Rouffe's Third Army and repair to Montdidier to collect and command the new Sixth Army. He was a man of 67, a distinguished artillery officer who had held the posts of commandant of the École de Guerre and governor of Paris. His troops could only come into line by degrees, for some of them had long journeys to make, and this fact presently convinced Jouve that a general counterattack from the Somme and the Falaise de Champagne was impossible. According to the original plan of Duvervier, if the frontier defenses were forced, a stand could be made on the heights of Champagne, the escarpment which extends in a long curve from the Oise eastwards by Long to Hines. But the force of the Falaise had been permitted to decline. The retreating armies were in no condition yet awhile to turn, and the two new armies, the 9th and the 6th, were only in their assembly stage. At this moment, the German Supreme Command was in a state of elation and confidence. Two-thirds of the great march were over, and the Allies, everywhere beaten, seemed to be fleeing before them. The fight at Lucato, indecisive as it was, seems to have convinced Klug that the British army was out of action. On the 27th, he had been made independent of Bülow, and at once began to press his views on great headquarters. Paris was now the preoccupation of the Supreme Command far away in Luxembourg, and the news from Klug and the optimistic reports pouring in from the other armies decided their policy. On the evening of the 28th, they issued orders that the First Army should march west of the Oise towards the lower Seine, while the Second Army should take the line La Fère towards Paris. This meant that the capital would be isolated between two German forces. Klug did not agree. Hitherto, he had been thinking mainly of cutting off the British from the coast, and now that they were banished from his mind as a broken remnant, he was anxious to find the left flank of the French, roll it up, and force it away from Paris. On the 28th, he was crossing the Somme, and on the 29th, his right had a stubborn fight between Villers-Bretonneux and Proyard. It was his first taste of Marigny, who had taken over from Damad on the 27th, but he was not perturbed by it, regarding it as only the last sputter of resistance from the oddments of French territorials and reserve divisions in the west with which he had been in touch for 4 days. In his memoir, he has complained that he was not kept informed by Greek headquarters of the general situation, and in particular of the dispatch of corps to Russia. But had he had this news, it would only have strengthened his main contention, that the First and Second Armies should close in and attack the French left. On the 29th came Lorenzac's counterstroke at Guise, when the commander of the Second Army was compelled to ask Gluck for help, and this seems to have converted Bülow's to his colleague's view. That night it was agreed that the order for the southwesterly move should be disregarded, and that the First Army should advance south through Noyon and Compiègne and close up on the second. The decision was at once accepted by Greek headquarters, who seemed at the time to have had the most imperfect knowledge of what was happening and but a feeble control over the army commanders. The step was obviously wise. The German line was already strung out to its extreme capacity and was beginning to show gaps. Had its rights been stretched to the lower Seine, it would have courted calamity. The 29th was also an important day for the British Army. Sir John French was able to give it a brief rest. The day before, he had heard for the first time of the formation of Monoury's force, for the liaison between the Allies was little better than that of the enemy. On the 29th, he met Jouve, who, in spite of the success that day at Guise, told him that he had relinquished his intention of standing on the line Heinz, Amiens, and had resolved to fall back behind the Marne. This was also Sir John French's view, but in assenting to it, he added the warning that his army was totally unfit for further fighting till it had been refitted and reinforced. To this the French Generalissimo agreed and undertook that the French 5th and 6th Armies should close in so as to screen the British retreat. The record of the interview is not free from contradictions. At one moment, the British commander-in-chief seems to be protesting against retirement, and at another to be explaining the impossibility of keeping his army in the line. He was in a position of undoubted difficulty, for he was moving his sea base from Arles to the Atlantic coast at Sanasay. Next day he met his corps commanders, when, according to his account, Smith-Dorrien urged retreat to the coast and re-embarkation. Sir John French was mistaken. No such counsel, the folly of which equaled the disloyalty, was given. But that day we found the British commander informing Lord Kitchener that he had decided to retire behind the Seine in the southwesterly direction west of Paris. Jouve has proposed a general retirement, but this looked very like the British withdrawing altogether from the Allied line. The ominous message, followed by others in the same tone of despair, brought Kitchener across the Channel, who conveyed to Sir John the instructions of the British government that an independent command must not be construed so as to involve a failure in duty to the armies of France. So ended a foolish and unpleasant incident, in which it is charitable to believe that Sir John French did not mean what he said. The situation was in the highest degree perplexing. He had not been kept fully informed by the French command. He had had friction with Lorenzac. He believed that he had had to bear the brunt of the fighting without proper support. He had anxieties about his communications which no French army shared, and he had, not unnaturally in the circumstances, lost faith in the French staff and the French command. If there was dire confusion throughout the retirement among the fighting troops, it is unreasonable to expect perfect balance and clarity in the commanding officer. The immense significance of the decisions of the 29th and 30th must be left to be discussed in a later chapter. Here we may summarize the last stage of the retirement. Klug, who should have been in echelon behind Bülow's right, easily outstripped his neighbor, and on the 2nd September, the First Army was crossing the Main when the Second was crossing the Aisne. Minory, finding the pressure of Klug's right inimical to the concentration of his army, fell back through Zonjas and Clair on the northern defenses of Paris. The British were over the Aisne on the 31st and felt again the pressure of Klug's new wheel in actions in the woods of Compiègne and Villers-Cotterêts. On the 3rd of September, they crossed the Main and the long retreat from the Belgian frontier approached its end. The last days had been hot and critical, the afternoons a blaze of heat, the nights chilly and often wet. There was no rest, for each day's march was continued late, and the incessant retirement might well have broken the spirit of the best of troops. But the men went through it all with fortitude, even with gaiety, and their only anxiety was to know when they would at last be allowed to stand and take order with the enemy. To realize the full achievement of the British force, which in the retreat had the most laborious task, we must remember the temperament of the soldier. He was entering on a war against what public opinion agreed was the most formidable army in the world. Partly, it is true, the legend of German invincibility had been weakened by the stand of Belgium, but as our soldiers understood that tale, it had been fortress work rather than battles in the field. In such a campaign, initial success, however small, works wonders with the spirit of an army. But there had been no success. The men had gone straight from the train or from a long march into action, and almost every hour of every day they had been retreating. Often they were given the chance of measuring themselves in close combats against their adversaries, and on these occasions they held their own. But still the retreat went on, and it was difficult to avoid the feeling that, even if their own battalion had stood fast, there must have been a defeat elsewhere in the line to explain this endless retirement. Such conditions are trying to a soldier's nerves. The man who will support cheerfully any fatigue in a forward march will wilt and slacken when he is going backward. Remember, too, that except for a few members of the headquarters staff, the officers and men knew nothing of the general situation. Had they learned of Namur and Charleroi, it would have explained much, but few of them heard of it till a week later. They fell back in complete uncertainty as to what was happening, and could only suspect that the Germans were winning because they were the better army. Under such circumstances, to have preserved complete discipline and faithfulness, nay, even to have retained humor and gaiety and unquenchable spirits, was an achievement more remarkable than the most signal victory. Not less splendid was the performance of the French. Indeed, in many ways they had the more difficult duty. Though they were less constantly harassed than our men in their retreat, they had begun by a more nerve-shaking experience. Mons was not worse than a drawn battle, but Charleroi, Dinant, and Virton were unequivocal defeats. Further, for the French soldier, defense must be in itself aggressive. To yield mile after mile was for the French troops of the line, and not less for corps like the Zouaves and Turcos, an almost intolerable discipline. That it was done without grave disaster, and that after so great a damping of zeal, the fire of attack could be readily rekindled, was an immense tribute to the armies of the Republic. The nation had always been famous for elan and drive. They showed now that their temper was as good when their business was the anvil rather than the hammer. For the British troops, the 10 days of the retreat had been like a moving picture seen through a haze of weariness and confusion. Blazing days among the coal heaps and grimy villages of Aisne, which reminded our north countrymen of Lancashire and Durham, nights of aching travel on the upland roads through the fields of beet and grain, dawns that broke over slow streams and grassy valleys Upon eyes blind with lack of sleep, the cool beech woods of Compiègne, the orchards of oak and Marne, now heavy with plum and cherry, and hour after hour the rattle of musketry and the roaring swell of the great shells, the hurried entrenchments and the long deadly vigils, or the sudden happy chance of a blow back when the bayonet took revenge for dusty miles and crippled bodies and lost comrades. On the evening of the 4th, the van of the retreat saw from the slopes above the Grand Buchan a land of coppice and pasture rolling southward to a broad valley, and far off the dusk of many trees. It was the forest of Fontainebleau and the vale of the Seine. The Allies had fallen back behind all but one of the 4 rivers which from north and east opened the way to Paris. That night they were encamped along the various streams towards which 100 years before Napoleon had retired before Schwarzenberg and Blucher. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 8 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, The Eastern Theater of War, 5th of August to 10th of September. At this moment begins the reaction upon the west of events on the Russian front. Already news had reached great headquarters in Luxembourg, which compelled them to reconsider their first plans and prepare to send reinforcements eastward. It is necessary to leave the German armies in France, now approaching their hour of crisis, and consider the position of that battleground where Germany stood to begin with on the defense. The configuration of Russia, as has been already pointed out, made invasion in the ordinary sense a hopeless task. The strongest army would be apt to melt away before it reached Moscow or Petrograd. But with the Russian field forces stationed in western Poland, an opportunity was given to Germany and Austria of striking a blow without the handicap of insuperable natural obstacles. A glance at the map will show that Russian Poland projects into the territory of the Teutonic League in a great salient, which is roughly 200 miles from north to south and 250 from east to west. This land is a monotonous wind-swept plain through which from south to north flows the river Vistula. About the center stood the capital, Warsaw, reputed one of the strongest citadels in Europe, and around Warsaw lay the group of fortresses called the Polish Triangle. The southern apex was Ivangorod on the Vistula, the eastern Brest-Litovsk, the northern Warsaw itself, while to the northwest lay the advanced fort of Novogeorgivsk. This triangle was a fortified region with 3 fronts, 2 towards Germany and 1 towards Austria, and the various fortresses were fully linked up with railways. The southern frontier of Russian Poland was purely artificial, for there was no continuous barrier till from 50 to 100 miles south of it, where the range of the Carpathians protects the plains of Hungary against attacks from the north. The Lycia is simply a flattened terrace at the base of this range, watered by the upper Vistula and its tributaries, the Wisłoka, the San, and the upper streams of the Bug. But in the north of Russian Poland, between the river Nerev and the sea, is a country where campaigning is difficult. It is mainly swampy forest, but as it nears the Baltic coast, it becomes a chain of lakes and ponds with woodland of birch and pine between them. On the very edge of the sea, along the river Prego and the large lagoon called the Frisian Half, there is a belt of firmer land which of old was the main highway between Prussia and Muscovy. This was the German province of East Prussia, a district unfriendly to the invader, as Napoleon found in his campaign of Friedland and Eylau. East of the Polish salient, and dividing it from Russia proper, lies a curious piece of country around the river Pripyat. It is a vast tangle of streams, ponds, and marshes covering some 30,000 square miles, and is called the Marshes of Pinsk, from the chief town of the neighborhood. This district barred the march of armies, and a way must be taken to the north or south. On the north, the road lay along the valleys of the Nerev and the Niemen, where was a chain of fortified crossings. South, on the side towards Galicia, there were the three fortified towns of Usk, Dubno, and Ruvno. The salient of Russian Poland was therefore defended on its western side by the Polish Triangle, on the north by the chain of forts along the Nerev and Niemen, on the south by the forts south of Pinsk, and on the east by the great marshes of the Pripyat. Its communications with Russia passed north and south of these marshes. Only on the Galician side and the front towards Buchan did the nature of the land offer facilities for offensive campaigning. The German frontier defenses consisted of the Silesian fortresses of Breslau and Glogau, guarding the line of the Oder, the strong city of Buchan on the Warta opposite the point of the Russian salient, and a powerful line of forts on the lower Vistula, guarding the road from east-west Prussia. Thorn on the Vistula and Danzig at its mouth held the river valley, while Grandetz, much strengthened of late years, formed a link between them. Dierzgau and Marienburg guarded the road and railway crossings of the Vistula Delta. The northern entrance to the Frisia's half lagoon was guarded by Pilau, and at its eastern end, at the mouth of the Prego, stood Königsberg, the second strongest of German fortresses, barring the coast road and railway to Russia. In Galicia, the true Austrian line of defense was the Carpathians, but north of it were the fortified city of Krakow, the old capital of Poland, and the great entrenched camp of Przemysl. It is important to grasp the configuration of this frontier district, for it determined the initial strategy of the campaign. Russia was bound to assume the offensive in order to relieve her allies who were bearing the brunt of the German onslaught in the west. Her natural line of attack was through Posen, for that angle of her frontier was only 180 miles from Berlin. There was another reason. The salient of Poland went radially much farther west than the Warta, and included the bulk of the province of Posen and a considerable part of West Prussia. Germany had never been successful with her resident aliens, and she had been peculiarly unsuccessful with her Poles, all her schemes of Prussianization and land settlement having ended in something very like a fiasco. In moving westwards by the Posen route, Russia would be moving among a race who, in spite of all they had suffered from the empire of the Tsars, still preferred a Slav to a Teuton. But this direct western advance obviously could not be made until its flanks had been safeguarded by the conquest of East Prussia and Galicia, until the Russian armies, that is to say, could be deployed safely on a front which we may define by the lower Vistula, the Warta, and the upper Oder. Russia's first task, therefore, was to defeat the Germans in East Prussia and the Austrians in Galicia, and so find a straight line of deployment for her main advance. Her center, till her long mobilization was completed, must be her weakest point, and the Polish fortresses had not been kept at a strength which would allow her to trust in them. She could not concentrate on her Posen frontier, scarcely even on the Vistula. The Bug was the nearest line up to which she might hope to clear her flanks. These flanks were not less important to the Teutonic League. Austria, alone of the two allies able to put great forces into the field at once, lay not west but southwest, while Germany had long realized that Warsaw would most readily fall to an attack by flank and rear. For both competence and for purposes of both offense and defense, The vital areas were East Prussia and Galicia, and the snout of Western Poland might for the moment be disregarded. The mobilization of Russia, slow as it inevitably was speedier than the Germans had calculated. It took weeks to muster her full strength, but in a few days she had ready a striking force. She had to prepare 2 army groups for immediate action, one on the Galician border to meet the Austrian attack, and one to take the offensive in East Prussia, where it would be opposed by a single German army, the 8th, under von Prittwitz. The East Prussian invasion was intended ultimately to prepare the way for the main advance towards Posen, but it was hurried on with the object of relieving the pressure on France. For Russia interpreted most strictly and chivalrously her duty towards her allies. Consequently, it must be made, like Emmeck's attack on Liège, by improvised forces. As commander-in-chief of all her armies, the uncle of the Tsar was appointed, the Grand Duke Nicholas, a tall, silent prince, simple and straightforward in character and wholly devoted to his profession. As commander of the Petrograd area, he had done more than any living man for the remaking of the army. His chief of staff was that General Yanushkevich whom we have already met. The commander of the southwestern group facing Austria was Ivanov, a modest, laborious soldier who had won fame in Manchuria by his leadership of the 3rd Siberian Corps. His chief of staff was Alexiev, by general consent the ablest of Russia's military minds. Of the northwestern group, the commander was Galinsky, a mediocrity who owed his place to the friendship of Sukhomlinov, the Minister of War. Our first concern is with the northwestern group, the lesser of the two in importance, for the Russian strategy contemplated a main effort against Austria and a concentration against Germany only when the dual monarchy should have been put out of action, an exact parallel to the strategy of Berlin. It consisted of 2 armies, the first moving west into East Prussia from the Liemen, the second moving north from the Narew. A reserve army, the 10th, was being assembled in their rear. The first was under Remdenkampf, a man of German ancestry and one of the few Russian soldiers who had emerged from the Manchurian campaign with an enhanced reputation. He had a name for audacity and speed, and was eager to take advantage of the unreadiness of Germany on her eastern borders, in spite of the fact that the organization of the 4 infantry corps and 5 cavalry divisions of his command was very far from being complete. Samsonov, the commander of the Second Army, was of a different type. He had done well in Manchuria as a cavalryman, but he had never been regarded as brilliant. His assets were his simple kindliness of character and the devotion of his men. His force was a little larger than Remdenkampf's, 5 infantry corps and a mass of cavalry. The German troops in East Prussia were thus greatly outnumbered. They consisted of 4 corps, the 1st, 1st Reserve, 17th, and 20th, and 1 division of cavalry. The way seemed plain for a converging movement by Remdenkampf and Samsonov which would drive the enemy behind the Vistula, provided that close touch was kept between the 2 Russian armies, for the terrain was exceptionally blind and difficult. The dangers lay in the nature of the countryside, the incapacity of the group commander Galinsky to provide central direction, and the inevitable weakness of staff and intelligence work in armies so hastily assembled. At first, Remdenkampf moved fast. After some skirmishing by cavalry and covering troops, he crossed the border at Suwałki on 6th August, marching in a northwesterly direction, while Samsonov on the 5th advanced on both sides of the railway from Wawa by Soldau to Allenstein. The town of Insterburg stands as the confluence of the rivers Inster and Prego, and at the junction of the railways that run east from Königsberg and south from Tilsit. It was the most important strategic position in that neighborhood, and to cover it, Prittwitz made his first stand at Gambinen. a town on the railway some 10 miles due east. It is a country of great woods of pine, interspersed with fields of rye, and thousands of trees were felled by the Germans to make impetus. On Sunday, 16th August, Rennenkampf came in touch with the enemy, and after severe fighting carried the place. On the 19th and 20th, the battle was renewed. The German left was threatened with envelopment. Insterburg was occupied by the Russians, and Prittwitz fell back upon Königsberg, though, as at Gravelotte, the defeated army took a considerable number of prisoners. The retreat was hasty, the roads being strewn with abandoned material. Meantime, Samsonov's vanguard had driven in the frontier guards and roughly handled a detachment of the German 20th Corps that attempted to hold Sottau against them. These victories gave the Russians, for the moment, the mastery of East Prussia, the sacred land of the German squirearchy. Rennenkampf occupied Tilsit, where Napoleon and Alexander of Russia once signed a treaty for the partition of the world. Königsberg was directly threatened, and advanced cavalry moved in the direction of Danzig. On the 27th, a fete was held in Petrograd, and by the sale of flags, 20,000 pounds was raised, which sum was to be given to the first Russian soldier who entered Berlin. The opening round of the fight in the east had left Russia an apparent victor. But it was only the opening round, and the peripetia was to be more sudden and dramatic than the success. The result of Gumbinnen and Sottau was to create something like constellation in Berlin. On Tuesday, 25th August, the day when the British forces in the west were struggling out of the trap at Moorbusch, the high water mark of the Russian invasion of East Prussia was reached. Russian cavalry had penetrated far to the west, driving before them crowds of fugitives. Some of the villages were burned, often by accident, for the wooden huts were like tinder in that dry August weather. In the towns which they occupied, the troops of the Tsar behaved with decorum and discretion. But the terror of their name was on the peasantry of East Prussia, who remembered wild tales of the ragged spearmen who had ridden through their land 100 years ago, and made little distinction between German allies and French opponents. With stories of universal burnings and slaughters, the peasants and gentry alike fled over the Vistula, and brought to Berlin the news that East Prussia was in the grip of the enemy. The reconquest of the country was necessary to the Germans for strategical reasons, for without it, any advance from Posen would be caught on the flank. But apart from such considerations, the emperor had a personal motive in undertaking the work of deliverance. The province was one of the oldest lands of the Prussian monarchy. Königsberg had been the capital of the Dukes of Prussia in the days when Berlin was an unknown fishing village among the swamps of the Spree. During every year of his reign, the emperor had spent some weeks in East Prussia, and his hunting lodge amid its forests was now in Russian hands. The invasion and overrunning of the province was to him a personal insult, only less intolerable than a descent upon the capital itself. He therefore directed the concentration of a relieving force behind the Vistula, and he was fortunate enough to find a competent commander. Before the outbreak of war, there was living in retirement at Hanover a certain Paul von Hindenburg, who knew something of East Prussia, for he had commanded corps at Königsberg and Allenstein. He was a veteran of the War of 1870, and later had been associated on the general staff with Verdi du Vernois. He had a reputation as a resolute leader of men, and he had made something of a specialty of Germany's northeastern frontier. Though nearer 70 than 60, he was a man of rude health and a body as hard as a deep-sea fisherman. He was a man, too, of a rugged strength of character, the strength that comes from simplicity and singleness of aim and an unquestioning religious faith. On 22nd August, the emperor sent for him and offered him the command of the 8th Army. As chief of staff, he was given Ludendorff. who had just been awarded the Order of Merit for his performance at Liège. It was a formidable combination of personality and mind, a combination which was to come within an ace of winning for Germany the war. The problem before the new general was a hard one. He had to stay the Russian advance, but he could get no reinforcements yet awhile from the west and had to look only to what he could scrape together from the Vistula fortresses and the covering troops in Posen. His main asset was his admirable communications, for he had behind him lines by which he could move troops with great celerity from north to south. But the 3 corps in front of Rennenkampf were tired and depleted, and the 20th Corps before Samsonov seemed in no condition for a great effort. Ludendorff, as he surveyed the scene, recognized that only a bold coup could save him, for a retreat behind the Vistula seemed to him unthinkable. He resolved to gamble on a gap that separated the 2 Russian armies and bring his whole strength to bear on Samsonov. Their easy victories had inspired in the Russian commanders a confidence not warranted by the facts of the case. Rennenkampf on the 25th was sitting down leisurely in front of the eastern defenses of Königsberg. Samsonov was marching boldly through the wilderness of forest, lake, and marsh towards Osterode, his army strung out on a broad front and its columns widely separated from each other. The German intelligence service knew that region better than the Russians. If sufficient forces could be collected, the unwary Samsonov might be destroyed. But these forces could only be got from Rennenkampf's front, and to move them was possible only if that general remained supine and ignorant of their transfer. Rennenkampf was blind, and the great hazard was successfully taken. The 1st, 17th, and 1st Reserve Corps quietly slipped away southward, as well as 1 cavalry brigade, till on the 27th 2 cavalry brigades were all that remained facing Rennenkampf. On the morning of that day, the German 1st Corps lay echeloned on the right about Hilgenberg. The 20th Corps and the 3rd Reserve Divisions were at Tannenberg. A Langwehr division was at Osterode, and the 17th and 1st Reserve Corps were northeast of Allenstein, the whole forming a pocket into which Samsonov's 5 corps were slowly and carelessly marching. The battle began on the 26th with an affair of outposts, and for 2 days the Russians were under the impression that their attack was succeeding. They regarded their left as their dangerous flank, the right being apparently protected by Rennenkampf's position in the north. When they had thoroughly committed themselves to an offensive in impossible country, Hindenburg struck. He began by driving in the Russian left on the morning of the 28th, but this was only subsidiary to the deadly attack launched presently against their right wing east of Allenstein by the 17th and 1st Reserve Corps from Rennenkampf's front. The 2 corps of the Russian center, with which were Samsonov and his staff, were driven back into the big wood of Tannenberg, and presently it was clear that the enemy had forced its way between the 2 Russian armies. The attacking line was now a huge crescent, strongest on the left, and Samsonov was being shepherded into an almost roadless country, where the difficulties would grow with every hour. From Ludendorff's own account, it would appear that the southern road of retreat by Mwawa was still open, but the state of the communications between the units of the Second Russian Army made it impossible to execute what would have been a difficult movement, even had the chance in that direction been realized. There only remained to defile towards Ottelsberg, where there was a spit of solid ground between the marshes. On the 30th, the Russians were in full retreat along this narrow outlet, and the bulk of Samsonov's force was shut up in a tract of ground where, between the clumps of wood, lay treacherous swamps and wide muddy lakes. The Russian batteries, as they retired, found their guns sinking to the axle trees. The last day of the battle, 31st August, was an unrelieved disaster for the Russian army. Samsonov died, but how or when, no man can tell. The Second Russian Army had been 5 corps strong at the beginning of the fight. Little more than 1 complete corps and a portion of another succeeded in gaining Ottelsburg and retreating eastward by the line of the frontier railway. It was a very complete destruction. The Germans had between 80,000 and 90,000 prisoners in their hands, about the same number that had capitulated 44 years before at Sedan. Hundreds of guns and ammunition wagons were taken, many of them left abandoned in swampy places, whence it was difficult for the victors to extricate their trophies. Huge quantities of supplies were also captured in the derelict trains on the Ottelsburg-Allenstein's railway. Tannenberg ranks with the later Caporato as one of the few battles in the war that in itself can be considered a complete and decisive victory. The veteran Hindenburg became the idol of the German people, and his triumph was well deserved. Strategically, he had outmaneuvered his opponent. Tactically, he had shown, not for the first time in history, that with skillful handling, a small force may envelop a larger. The battle bears a curious resemblance to Mukden, and in his last stricken hours, Samsonov may have remembered that the German feint against one wing to hide a crushing attack on the other was the device which Oyama had used on Kuropatkin by means of Nogi's army. At Ludendorff's suggestion, the action, which was at first called by the name of Osterode or Hohenstein, was christened Tannenberg, in memory of that other battle, now gloriously avenged, when in 1410 the Lithuanian and Polish hosts had broken the power of the Teutonic Order. The remnants of the defeated army retired across the frontier towards the Larev, followed up by a strong German pursuit. Without losing a day, Hindenburg set the main mass of his troops in movement towards the northeast along the Allenstein-Insterburg railway, which formed his line of supply. Rennenkampf, whose communications were now threatened, abandoned the attack on Königsberg as the news of Samsonov's disaster left a position which he had elaborately prepared and retreated eastward towards the Niemen. He had withdrawn beyond Insterburg before the German advance could come within striking distance. At Gumbinnen, he fought a rearguard action with the German left, but he made no attempt to maintain himself in East Prussia. The invasion of that province had failed disastrously, and the Niemen, for the moment, must be the Russian line of defense. It was now that Hindenburg made his first mistake. Rallying to his side all the German detachments in East Prussia, he crossed the Russian frontier in several columns on a broad front from Wiesbaden on the left to Augustovo on the right. In the wide forests near the latter place, a single corps delayed his advance for a little, and there was much fighting among the woods before the eventual Russian retreat on Grodno. He occupied Suwalki, the capital of the Russian frontier province, and installed a German administration as if he regarded the district as a permanent annexation. There is evidence that he had reached a frame of mind common to successful generals, which underrates the enemy's power of resistance. He was getting very near to that dangerous attitude which had been Samsonov's undoing, and he was to pay for his confidence. It is strange that the blunder should have been made, for it was obvious that, as Rennenkampf retired behind the Liemen, he must be falling back upon enormous forces supplied by the Russian mobilization. The province of Vilna was as certain to be strongly defended as the environs of Petrograd. Hindenburg's confidence was communicated to his countrymen, and the moral effect of Tannenberg had a lasting influence on the war. Germany had anticipated great and immediate successes in the Western theater, but no one believed that at the outset much could be done in the East. There, the most that was hoped for was a defense that should, for a time, delay the Russian advance to the German frontier. But on the very day that news reached Berlin of the advance of the Germans to the gates of Paris, there came tidings from the East that Hindenburg had destroyed a Russian army and cleared East Prussia of the invaders. Such a combination of successes might well intoxicate any people. All talk of a mere defense in the east was abandoned. Berlin began to clamor for an immediate advance on Warsaw, and Hindenburg was hailed as the greatest soldier of the day, who was destined to free Germany for good and all from the menace of the Slav. In popular esteem, the laurels of this rugged veteran far eclipsed the modest chaplets of Gluck or Bülow. The emperor raised him to the rank of field marshal and was soon to make him commander-in-chief of the armies in the east. We turn now to the campaign in the south. On the Posen side, the Germans, early in August, occupied the three towns of Kalisz, Częstochowa, and Będzin, just inside the Russian frontier. The second was probably taken to provide a rallying point for that Polish revolt against Russia for which Germany fondly hoped. For Częstochowa is one of the great religious centers to which pilgrims journey from every part of Poland, whether Russian, Austrian, or German. Presently they seized the Polish mining district of Dąbrówna on the Silesian frontier, and helped by the fact that their railway gauge was extended beyond the borderline, proceeded to transport coal to Germany. But on the Posen side there was no serious German advance during August. The German strategy for the moment was concerned with flanking movements, and their forces in Posen were only garrison troops and cavalry. In Galicia, however, the month of August saw a campaign of the first importance. Austria had assembled north of the Carpathians a force of 30 divisions, with the Archduke Frederick as commander-in-chief and Conrad von Herzendorf as chief of staff. Her aim was a flank attack directed at the gap in the frontier line between Lublin and Helm. For this purpose, the First Army under Danko and the Fourth Army under Auffenberg, based upon Przemysl, were to advance northward, while the Third Army and part of the Second, based upon Lemberg, were drawn up at right angles to them from the upper waters of the Bug as far south as the town of Harlisch, to protect the right flank against any Russian attack from Kiev and Odessa. Apart from more distant objectives, it was vital for Austria to hold Galicia, for otherwise all her future plans would be compromised. For this, an immediate offensive was necessary. Russia might cross the Galician frontier in three places: west of the point where the Vistula receives the waters of the Saône, between the Saône and the upper Bug, or on the east along the line of the river Saret. The danger lay in a combined Russian movement against the first and third portions of the frontier, which would cut off and enclose the Austrian forces based upon Przemysl and Lemberg. To avoid this danger, the boldest and apparently the safest plan was to advance northward against the Warsaw fortresses, for such a movement would in all likelihood prevent the Russian armies from crossing the Vistula and defer any attack from the east against the Saret. Austria gambled upon the incompleteness of the Russian mobilization. She knew that the initial concentration had taken place east of Warsaw, along the Bug and the Narew. The army of the Narew was, as she knew, busily engaged in East Prussia, and the army of the Bug appeared to be inconsiderable. She was aware of armies mustering to the east, south of the Pripyat marshes, and from the direction of Kiev, but she hoped by a vigorous attack delivered towards Warsaw to compel these armies to reinforce the Russian center, by which time she trusted to the coming of strong reinforcements from Posen and Germany. On 10th August, Danko crossed the Polish frontier, moving towards Krasnik, and established contact with the enemy a few days later, about 30 miles south of Lublin. Here he was engaged with the smallest of Ivanov's forces, the Fourth Army, based on Brest-Litovsk. Much outnumbered, the Russians slowly gave way, retreating eastwards towards the Bug Valley with their left protected by the fortress of Zamość. That it was only a strategic retirement was presently made clear, for during the third week of August, the Third Russian Army, based on Kiev, began to cross the Galician frontier about Brody and moved upon Lemberg from the east and northeast, menacing the right flank of Auffenberg's Fourth Army. This force was commanded by Ruski, one of the most learned of Russian soldiers and a professor at the War Academy, who in the Japanese campaign had been chief of staff to General Kobers, the commander of the Second Manchurian Army. Since then, he had been the right-hand man of Sukhalinov in his reorganization of the Russian forces. With him was associated a remarkable man, Rako Dmitriev, who was born in 1859 in the little town of Grodets in Bulgaria, then a Turkish province. When his country obtained independence, he was one of the first pupils who passed through the new military school at Sofia, and since the Bulgarian army was then wholly under Russian control, finished his studies at the War Academy of Petrograd. He returned to his native land with the rank of captain on the eve of that rupture with Russia which in one day deprived the Bulgarian army of its staff, its generals, and most of its officers. Serbia seized the occasion to declare war, and Dmitriev, suddenly promoted to the rank of colonel, brilliantly commanded a regiment in the campaign of Slivnica. Later, he was implicated in the conspiracy which ended in the abdication of Prince Alexander, and Stambulov forced him into exile. For more than 10 years, he served in the Russian army and only returned to Bulgaria after the accession of Prince Ferdinand. In 1902, he became chief of the general staff and commanded the military district on the Turkish frontier. When the War of the Balkan League broke out, he commanded one of the Bulgarian armies, won the first victory at Kirkilisa, and led the left in the decisive battle of Lulibergas Banahisa. He was the popular hero of the Balkan War, but weary of the quarrels among the allies which followed it, he accepted an offer to re-enter the Russian service. Meantime, the 8th Russian Army, based upon Odessa, which had been deputed to watch the Romanian frontier till Romania's neutrality was certain, was coming westward against Austria's right flank on the Seret. It was commanded by Brussilov, a man then unknown to the world, but soon to be among the most famous of the Allied generals. On the 27th of August, the forces of Brussilov and Ruski were in touch, moving upon Lemberg and the 3rd, and part of the 2nd Austrian Army in a vast semicircle. The line of battle now extended nearly 200 miles from the Vistula to the Dniester. A glance at the map will show how vital to Austria was the possession of Lemberg. It was the key of the road and railway system of eastern Galicia. It was the administrative capital of the province and its most important commercial center. For many centuries, it had been a strongly walled city, but of its old defenses, all that now remained was the citadel, an obsolete fortress without military value. The place was not fortified in the ordinary sense, and its defense depended upon the field armies. During the last week of August, Ruski fought his way slowly across the upper Bug and found himself facing the entrenchments of the Austrian right center along the Lipwa Lipa, a tributary of the Dniester. His right wing was flung out well to the northwest and was threatening to turn Auffenberg's right flank in the direction of Tomasov. Meantime, Brussilov had been hotly engaged on the Seret. He captured the town of Tarnopol about the 27th, a heavy engagement which lasted for nearly 3 days, the Austrian entrenchments being stormed with the bayonet. The loss of Tarnopol compelled the Austrian right to fall back from the Seret towards the Lemberg trenches. Brussilov next swept upon Halich, the ancient town of the Dniester which gave its name to Galicia. It was from Halich that in 1259 King Daniel of Ruthenia sent his son Prince Neo to found the new city of Neapol, which the Germans call Löwenberg, the Russians Lwów, and which we know as Lemberg. The surrounding country is largely a series of volcanic ridges and extinct craters, admirably suited for defensive works. After 2 days' fierce conflicts, Brussilov carried the Dniester, occupied Halich, and wheeled northward towards Lemberg. The Battle of Lemberg began on 1st September, and the main fighting lasted for 2 days. Its chief feature was a fierce attack by Buchan on the Austrian right, aided by Dmitriev, who carried the line of the Lipa, while Ruski's right, sweeping round to the north of the city, drove in the Austrian left and threatened its communications. By the evening of 2nd September, both of the Austrian wings had been driven in, and their line had been forced back into a flattened curve, with its left in imminent danger of collapse under Ruski's attack. Early in the morning of 3rd September, the Austrian staff decided to abandon Lemberg, although as yet there had been no serious attack on the entrenched positions east of the city. At 10:30 on the morning of Thursday, 3rd September, the Russian flag broke from the flagstaff of the town hall. The population welcomed the conquerors with enthusiasm. Huge quantities of stores of every kind fell into Russian hands, and the total number of prisoners taken in the fighting of that week cannot have been less than 100,000. The Russians behaved with exemplary restraint. There was no looting or any kind of outrage. A Russian governor, Count Bobrinsky, was appointed, and the city was carefully policed. The Grand Duke Nicholas issued a proclamation to the many races of the dual monarchy, which was skillfully framed not only for Galicia, but for the discontented peoples beyond the Carpathians. But the Austrian Third Army could not save itself by flight, for Rusky was around its left flank. The result of two armies moving on divergent lines was now to reveal itself, for Rusky was also threatening Auffenberg's right. There was no halt after Lemberg. Brussilov divided his army and sent his left wing into the Carpathian passes. Within the next 10 days, he had occupied Strio, a town commanding the approach to the Uzok Pass, and Chernovice, the capital of Bukovina. His center and right advanced due westward along the railway towards Przemysl, while Dmitriev with Rusky's left wing marched on a line between Grodek and Ravarska, the railway junction where the line from Lemberg joins the line which follows the Galician frontier. Rusky himself moved northwestward with his right to reinforce the Russian Fourth Army on the Bug. Meantime, Dankel was in sore straits. The news of the fall of Halich and Lemberg had convinced him of his peril, and he had to bethink himself of a way of meeting it. The natural course would have been to fall back and link up with Auffenberg on the Somme. A possible course was to attack at once before the Russian army of the Bug could be reinforced, disperse it, and take Rusky on the flank. This later and bolder plan was the one adopted. Dankel had now received considerable reinforcements. His left was reinforced by von Voyag's German Langmuir Corps and a cavalry divisions from Krakow. It rested on the Vistula at Opole, and in case of a Russian turning movement across that river, another German force from Częstochowa moved towards it. The center under Dankel extended just south of the Lublin-Ham Railway behind Brasnostav, and then bent southward towards the Galician frontier at Tomasov. On the right, Auffenberg's Fourth Army, which had now been largely strengthened, lay from Ravarska to just west of Grodek. The first effort of the Austrian counteroffensive was made on 4th September against the Russian center, but that center was unexpectedly strong, and the attack collapsed. Thereupon, the initiative passed to the Russians, and heavy fighting began on 6th September. The Russian strategy in these engagements completely outclassed the Austrian. Following the tactics of Mukden and Tannenberg, the Fourth Army feinted against the Archduke Joseph Ferdinand on the Austrian left, while the real Russian strength was being masked for an attack on the Austrian right. From 6th to 10th September, the battle was joined everywhere from the Vistula to the Upper Dniester. On the 10th, the Archduke Joseph on the hills between Opole and Turobin was decisively beaten by a brilliant frontal attack aided by superior Russian gunnery, and was driven in ignominious retreat southward towards the Somme. In the Austrian center, things went no better. Dankel held on gallantly to the broken country between Turobin and Tomasov, but by 10th September, The pressure on his right compelled him to fall back. It was that right Auffenberg's army which had to face the heaviest attack, for against it came the victors of Lemberg, Rotsky, and Dmitriev. At Rabarovska, it met its fate, being taken in flank and in front, and dispersed in utter confusion. When a refused flank is turned or broken, it means that the enemy gets well behind the center of the defeated army. This was what now happened. The whole Austrian force hurled itself southward in acute disorder. The defeated right found sanctuary in Przemysl and Yaroslav. The rest fled westward across the Don and the Wisłoka, and soon the vanguard of the flight was under the guns of Krakow. Austria had not been more successful in her operations in Serbia. Her two first-line corps had been withdrawn from Bosnia and sent north, and she attempted to conquer the country with second-line troops. For some weeks, there was much desultory and unrelated fighting, such as Balkan wars have often shown. The most serious engagements were along the line of the Lower Sava, more especially the struggle for Shabets and the railway which connected with Loznica on the Drina. On 12 August, Shabets fell, but on the 16th, the Serbians checked the Austrian advance in that neighborhood. On the same day, a strong Austrian force from Bosnia under General Potiorek crossed the Drina and took the towns of Nesnica and Loznica, its object being to cooperate with the Shabets contingent and pen the Serbians in the triangle of land between the Sava and Drina and Jadar. But on the 19th, the Serbian crown prince attacked the Bosnian army on both banks of the Jadar and after 4 days' hard fighting, completely defeated it. The fire of their crucial guns began what the rifle and the bayonet completed, and the troops which had learned their trade at Kumanovo, Uskup, and Monastir drove the Austrians with great loss across the Drina. By the 24th August, Shabets was evacuated, and the Serbians could claim with truth that they had cleared the country of the enemy. The end of the first week of September marked the close of the first round in the Eastern Campaign. Russia, only partially prepared, had hurled herself into the combats, and in East Prussia had paid heavily for her temerity. But her sacrifice had not been fruitless, for it had its influence on the greater struggle in the West, and though she had lost the bulk of one army, she was now safe behind the Liemen. For the rest, her own territory was untrodden by the enemy, save for a few German detachments near the Posen border. On the other hand, at the very outset, she had brought Austria to the brink of demoralization. The main armies of the dual monarchy had been routed in 4 great battles and were fleeing westward. The Russian flag flew over Lemberg. Russian cavalry were crossing the Carpathians, and Russian armies were pressing on with their faces towards Krakow. In the field, she had done enough to weaken her national confidence and to compel the enemy to revise his plans. She had also thrown down the gauge of a war to the bitter end, for on the 15th August, the Grand Duke Nicholas, on behalf of his emperor, had issued to Poland a proclamation promising that self-government would have been the object of a century's agitation. In the old proud days, Poland had been a great kingdom. Then came evil times, till in 1772 began those acts of public brigandage by Austria, Russia, and Prussia, with the rest of Europe consenting, which formed perhaps the most shameful violation in history of international decency. Poland was an unconscionable time a-dying, and not till the first quarter of last century was the partition complete. Her plunder did not greatly benefit the brigands. Galicia gave Austria many anxious moments. Prussia and Poland was a thorn in the Kaiser's side, and Russia only maintained her rule in Warsaw by the ready sword. Of the 3, Russia seemed to stand in the most favorable position, for she was a Slav power dealing with fellow Slavs, though divided from them by a difference in religious creeds. Home rule for Poland was an idea which the emperor had long had under consideration. Now he was committed to it, and to much more. For he was bound not only to make Russian Poland a self-governing state under Russia's protection, but to reconstitute its old boundaries. It meant that if the Allies won, Austria and Germany must disgorge, that Galicia must be given up by one and Prussian Poland by the other. At the beginning of the campaign, Russia had made it clear what territory she would demand when the campaign was over. She was fighting for Danzig, Posen, and Krakow, and such a demand Germany would never concede unless utterly routed. We know Bismarck's views on this question. Nobody doubts, he had said in 1894, that we would have to be crushed before we gave up Alsace. The same applies in still greater measure to our eastern frontier. We cannot dispense either with Posen or Alsace, with Posen still less than with Alsace. Munich and Stuttgart are not more endangered by a hostile occupation of Strasbourg or Alsace than Berlin would be by an enemy in the neighborhood of the Oder. How our existence could shape itself if a new kingdom of Poland were to be formed, nobody has yet had the courage to inquire. By the close of the first week of September in the Western theater, a no less dramatic change had come over the scene. We must return to the great battle which had meantime been joined between Paris and Lorraine. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Week of Sedan, 26th August to 5th September. The opening of September brought round the day of Sedan, that anniversary which for more than 40 years has been the national festival of the German Empire. Berlin witnessed a demonstration that was designed to advertise to the fatherland and to the world that triumphs were being won no less glorious than the victories of 1870. Escorted by brilliant troops, with bands playing patriotic airs, many captured guns were drawn through the gaily decked streets. There one might see Belgian and French cannon and a few British pieces carefully repaired and remounted to conceal the fact that they had not been taken by a dashing charge, but picked up, shattered, and useless on some Picardy battlefield. When the parade was over, the guns were parked before the Imperial Palace, and the citizens of Berlin had a pleasant talk of successes already secured, of hostile armies in process of dissolution, and of Paris to be occupied before the week of Sedan had ended. The momentary depression caused by the entry of Britain into the war had passed. In their chief newspapers, they read that words were too weak to describe the magnitude of the German triumph. It was a pardonable exaggeration, for in wartime the patriotic journalist does not deal in strict values, and the German press had some foundation for its rhetoric. In the Eastern theater, the invasion of East Prussia had been stayed, and the tide of battle was clearly on the turn. In the West, fortress after fortress had fallen before the shock of the German guns, or had surrendered to the mere menace of their attack. Belgium had been overrun, its capital occupied, its army pent up behind the forts of Antwerp. The Allied armies of France and England had assumed the offensive along the frontier, and in 10 days had been driven back 100 miles to that valley which Napoleon had held to be the last defense of Paris. To the annals of German arms there had been added a new row of battles won. For the future German historian, the names of Morhange and Virton, Longwy and the Sumois, Charleroi and Mons and Denon, Tournai, Locato, Bapaume, and Rethel would be names of victory. There were the broad indisputable facts that the Allied armies had yielded ground everywhere day by day, that the German armies had poured into France like a rising flood sweeping over a lowland when the dikes are broken. And if the dikes were to be represented by the fortresses, it seemed that Germany in her new artillery had an engine that could swiftly and surely level every barrier to a triumphant march. Such were, in German eyes, the situation and the outlook in the first days of the week of Sedan. At the moment, it seemed that this rosy estimate had good warrant, and that the German plan was working with mechanical precision. France would be swiftly crushed, and then whole armies, flushed with victory, could be transferred to the eastern battlefront for a march on the Vistula. On 26 August, Galligny had been appointed governor of Paris, and his predecessor Michel had volunteered to serve under him. Galligny was a veteran of 1870, and as a young officer of Marines, he had fought in Lebrun's corps in the desperate defense of Bazay on the day of Sedan. He was best known in France as the soldier who had completed the conquest of Madagascar and reorganized the great island as a French colony. It was this talent for organization that marked him out as the man for his new posts. The defenses of the French capital had been widely extended since the siege of 1870, when the circuit of the outlying forts was about 32 miles. Erected under the defense scheme of Thiers in the days of Louis Philippe, they had been planned to resist the attack of the short-range artillery of the period, and in the siege, they could not protect the city from bombardment. Duveyri's plans, drawn up in 1874, included Versailles in the region to be defended, and the new fortifications were a second outer ring of forts, redoubts, and batteries covering a circle of more than 75 miles, and holding all the high ground on which the Germans in 1870 had erected their siege guns. The drawback of such a vast entrenched camp was that it required a huge army for its garrison, and though its extent made investment almost impossible, no such operation was required for the attack. As the parallel case of Antwerp was to show, if the Germans had appeared before Paris in September 1914, they would have concentrated their efforts upon one sector of the outlying circle of forts, and if they had broken through these, the inner line would have been of small value, and the city itself would have been at once exposed to long-range bombardment. Further, it was an open secret that even the outer and newer defenses were not of any great strength. They were old-fashioned works of the 1874 type, planned before the days of high explosive shells, and no effort had been made to bring them up to date, for the French government had come to regard an attack on Paris as outside the range of practical possibilities. The works had even been neglected. They were armed with old guns, and there was a deficiency of stores for completing the defenses between the forts. To take one example, the amount of barbed wire for entanglements did not suffice for even one front of the great fortress. Galligny, on his appointment to the command, did what he could in the last days of August to remedy the neglect of years. Trenches were dug on a circumference of 100 miles, guns and munitions assembled, and supplies collected for a population of 4 million. But it was hopeless to think to complete in a few days a work that demanded many thousands of hands for many weeks. Paris had refused to be alarmed by the exploits of German airmen who made daring flights over the city and dropped bombs into the streets. Curiosity seemed to banish fear. Instead of taking refuge under cover, men, women, and children stood gazing up at the enemy's war hawks. When in the last days of August, however, the official news at last admitted that the Allied armies were everywhere in retreat, when numbers of stray and wounded soldiers appeared in the streets, and the distant growling of cannon and the blowing up of bridges could be heard from the northeastern suburbs, there came a wave of anxiety and alarm. A considerable exodus began of the well-to-do classes who dreaded a siege and could afford to make a long journey. There was much movement to England by way of Havre, the trains making their way to the coast by devious roads, mostly on the west bank of the Seine. The exodus to the southern provinces and overseas accounted for perhaps 1/4 of the normal population of the capital. Those who were in the secrets of the government had most cause for alarm. On the 28th, it was resolved to declare Paris an open town and abandon it. But on the 30th, this decision was cancelled, and Gallieni announced that he had received Joffre's orders to defend the capital against all invaders and would fulfill the mandate to the end. Jusqu'au bout, a phrase soon to become a national watchword. On the night of the 31st, it was known that the government meant to leave the city, and 2 days later, the president and the ministers departed for Bordeaux. The step awoke disquieting memories of 1870. Already the enemy was as near to the towers of Notre Dame as is Windsor to the dome of St. Paul's. But in truth, there was no parallel. In the month of campaigning that ended at Sedan, France was irrevocably beaten. The first engagement at Saarbrück took place on 2nd August. On 4th August, the German armies began to pass the frontier. On the 6th, the French right under Marmont was defeated at Worth and the left under Frosac at Forbach. Then came Napoleon III's first reluctant admission of failure, the telegram to Paris, tout peut se rétablir, all may yet be regained, a confession that much had been already lost. Marmont retreated to Chalon. Buchan, with the army of the Rhine, fell back on Metz, and as the result of the 3 battles which ended at Gravelotte, Saint-Plevoix on 18th August was penned up in that fortress. Then came Marmont's ill-advised march northeastward, a movement imposed upon him for political reasons by the Paris Regency. It ended on 1st September in the surrender at Sedan. The Germans advanced to the siege of Paris, and the French government was transferred to Tours. But France was beaten, not because the invader had marched far into the country and was about to besiege her capital, not even because the Germans had been victorious at Weissenburg, Spicheren, Worth, Bonny, Mars-la-Tour, Gravelotte, and Sedan. She was vanquished because her field armies were, in the military sense of the word, destroyed. About 250,000 men had been sent to the eastern frontier, where they had met some 400,000 Germans. After heavy losses in the field, 170,000 were shut up in Metz, and less than 50,000 reached Chalon, where they were reinforced by about the same number and marched out to surrender at Sedan. The army of Chalon was thus utterly swept away. The army of Metz was shut up in the fortress and doomed presently to a like fate. There remained to France only 1 or 2 regular units, some improvised armies of depot troops, mostly young recruits, the half-drilled or wholly untrained National Guards and mobiles, and a few corps of volunteers. These raw levies had to be enrolled, armed, and given some rough instruction, and then hurried into action under officers who, for the most part, knew nothing of their business, and soon found to their cost that the most reckless courage was useless without discipline. Bismarck contemptuously described them as not soldiers, but men with muskets. The war dragged on till the following January, but every element of success, except devoted bravery, was absent. Improvised armies, directed in their general strategy by a group of politicians, fought in vain against well-ordered forces, more than 1 million strong, directed by a brilliant staff and led by veteran generals. They could not secure victory, but they fought on to the end for the honor of France. The fate of the campaign had been decided on 2 battlefields in the first month of operations: Gravelotte, which doomed the army of Buchan, and Sedan, which destroyed the army of Marmont. Let us compare with this the situation in the week of Sedan in 1914. Once more, within a month of the day when the first shots were fired, nay, within a fortnight of the first great battles, the French armies found themselves defeated and driven from the frontier. The German invaders had marched so far into the heart of the land that again a siege of Paris seemed imminent, and the government was forced to abandon the capital. But apart from the fact that France, which had stood alone in the terrible days of 1870, now fought beside powerful allies, the whole situation was radically different, and different in the one great essential. The Allied armies had indeed suffered defeat in a gigantic clash of arms, compared to which the battles of 1870 were small engagements, but they had not been destroyed. They were still intact and ready to measure themselves once more against the invader. They had trained men ready to make good their losses. The Germans had failed in their main object, to put masses of their opponents permanently out of action in a decisive battle, so that the subsequent operations would be merely a gathering up of the fruits of victory. After Sedan, the Germans had to face only improvised levies. After the anniversary of Sedan in this new invasion, they had still before them the unbroken might of France and Britain. In war, partial successes count for nothing, except in so far as they pave the way for the decision, the definite success that destroys the opponent's resistance. The mere occupation of ground, the seizure of towns, the overrunning of provinces may serve a useful purpose, but these are not the decisive factors. The one thing that counts is the dispersion, disarmament, and capture of the enemy's fighting force, or its reduction to such a state that resisting power has gone out of it. Apart from the military position, the morale of the nation was wholly different from 1870. There had been no easy confidence of victory, no boasting, no singing of music hall catches when the French armies marched north and east. War had come to France as a solemn duty, long foreseen, a national sacrifice of which the cost had been counted. 1870 had been for her a year of crumbling constitutions. The Napoleonic bubble had burst. The liberal empire of Monsieur Olivier had suffered no better fate. Everywhere there were disillusion, discontent, and distrust. The politicians, not the soldiers, directed the war, and the politicians were cast in a mean mold. The riff-raff of the population was out of hand, and power was passing to the fanatics and mountebanks of the commune. In 1870 there were parties, but it was hard to find a nation. In 1914 France had forgotten all lesser rivalries and was united in one grave and inflexible purpose. In Monsieur Poincaré she had as president a man whose brilliant attainments and sober good sense carried on the best traditions of republican statesmanship. On 27 August, the ministry was reconstructed on a national basis. Under Monsieur Viviani as premier, Monsieur Delcassy became foreign minister, Monsieur Mignon, minister of war, Monsieur Ripaud, minister of finance, Monsieur Briand, minister of justice. In this cabinet of defense, all political schools were represented. Monsieur Clemenceau, indeed, stood outside, but that was scarcely a disadvantage, for the famous destroyer of ministries remained to act the part of a critical but patriotic opposition. In all the land there was no dissentient voice. Monsieur Charette, the leader of the pacifists, had died by an assassin's hand on the last day of July, but not before he had blessed his country's enterprise. Even Monsieur Hervé, the international socialist, who in the past had talked of consigning the tricolor to the dunghill, now recanted his errors and volunteered for service in the ranks. From statesmen and people, there would be no folly forthcoming to tie the hands of the armies in the impending crisis. In every campaign, there comes a moment of high tide when the strength of one of the combatants is stretched taut, and on the fighting of the next day or two depends the success or failure of a great strategical plan. That moment was now approaching in the Western theater. By one of the mysterious anticlimaxes so common in war, a complete change was coming over the scene. The time had arrived for the Allies to strike back and go forward. With the battles on the Marne, battles to be fought on a front of more than 100 miles, began a new act in the drama. To understand this most complex movement, it is necessary to examine the mind of the German and Allied commands in the closing days of the retreat. We must first consider the plan of German Great Headquarters. There is no evidence that at any time they regarded Paris as the main object of attack, though all their armies were cheered by the promise of a speedy entry into the French capital. The military theorists from Clausewitz to Buchan had consistently preached the doctrine of the major objective, the destruction of the enemy's field army. They were not blind to the peculiar importance of Paris. Buchan had classed it with Vienna as one of the two capitals, the capture of which had a decisive military importance. But the taking of it, while Jove's armies remained intact, might well prove a doubtful blessing. They were correctly informed about its defenses, and realized that while a sector could no doubt be taken by assault, the enterprise would be costly and slow, and would require a German army and a great weight of artillery, while in the meantime the main French forces would have leisure to recover. For investment, they simply had not the men. By the end of August, when the resolution of the French government and of Gallieni was apparent, they may well have been convinced that even the capture of Paris would not mean the demoralization of France. For one moment, as we have seen, they had wavered in this view. After Le Cateau, they seem to have believed that the enemy was indeed broken, and Klug was ordered to move southwest to the lower Seine and so bring the capital inside the battle line. But Lorenzac's turn at Guise on the 29th disillusioned them, and they acquiesced in Klug's proposal to swerve southeast, closing up on Bülow, and so leave Paris on its right flank. In this decision, they wished to take all due precautions against a sally from inside the Paris defenses. On the night of 2nd September, Klug was informed that the intention was to drive the French in a southeasterly direction away from the capital, and was ordered to follow in echelon behind Bülow and make himself responsible for the flank protection of the German front. That he chose to disregard this order was not the fault of Great Headquarters, but in a sense he was justified in his disobedience. Great Headquarters wished to have both success and security, and the two were incompatible. The urgent need was a decisive victory. Things were in a perilous state in the east, in spite of Tannenberg. Austria was stumbling from failure to failure, and would presently need help. Already corps had had to be sent eastward from France, and large bodies of troops were detained at Antwerp, at Brussels, at Maubeuge, and along the ever-lengthening communications. Klug and Bülow, the marching wing of the advance, had been compelled to shed brigades as if there were no armies of France before them. By this time, the German forces had lost any chance of superiority in numbers. Their men, who had broken every record for their speed of advance, were, as the daily reports of the army commanders told them, very weary. "The men stagger forward," wrote one of Klug's officers on 2nd September, "their faces coated with dust, their uniforms in rags, looking like living scarecrows. They march with their eyes closed, singing in chorus so that they shall not fall asleep. It is only the delirium of victory which sustains our men, and in order that their bodies may be as intoxicated as their souls, they drink to excess, but this drunkenness helps to keep them going. Abnormal stimulants are necessary to make abnormal fatigue endurable. We will put all that right in Paris." The German people might be confident and hilarious, but Great Headquarters knew that their fortunes were on a razor edge. At all costs, they must bring the enemy to action at once and secure a decision. So far, they had to admit that they had not succeeded. There had been a week's futile delay in Belgium. The chance of enveloping the enemy on the Somme had failed. It had failed even more ignominiously on the Somme. Now the attempt had to be made under far more difficult conditions, but made it must be. To relapse into anything approaching a defensive would take the heart out of the troops and deprive the armies of the fruit of their cumulative blows. Jove might strike back with deadly consequences at a puzzled and dispirited front. Therefore, the risk of Paris must be faced, and the envelopment, which had so far failed, must be achieved south of the Marne. How great the risk was, the High Command did not know, owing to the faultiness of their intelligence service. They discovered it on the evening of 4th September and ordered the 1st and 2nd Armies to hold facing the eastern front of Paris. But by that time, the mischief had been done. The First Army was over the Marne and approaching the Seine, and had now to conform to Jove's will. The true criticism of the German High Command is not that out of pedantry it forewent its chance of demoralizing the enemy by the seizure of his capital. That seizure could not have been made without exposing the German armies to a fatal riposte, and in any case it would not have met the clamorous need to put Jove out of action. A battle for Germany was an instant necessity, and she took the only way to secure it. Where she failed was far back in her whole conception of enveloping strategy. To envelop great armies without a colossal superiority in numbers was from the start a forlorn hope. It was a plan born of overconfidence, and one contrary to the doctrine of Clausewitz, who had always taught that the maneuver was impossible unless the enemy force was wholly engaged with the attacker's center. Gluck, on whom the main duty of envelopment lay, fulfilled what he believed to be the spirit of the orders of great headquarters, but disobeyed them in detail. So far, partly from the poverty of his information, and partly because of the preposterous handling of the cavalry, for which he was not wholly responsible, he had been grossly unsuccessful. He had let the British army slip out on at least 3 occasions when he had had it in his hand. But the man was of a resolute temper and a born leader of troops, and he would not consent to failure. He saw Germany's need for a decisive battle, and he was resolved to give it her. For this reason, he refused to obey the order of 28th August to march to the southwest, and on the 30th began to turn south and southeast to close in on the Second Army. His object was to find the operative flank of the enemy, which he conceived to be the French Fifth Army. The great decision to neglect Paris was made on or before the 30th. It was known to regimental officers, as we learn from captured letters, not later than 3rd September, and his 2 left corps, the 9th and the 3rd, may have guessed it on 1st September when they crossed the Aisne. He was aware of the danger from Paris and detached his 4th Reserve Corps and a cavalry division to cover his right rear. Apart altogether from the instructions of great headquarters, he could only hope to deal with Paris by using the whole of his army, and this would have meant an enormous widening of the gap between him and Bülow, which as late as 4th September was nearly 50 miles. To take Paris was impossible for a single German army. Even to secure the German flank against any danger from Paris would have required the whole of Gluck's forces. If the French left was to be enveloped and a great battle fought, every available man would be needed. It was imperative, therefore, that the minimum rear guard should be left to watch the capital, while he took his main force southeastward against the French left. He was conscious of the risk, but decided on the evidence before him that the risk was justified. Such we may assume to have been the reasoning of the commander of the First Army. His whole thoughts were directed to forcing battle, and with this in mind, he deliberately neglected the orders of 2nd September to echelon himself behind Bülow. At the moment, a considerable part of his force was beyond the Marne, while the Second Army was a good day's march behind. To carry out the instructions of great headquarters would mean a 2 days' halt, which would not only give the enemy a chance to recover, but would prevent the projected envelopment. It is difficult to say that Gluck's decision was wrong. If the major objective, the battle, was to be attained, complete security from the direction of Paris was impossible unless Greek headquarters sent him 4 or 5 more divisions. He was gambling, but gambling with a cool head, carrying out the main purpose of his superiors, and to this end disregarding any contradictory instructions on details. Whatever he did, he must take risks, but the risks on the information he possessed seemed not unreasonable. So he pressed on till on the 5th September he was south of the Grand Mohan. In about 30 days, his army had covered 312 miles without a rest, an achievement of which much of the renown must rest with his dogged commanding officer. The last stage, presenting as it did a flank to the enemy, has been and must continue to be among the most sharply criticized movements of the campaign. But the failure in which it resulted does not necessarily involve an extreme reprobation of the responsible general. Klug was left with no other choice. If an enveloping battle was required, it was the only means to force it. It may be argued, indeed, that an army commander is entitled to protest against a decision of the High Command which is clearly suicidal, that Klug was of a steward and independent character, and that he did not protest. But it is certain that on the meager information which he possessed, the decision did not appear suicidal or the risk unjustifiable. He, like all the other army commanders, was kept ill-informed about the general situation. He did not know what was happening to his colleagues, whose reports of decisive victories, he complained, have so far been frequently followed by appeals for support. He did not hear till the evening of 5th September that the German left wing, which he had believed to be triumphantly advancing, was checked before the eastern fortresses. The lack of this knowledge was responsible for his misjudging of the offensive capacities of Paris. He had no great respect for the divisions of Mannouri with which he had hitherto been in touch, and considered that his rearguard was competent to hold them. He thought that the French armies of the center and right were so closely engaged that they could not spare troops to move to the left behind the French front. He thought, as did Greek headquarters, that the stout defense in Lorraine meant the presence there of far larger forces than was in reality the case. He erred, too, in underestimating the British army. He thought that it was broken, demoralized, and out of action. The litter and debris of the retreat had convinced him that its transport was in chaos, and since he assumed that its base was the Eastern Channel ports, he conceived that he had cut its only communications, and that it now wandered a forlorn remnant south of the Seine. Like all his class, he forgot that a maritime power can change its base at will, that, as Francis Bacon wrote 300 years ago, he that commands the sea is at great liberty. These miscalculations, which were shared by his superiors, were to bring him defeat. But granted the data on which he had to work, it is hard to see how he could have decided otherwise. We turn to the French command. After the debacle of 24th August, Jouve had, as we have seen, revised his whole conception of the campaign, and resolved to disengage his armies by a strategic retirement and fall back to such a position as would enable him to use the reserves which he was hastily collecting. These reserves consisted of Mannouri's 6th Army on the extreme French left, and Foch's 9th Army in the center between Francet-Desperay and Long-de-Carry. The 9th Army, which was a reorganization of commands rather than a reinforcement, had been coming into place during the last week of August and sharing in the general retreats. When completed, it was to consist of the 42nd Division, taken from the 6th Corps of the 3rd Army, the 9th and 11th Corps from the 4th Army, the 52nd and 60th Reserve Divisions, also from the 4th Army, and the 9th Division of Cavalry. He could only assemble slowly, but by 3rd September, most of it lay to the east of Epinay. Jouve correctly assumed that the German plan of envelopment included the breach of its center, and Foch was there to strengthen it. Manoury's Sixth Army, which had to be brought from greater distances, was still slower in its formation. It was to consist of the 7th Corps from Alsace, the 4th Corps from the 3rd Army, Saude's 1st Cavalry Corps, 4 reserve divisions, the 55th, 56th, 61st, and 62nd, a Moroccan brigade, and the new 45th Division, composed of troops from Algeria. But the 45th Division would not be ready till 6th September, and the 4th Corps would only detrain in Paris on the 5th. On the evening of 2nd September, while the Germans were in Senlis, Mulroney's force, as yet far from completion, and part of it very weary with its fighting from Arras southward, lay behind the shelter of the forests of Ermenonville and Chantilly, across the northeastern suburbs of Paris from Dammartin to the Marne. On that day, Jouve had not yet his mass of maneuver in readiness for action. The French commander-in-chief had kept an open mind as to when and where he should make his stand. He had hoped for the Somme, but Kluck's southwestern wheel had convinced him that that was impossible, and he had the fortitude to resist the temptation of a local success like Guise, and possess his soul in patience till the appointed time. On the 29th, as we have seen, he told Sir John French that he had resolved to fall back behind the Marne. At that date, he was willing to make Paris an open town, but next day the arguments of Yenini made him consent to its defense. But he was not prepared to allow any part of his field force to be entangled there, always excepting Manoury's Sixth Army, for which it was the base and place of assembly. On 1st September, he contemplated a great extension of the retreat. He wished the enemy to go deeper into the sack he had prepared for him, and he wanted time to get ready the string of that sack, the Sixth Army. He also hoped for news of a Russian victory which would dislocate the German plans. On 1st September, he indicated to his armies as the probable limit of their retirement a line behind the Seine, the Aube, and the Honor. He seems to have imagined that Kluck would be engaged with Manoury and the British on the east front of Paris, and in that case he intended to flank his strongest army, the 5th, through the gap between Kluck and Bülow and against Bülow's unprotected right. This decision, even remembering that it was taken in ignorance of the exact details of Kluck's change of direction, was beyond doubt a blunder. To resume the offensive behind a large river like the Seine would have been a difficult task against an enemy far superior in heavy artillery. No provision, moreover, was made for holding bridgeheads on the northern bank for the purpose of recrossing. Had these orders been carried out, the Germans might well have occupied a position on the Seine such as they were later to create on the Aisne. There would have been no Battle of the Marne, and soon Paris and Verdun would have fallen. Nay, worse might have followed, for the line suggested was impossible, since it had no flanking support to take the place of the Meuse heights and the capital. But fate intervened to correct the error. About midnight on 31st August, Manoury telegraphed to Guilheny that Kluck seemed to be sheering off from Paris. That evening, it will be remembered, the flank guard of the First Army was Maurus's cavalry, heading southeastward through the forest of Compiègne, and Manoury, who was then falling back on Creil, had word of his route and drew the correct inference. The thing was, however, not yet proven, and it was only on the early hours of 3rd September that indisputable evidence came to Manoury's superior, Guilheny, in Paris. For while on the 26th August, Guilheny had been placed under Jouve, Manoury's army at the moment the garrison of Paris was under Guilheny, and it was not till the Battle of the Aube developed that it passed out of the Paris command. About noon, Guilheny issued a note to the garrison warning them of the apparent change in the German march, and at once communicated with Jouve. He received no reply that day, and indeed seems not to have been aware of the orders for the further retreat issued on 1st September. Next morning, he took the matter into his own hands. At 9 a.m. on the 4th, he warned the 6th Army that he intended to use it for an attack on Kluge's flank, and ordered it to be ready to march that afternoon and begin the general movement next day. Then he proceeded to telephone to Joffre, who from captured maps had learned about Kluge on the evening of the 2nd, but who had to wait till the 6th Army was disengaged, which did not happen till the 4th. At 2:50 p.m., the commander-in-chief authorized the advance of Manoury's army for the next day. Meantime, Galligny had received orders issued 2 days before directing the British army to go behind the Seine. Such a move would wreck his plans, so he hastened with Manoury to the British headquarters, from which unfortunately Sir John French was absent. The British retirement, therefore, could not be stayed on that day. At this most critical juncture, it is obvious that the machinery of direction was difficult owing to the several semi-independent commands. But Joffre showed no indecision. His mind was made up when the news about Kluge's march was verified, and he struck as soon as the 6th Army was ready. During the evening of 4th September, Joffre issued his first orders for battle. Dispositions were to be taken up on the 5th with a view to an attack on the 6th upon the German First Army by the Allied armies of the left. The 6th Army was to be ready to cross the Ogue so as to attain the meridian of Meaux. The British Army on the front Changy-Coulommiers was to move towards Montmirail. The 5th Army, closing up slightly to the left, was to establish itself on the line Coulisson-Estenay-Zezan, preparatory to advancing north, with the 2nd Cavalry Corps as a link between it and the British. The role of the 9th Army was defensive, protecting the right of the 5th at the south side of the marshes of Sangon. Next day, the 5th orders were issued for the 3rd and 4th Armies, and Sir John French was informed by Joffre in person of the decision to halt and turn, and gladly acquiesced. So ended the retreat from the frontiers. Compelled by a grave strategical blunder, it was carried to a successful end less by skillful generalship than by the endurance and courage of the rank and file. Indeed, there was little guiding on the part of the higher commands, and such leadership as there was came from the regimental officers. Except for the armies of Lorraine, it may fairly be said that, by 5th September, no French or British general had done anything to increase his reputation for talent, though many had shown a redoubtable coolness and courage. It cannot rank among the great strategic retreats in history, but it was a prelude to one of the greatest of the world's battles. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10, Part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Part 1. The First Battle of the Marne, 5th to 12th September. 1. To understand the immense and complex action or series of actions which we call the First Battle of the Marne, it is necessary to examine closely the position of the opposing armies on 5th September, when Joffre gave the general order to turn and fight. The main German forces lay in a semicircle 200 miles wide and 30 miles deep, from Verdun to the skirts of Paris. The First Army had its 4th Cavalry Division and 4th Reserve Corps as a flank guard west of the Ogue, with no local reserves attached to it except a Landwehr Brigade then on the Oise. South of the Marne, it had the 2nd Corps astride the Grand Morin and still advancing, and the 4th Corps south of that river from Coulommiers to Chiflot. Both these corps were facing the British. Further east, the 3rd Corps was midway between Montmirail and Provence, and the 9th Corps near Estenay and Motzan. Mavis's Cavalry Corps was in front of the 4th and 3rd Corps, facing the junction of the British and French 5th Armies. On Kluge's left, the 2nd Army had the 7th Corps behind its neighbor's right between Château-Thierry and Montmirail, the 10th Reserve Corps southeast of Montmirail, the 10th Corps at the west end of the Saint-Gond marshes, and the Guard Corps north and northeast of the marshes. East lay the 3rd Army, the 12th Corps a little behind, and not yet in line with Buell's left. The 12th Reserve Corps also out of alignment north of Somerset, and the 19th Corps between Chalon and Vitry. On its left, the 4th Army, the 8th, 8th Reserve, 18th, and 18th Reserve Corps lay from the northwest of Vitry to the neighborhood of Possess on the Vitry-Saint-Emmanuel road. Beyond it, the 5th Army lay north and south in an odd curve, south of the Argonne and astride the River Aire. Its right corps, the 6th, was moving on Revigny, having come by the west side of the Argonne. The 13th Corps, coming by Saint-Emmanuel, had reached Triocourt. The 16th, aiming at Bar-le-Duc, was on the Aire at Fradeau. The 6th Reserve Corps was at Montfaucon, and the 5th Reserve Corps was east of the Meuse about Consenfort, north of Verdun. The 5th Corps from Metz was on its way to attack the Meuse heights from the east. So much for the main front. Beyond the Moselle, the detached German left wing lay before Nancy. The 6th Army had a division south of Pont-à-Mousson, the 3rd Bavarian Corps just east of the forest of Champenois, the 2nd Bavarian Corps south to the Senon, the 21st Corps between the Meurthe and the Montagne, and the 1st Bavarian and the 1st Reserve Bavarian Corps as supports. The 7th Army had its 14th and 14th Reserve Corps west of Beckerhardt, and the 15th and 15th Reserve Corps in the Sandy Valley. Against this array, the Allied front lay in concave form, from Manouries west of the Aube to Sahaï bent in a coil round Verdun. Manouries' 6th Army, still on the 5th in process of formation, we shall examine as the battle develops. The British Army had on its left the 3rd Corps south of Crécy, the 2nd Corps in the center, and the 1st Corps on the right east of Rosoir. Beyond it lay the French 5th Army, Cunou's 2nd Cavalry Corps keeping touch with the British, the 18th Corps at Provence, the 3rd Corps southwest of Istanay, the 1st Corps across the Grand Morin at Istanay, the 10th Corps a little advanced between Istanay and Zizan. Valapras' group of reserve divisions was in support. The 9th Army under Foch had on its left the 42nd Division, then the 9th Corps on both sides of Fère Champenoise, with posts north of the Saint-Gond marshes, and the 11th Corps with only one division so far in line, covering the Somerset crossroads. The 4th Army lay south of Vitry across the Upper Marne on a front bending to the northeast. It had the 17th Corps from Saint-Pie to Courdimanche, the 12th Corps at Vitry, Lefebvre's Colonial Corps on its right, and the 2nd Corps extending to Sermet. The 21st Corps, which Joffre had hoped to keep as a general reserve, was presently to be brought in on Long's left. The 3rd Army had a fantastic alignment. On 5th September, it had the 5th Corps north of Rivigny, the 6th Corps astride the Aire, and various reserve divisions extending the line northward to Zouilly. A few scattered battalions lay in and around Verdun and on the heights of the Meuse. In Lorraine, the 2nd Army had a reserve division in the Moselle Valley, a group of reserve divisions in front of Nancy, the 20th Corps astride the Senon, and the 16th Corps on the Mortagne. The 1st Army had the 8th Corps from Gerbeville southward, then the 13th Corps, the 14th Corps in the Sandy Valley, and scattered divisions east of the Meurthe. If we set against each part of the Allied front its immediate opponents, we shall find Manoury and the British engaged with Kluge, Francet d'Espèrey with Kluge's left, and Bülow's right and center, Foch with Bülow's left and Hausen's right and center, Long with Hausen's left and the bulk of the Duke of Württemberg's army, Sarrai with the Duke of Württemberg's left corps and the Imperial Crown Prince, Castelnau with the Bavarian Crown Prince, and Dubé with Heringen. It will be observed that the concave arc of the Allied main front rested on 5th September on two fortified areas, Paris and Verdun, that there intervened a tract of difficult hilly country between the Meuse and Nancy, and that its detached right wing held the gateway of Lorraine. It was a situation to cause acute anxiety, for if Castelnau failed to bar the door, the whole line would be turned. But assuming his success, the position had obvious advantages. Its hinterland was magnificently served by roads and railways, so that troops could be moved easily behind the front. The mass of the Argonne would impede the enemy's lateral communications, while his main line of supply was already desperately long and seriously congested by the resistance of Maubeuge. The chances of outflanking were declining for him, except in Lorraine, since the 60 miles of upland between Verdun and Nancy made a large operation difficult, while Kluck at the other end was himself outflanked. Moreover, the numerical advantage was clearly with the Allies. Between Verdun and Paris, the latter had now a superiority in manpower equivalent to at least 2 first-line corps. Yet, when all has been said, the decision to give battle involved many hazards. The enemy had reserves detained at Maubeuge and in Belgium which might at any moment arrive, and Joffre had none. The latter had skimmed his front to make new armies, and brought every trained man he could lay his hands on into the line. In order to weight his striking force, the 5th and 6th armies, he had left certain sections very weak, Castelnau at Nancy, Sarrai at Verdun, Long at Vitry, Foch on the Cézanne plateau. Yet it is certain that the enemy plan had always involved a breach of his center and a turning of his right flank as well as his left. And if the enveloping movement failed, a frantic effort would be made to pierce his line. Could Castelnau hold in Lorraine? Could Sarrai prevent a break into Burgundy? Above all, could Long and Foch stand against the united assault of the Duke of Württemberg, Hausen, and Bülow? To these questions, a less bold man than the French commander-in-chief might well have returned a desponding answer. It is not the least of Joffre's titles to admiration that, having failed once, he had the courage a second time to stake everything on a plan where failure could not be retrieved. As we glance down the row of generals about to engage in the battle, it is curious to note how many on both sides were to play a great part to the last day of the war. If some of the major commanders presently disappeared, few of the great names in the campaign were absent at the Marne. Among Kluck's subordinates were Linsingen, Armin, Lochau, Kast, Maurits, names only too familiar in after years. Bülow had Einem and Eben, Hausen, Elsa and Kirchbach, the Imperial Crown Prince, Mudra, and in Lorraine was Daimler. With Manoury, Nivelle served as a colonel of artillery. With the British Army were Hay and Cavan, Allenby and Horn. Francet Desperey had Mudwy in command of a corps, and Marchand and Batin with divisions. Foch had Crosetti, Dubois, and Umber. With Sarrai were Michelet and Dubé. With Castelnau, Bavois, and Fayeur. In telling the tale of the Marne, a day-to-day chronicle will not suffice. It is simplest to group the action under 3 heads: the fight of the Allied left, Manoury, the British, and Francet Desperey in their effort to envelop the enveloper, the resistance of the Allied center and right center, Foch, Long, and Sarrai, against the German attempt to pierce their front, and the stand of the Allied right, Castelnau and Dubé, against the Bavarians at Nancy. But before we turn to the record of events, The physical configuration of the theater of the impending battle merits a brief description. Let us imagine a traveler in early September going westward from the Verdun forts. When he has left behind him the narrow vale of the Meuse, he will find himself in an upland country of small pastures, diversified by narrow ravines and spinneys choked with undergrowth. He will cross the stream of the air, and from any rise will note to the southward the profound woodlands that sweep towards Bordeaux. Presently his road will descend, and he will see before him a long, low ridge covered with dense forests, a knuckle of clay rising from the choke of the Weald. This is the forest of the Argonne, an old check to the invaders of France, for the paths are few and blind, and only two gaps carry a high road and a railway. From some clear point in the Argonne, if he looks southwestward, he will catch, far on the horizon, the golden shimmer which tells of miles of ripening wheat. But as he looks westward, he will see a plain like a petrified ocean. For 40 miles to the west and for more than 100 from north to south stretch those dreary steppes, where heaths and chalky moorlands are broken by patches of crop, by shapeless coppices, and by large new plantings of little firs. It is the Champagne-Pouilloux, the Salisbury plain of France, on whose melancholy levels it had for 1,000 years been prophesied that the Armageddon of Europe would be fought. Our traveler will cross the infant Ain, and as he advances, will see the gleam of water which marks where the Marne flows north from Burgundy. Passing that river at Chalon, he will presently have before him a long, low line of bluffs running north and south, the eastern front of the Falaise du Champagne. Crossing the high road from Fier Champenoise to Rheims, he will ascend 300 feet to what is called the Plateau of Cézanne, through which the Marne runs in a deep-cut vale. He will pass tributaries coming from the south, the Grane and the Petit Mohan, each, like the main river, a slow-flowing, unfordable stream, but each well provided with stone bridges and lined with woods and country houses. The plateau through which they flow is the Brier country, noted for its fete, the ruins of famous dungeons of the past. North of the Marne, he will traverse the Valois and the Ile de France, a land rich in farms and orchards, till beyond the coppices he sees from some low ridge the spires of Paris. Both sides recognized the gravity of the coming battle. On the morning of 6 September, the French Generalissimo issued from the old chateau of Marshal Marmont at Châtillon-sur-Seine the following order to his men. At the moment when a battle is about to begin on which the salvation of the country depends, it is my duty to remind you that the time has gone for looking back. We have but one business on hand, to attack and repel the enemy. Any troops which can no longer advance will at all costs hold the ground they have won, and allow themselves to be slain where they stand rather than give way. This is no time for faltering, and it will not be tolerated. We possess an order issued to the German 8th Corps at Vitry. The object of our long and arduous marches has been achieved. The principal French troops have been forced to accept battle after having been continually driven back. The great decision is without doubt at hand. For the welfare and honor of Germany, I expect every officer and man, notwithstanding the hard and heroic fighting of the last few days, to do his duty unswervingly and to his last breath. Everything depends on the result of tomorrow. To the levies of France, Joffre's appeal came with a special solemnity, for the main battleground was the Holy Land of French arms. In the north, the Allies had been fighting in places whose names were famous not less in English than in French history, but the Champagne-Pouilloux was France's own. From its southern borders, Joan of Arc had come to give heroic inspiration to her people. On one of its ridges stood the tomb of Kellerman, to mark where Valmy turned the tide of the Revolution wars. But the great monument of the past was the vast oval mound which catches the eye of the traveler on the old Roman road from Chalon. It is called the Camp of Attila, and the legend is that its uncouth thing, as strange to European eyes as the pyramids, was a fortification of the Huns when they broke like a flood upon the west. The flood was rolled back there on the plain of Chalon by Actius the Roman and Theodoric, king of the Visigoths. Once again, the Catalonian flats were to be the arena of strife with an invader from the east. 2. Gallieni on 4th September had ordered Munuri to begin his forward movement on the following day. Joffre's order of the 4th had directed Munuri to get into position of attack on the 5th, but the 6th was fixed by him as the time for the general battle to commence. If a surprise were to be achieved, it was therefore essential that Munuri, while deploying on the 5th, should not discover himself on that day to Klug's rearguard. At noon on the 5th, Nemaza's group of divisions, which had already marched nearly 100 miles in 3 days and nights, moved from the south of Damatian towards the line Saint-Supplain-Monthyon. Almost at once, they were under fire from the batteries of the German 4th Reserve Corps. This came as a surprise to Gallieni. Moroni, when he started, was at least a dozen miles from the Oak, but it had been assumed that, at the outset, he would meet with no opposition, and would make such progress that, when the battle opened on the 6th, he would be able to cross the Oak and move on Chateau Thierry. Here, however, was Klug's flank guard far to the west of the river. For once, the German reconnaissance was superior to that of the Allies. Granau, commanding the 4th Reserve Corps, was aware of Lamase's position at Damatan on the 4th September and guessed at his purpose. He sent out detachments towards Saint-Supplain on the morning of the 5th, and Nematz was detected as soon as he started. Thereupon Granau resolved to attack to clear up the situation, and Nematz, with his weary and depleted divisions, had to fight for every yard of his advance. All day the French struggled on through that rich country, where the picket white rose ran through the green of beechwood and lucerne, the yellow of mustard, the gold of ripe corn, and the scarlet of clover. They suffered heavily, but by the evening Granau had fallen back behind the Thiois. Yet their front was no further than the line Monchy, Cussy, Ivany, Chany, and the Oak ran 10 miles beyond them. The first round had left the vital army of assault in an equivocal position, and the somewhat slender chance of surprise had gone. Meantime, the British, having in obedience to Joffre's order, altered their line of retreat to the southwestward to give the French Fifth Army room, were behind the forest of Crécy, and in touch with the railway junctions south of Paris, whence they could draw their much-needed reinforcements. These they received on the 5th. They had before them Klug's right center, the 2nd and part of the 4th Corps, and it was still advancing. That day, Sir John French met Joffre at Melun, and the original instructions to move due east on the 6th were slightly modified. The British front was now to face northeast. On its right, to fill the space between it and the French Fifth Army, would be Cornu's 2nd Cavalry Corps, and on its left, towards the Marne, Gallieni was instructed to send the 8th Division of the French 4th Corps to occupy the gap. At the moment, it seemed to Joffre that Munuri would require no assistance for his march on the Oak. Sir John French's action at this time was much criticized, as showing undue timidity about his flanks, and undue slowness in beginning the counter's stroke. But it is to be remembered that he acted in accordance with Joffre's precise instructions, and that the French commander-in-chief did not dream that on the 5th his enveloping plan would be revealed to the enemy. For on the evening of that day, Klug was fully warned. he had decided to disobey the orders of Great Headquarters received early on the morning of the 5th to hold and cover the northern and eastern fronts of Paris. But before evening, he had news from his flank guard that strong enemy forces were advancing from Dammartin, and he had already received from Bülow tidings of an Allied concentration on the west. At the same moment there arrived from Great Headquarters Lieutenant Colonel Hensch with the disquieting intelligence that the French had been withdrawing troops from the center and right, and that things were going ill on the east of the line. Kluck did not take long to make up his mind. With admirable promptness, he revised his whole plan of campaign. At 11 p.m. that night, he ordered his 2nd and 4th Corps back, and at 3 on the morning of the 6th, the 2nd Corps, which lay between the Marne and the Grand Mohan, marched to recross the former stream in order to support his rearguard. 7 hours before the beginning of the Allied concentration, which was to be a surprise envelopment, Kluck had realized his peril and taken steps to meet it. The 6th, the great day, dawned, and Manoury's 6th Army advanced with hope and resolution. It had now the 7th Corps under Vouty in line on Lammas's left, and it believed that it had no more than 1 German corps and 1 cavalry division against it. At first it seemed to be succeeding. Sensonplay was taken, and the line of the Thioane stream reached and crossed. The Monthyon Ridge followed, and by the afternoon Manoury's left was facing the Puyency-Bisseur Ridge, and his right the hills around the Tripy, about 5 miles from Dieppe. But suddenly he found the enemy's resistance stiffen. There was more than the 4th Reserve Corps before him. A division of the 2nd Corps had arrived to support the German right about Tracy, and another to strengthen the left at Rahat. Manoury's advance came to a standstill. That morning, the British Army began its forward march. The change of direction had put it in high spirits, but it believed that it had a severe task before it, no less than the stemming of the tide of the bulk of Kluck's forces. On its left was the 3rd Corps under Poutenay, the 4th Division and the 19th Brigade. In its center, Smith-Dorrien's 2nd Corps, and Hay with the 1st Corps on the right. At first it appeared that it would have to struggle hard to advance. Haig had to repel an attack by the rearguard of the German 4th Corps, now under orders for the Oak front. But by noon of that blistering day, when our men had left the cool shades of the forest and entered open country, it became clear that they were only contending with rearguards and Maurus's cavalry. The German 2nd Corps had gone, and that morning at 5:30 the 4th Corps moved to recross the Marne. That night the British had reached the Grand Mohan from Crécy eastward and had outposts beyond it. Meantime the 5th Army had also advanced. It had before it Kluck's 2 corps of his left, the 3rd and the 9th, and the 7th and 10th Reserve Corps of Bülow's right. At first it met with a stout resistance, for Bülow had no Manoury to deal with, and the German position was strong on 2 mohans. Quenouille's cavalry occupied Courtezon. The 18th and 3rd Corps carried the villages on the Paris-Nancy high road, which were the key of the German center, and the 1st Corps, after a stubborn battle, drove the enemy from Châtillon-sur-Mohan and came to the skirts of Estenay. The day was one of small and hard-won successes, but the reports of the Allied airmen gave ground for encouragement. Something very odd was happening to Kluck and the 1st Army. The whole German plan was in process of revision, and the chief reviser seems to have been the masterful Kluck. The old enveloping scheme was now impossible, but another had revealed itself. Kluck would turn and deal with Manoury, outflank him on the right, and drive him back on Paris. His left and Bülow's right, assisted by Maurus's cavalry, would hold off the British and Francais d'Espèrey, and for this purpose That evening, he handed over to Bülow his left corps, the 3rd and 9th. Meantime, the German center, Bülow's left, Hausen, the Duke of Württemberg, and the Imperial Crown Prince would drive furiously against Foch, Long, and Sachrei, while the Bavarians broke Castelnau at Nancy. If the Allied center could be routed, the decisive battle would have been won, for French and Français D'Espèrey would be penned between Paris and the victorious Germans wheeling to the right. The plan involved one immense hazard. Bülow and Kluck would be operating in different directions, one to the southeast and the other to the northwest, and every hour they would feel the effet du ventouse and tend to draw further apart. Could the void be filled sufficiently to keep French and Français D'Espèrey at arm's length? Apart from the postulated success of the German center, two things were needed for victory: the holding back of the British and the French Fifth Army, and the complete destruction of Manoury. Its ultimate failure cannot lessen our admiration for the way in which Kluck coped with a shattering crisis. No soldier will deny his tribute of praise to the skill shown in bringing back the German corps across the Marne. On the morning of the 7th, Manoury was faced with the task of a frontal attack on the three plateaus of Rahai, Tracy, and Etavigny, which were separated by the ravines of the Thioane and Jargon streams, flowing east to the Orge. He had no heavy artillery and no airplanes, and so was at the mercy of the concealed German batteries. The day was one long and desperate battle. Kluck's flank guard was under the general command of Linsingen and was disposed in three groups: the right under Armin, the center under Granau, and the left under Trussell, a necessary arrangement, since units had to be thrown into the fight as they arrived from south of the Marne. There were now available the 2nd, 4th, and 4th Reserve Corps, and at 11:15 a.m. Kluck asked back from Bülow his 3rd and 9th Corps for use on the Orge. So grave did he consider the position that he ordered his headquarters guard to be ready to go in. Manoury had Lammas's group of divisions and Wooty's 7th Corps, and next day he got the 45th Algerian Division and the much reduced 61st Reserve Division. Both the combatant armies were therefore growing, and it was a race between them which should grow the faster. That day the 45th Division reached Passy, and early in the night under a harvest moon entered at Tripilly. The 7th Corps took Etavigny, but was driven back by the arrival of part of the German 2nd Corps, and Manoury's left was only saved by Colonel Nevel's handling of his 5 field batteries. But the Tracy Plateau was still unwon, and it became clear that Linsingen was extending his right with a view to envelopment. Manoury duly extended his left, but he had nothing to put in there, except the 61st Reserve Division and Sauter's 1st Cavalry Corps. That evening the French 6th Army, as it clung to the skirts of the blazing hills, might well have viewed the future with dismay. It was the anvil for the hammer, and you could not see the thrust which was to cripple the hammer arm. Meantime, all went well with the British and the French Fifth Army. During the night of the 6th, the former had taken Coulommiers, and starting at 5 a.m. on the 7th, carried the line of the Grand Morin and pressed on to the Petit Morin. They were opposed by Marwitz, supported by infantry and heavy artillery. By noon, however, he gave way under the pressure of Allenby's cavalry. 45 British squadrons routed 72 German, and by that evening the British 3rd and 2nd Corps were well beyond the Grand Morin between La Trottoir and the junction with the Marne. This advance and the fact that Kluck's 3rd and 9th Corps had gone north cleared the ground for Français D'Espèrey's left wing. Fortunately for him, for that day he had to send a division to Foch's assistance. He marched fast through the forest of Gaulle, and by the evening was for the most part across the Gran Mohan with his van approaching Momihai. That night it was clear that Manuri was in imminent danger of defeat unless he could find reinforcements. Some were arriving. The remaining half of the 4th Corps, the 7th Division, the 8th had already been sent south of the Marne to link up with the British, detrained that afternoon in Paris. It was at once dispatched to bed on Manuri's extreme left, and since the need was urgent, half of it covered the 40 miles in Paris taxicabs. At dawn on the 8th, it was in its place, and not an hour too soon. For that day, the 3rd Corps was extending the German right, and the 9th Corps was following it northward. Manuri attacked on its wings, but in spite of desperate efforts, failed to make way. The enemy occupied Bed and sent back the French left between Natuila-Douane and Bouilloncy. The 62nd Reserve Division, the last unit left in Paris, was sent out to organize a position to which the 6th Army could fall back in case of need. The old game had been played, and once again the enveloper had become the enveloped. Gilleny did his best to alarm Gluck about his communications. He sent out a detachment of Zouaves in motor cars to make a raid towards Senlis and Creil, and Bridoux, who had now succeeded Sodet, dispatched the 5th Cavalry Division on a wild ride into the Villers-Cotterêts woods. But such devices did not touch the heart of the problem. Manuri and his men were at the very limit of their strength. But French and Fronsac d'Espèrey were moving fast, and the gap between Gluck and Bülow was widening. The British reached and crossed the Petit Mohan after Haig had been in action at Atratois and Smith-Dorrien had had a stiff fight at Oley. This meant that our left, the 3rd Corps, now rested on the Marne at La Ferté-sous-Souain, where it was in touch with Gluck's left on the Aube. Franchet d'Espèrey, further up the wooded glen of the Petit Mohan, took Montmirail in the late afternoon, and before the dark fell was well on the road to Château-Thierry. That evening the weather broke. The brilliant starry night changed to showers of rain which continued through the following day. The position of the German armies had become irregular in the extreme. Gluck, holding north of the Marne, was rapidly lengthening his line to the north. Bülow, driving on with his left, was drawing back his right before Fronsac d'Espèrey's attack. From Lizy-sous-Aube to Condy-en-Brie stretched a gap of 30 miles occupied by nothing save Maurus's horse, and right athwart this gap, about to cross the Marne, were the British and French Fifth Armies. If Manuri could endure for 12 hours more, his opponent must retire or be destroyed. Wednesday, 9th September, a day of rain and high winds, was everywhere the crisis of the battle. For Manuri it seemed that the crisis had passed and that he was beaten. He was heavily outnumbered and had no reserves except the 8th Division, which he now summoned from the south bank of the Marne, but too late to avert disaster. His troops were hungry, ragged, parched with thirst, and bone-weary. He was still 5 miles from the Aube, and his left was virtually turned. Gilleny could not send him another man. Early on the 9th, the enemy right attacked and carried Villars-Chanchonnet and Nanteuil, so that the French left was back at Silly-Loulon, not far from its starting point 4 days earlier. For a moment it looked as if all was over, and Gluck would soon be hammering at the gates of Paris. Suddenly there came strange news from the front line. Bed had been evacuated by the enemy. From the other end it was reported that Verrailles and Étrepigny were empty. Very cautiously the 4th Corps crept forward. The Germans were still at Nanteuil and Étavigny, but reports came from airmen that long enemy convoys were moving on all the roads to the north. But the center still held east of Étrepigny and Pissou. Manuri's weary forces could only look on and wonder. Had he had 2 fresh divisions, he might have made an end of Klug. It was not till next morning that the situation was plain, and by that time the retreat had been in progress for 20 hours. The Sixth Army, by its endurance on the Oak, had enabled the Allies to win the Battle of the Marne. It well deserved the message which Manuri issued that day. Comrades, the Commander-in-Chief asked you, in the name of your fatherland, to do more than your duty. You have responded to his appeal beyond the limits of human possibility. If I have done any service, I have been repaid by the greatest honor that has been granted me in a long career, that of commanding such men as you. The 11th hour salvation of the Sixth Army was due to the doings on the 9th of the Fifth Army and the British. Francet-Desprez, whose army seemed to gather momentum with each mile it advanced, was driving Bülow's right before him like a flock before a shepherd. He had to send his 10th and later his 1st Corps to support Foch, but these losses did not lessen his impetus. On his left, Cuno's cavalry crossed the Marne at Assy and struck at Bülow's flank. The 18th Corps marched on Château-Thierry, which fell in the evening. The 3rd occupied Montigny. Bülow's right corps, the 7th, was so severely handled that it fell back in something like disorder. The gap between the German 1st and 2nd armies threatened to turn from a fissure to a chasm. Presently, there would be 40 miles of unprotected flank on which Bülow would invite attack. In the evening, Franchet-Desprez issued his famous order to the Fifth Army. Soldiers, on the historic fields of Montmirail, Buchan, and Champaubert, which 100 years ago witnessed the victories of our ancestors over Blucher's Prussians, our rigorous offensive has triumphed over the resistance of the Germans. Harried on his flanks, broken in his center, the enemy is now retreating east and north by forced marches. The finest corps of Old Prussia, the contingents of Westphalia, Hanover, and Brandenburg have fallen back in haste before you. But this initial success is only a prelude. The enemy is shaken but not decisively beaten. You will still have to endure great hardships, to make long marches, and to fight hard battles. May the image of your country, soiled by barbarians, be ever before your eyes. Straight through the widening gap and against Klug's flank and rear, the British were marching. In their haste, the Germans had failed to blow up the Marne bridges west of Château-Thierry, except those at La Ferté-sous-Auray. They might have disputed the crossing, for the river runs in a deep trench, and the wooded bluffs on the north bank command all the approaches from the south. But on the river line there was little resistance. The 3rd Corps on the left was hung up most of the day at La Ferté-sous-Auray by the broken bridge, and the 1st Corps on the right by a threat of attack from Château-Thierry, which was still held by the enemy. But in the morning, the British center, the 2nd Corps, crossed with ease, and by 8 a.m. was 4 miles to the north on the Château-Thierry-Lisieux road, directly in rear of Klug's left flank. The delay of the 3rd and 1st Corps enabled Klug to improvise a temporary defense across the loop of the Marne between Lisieux and Château-Thierry. 2 divisions of Maurits's cavalry were in the gap, and about 11 a.m., Klug sent the 5th Infantry Division from Trossy with the support of some of his heavy artillery, and borrowed Richthofen's cavalry from Bülow. The screen was never seriously attacked by the British, owing to the delay to the 3rd and 1st Corps. Maurits fell back in the evening to the line of the Clignon stream, and presently Sir John French heard from his airmen that the Germans were evacuating the whole angle between Oak and Marne. Klug had at last given the order for retreat. What was the news which finally convinced the stubborn general of the First Army? His own narrative traces the stages of his conversion. About 11 a.m., he says he heard from Maurits that part of the British had crossed the Marne. According to his account, he was not alarmed. He was succeeding famously on his right, and by slightly swinging back his left and sending reinforcements to Marwitz, he hoped to stave off the danger till Manuri was crushed. But before 1 p.m., he received a message from the Second Army that it had begun the retreat. Francet Desperat's handling of Bülow's 7th Corps had convinced that commander that his position was desperate. Simultaneously, Colonel Henge, the plenipotentiary of Great Headquarters, arrived from Bülow and informed Kluck's staff that all the armies must fall back. The First Army must retire at once to the line Soissons-Ferrain-Tardenois, perhaps even to that of Lonnefer. These were the instructions of the Supreme Command, and Kluck had no choice but to obey. At 2 p.m. he gave the orders for a retreat towards the Aisne. Such is his own account, but it is not possible wholly to accept it, for a general looking back at an unpleasant decision is apt unwillingly to post-date it. It seems certain, judging by the early evacuation of Bed and Varheid, and the early hour when his transport took the road, that by 11 a.m. Kluck had decided that the game was lost, and that any fighting thereafter was in the strictest sense a rearguard action. This decision can only have been caused by the news that by 9 a.m. part of the British Second Corps was 4 miles north of the Marne. Bülow and Henge, in their representations after midday, were forcing an open door. As Francet Desperet convinced Bülow, so Sir John French convinced Kluck that there was no alternative to retreat. By midday on the 9th, the left wing of the Allies had won an indisputable victory. But the situation was fantastic, for their center was still hard-pressed and on the verge of breaking. We turn now to the doings of Foch, Longue, and Serhaï. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Part 2. 3. So soon as Kluck was compelled to turn about to face Manuri, the German plan, if a decisive battle were to be fought, had for its most vital offensive movement the breach of the French center, and the success of the Allied left wing increased the burden on Foch. On 5th September, the French Ninth Army was in that portion of the Champagne-Pouilloux which lies between the sharp edge of the Brille Plateau in the west and the Troyes-Chalon road in the east. The battlefield was open, the plateau of Cézanne falling gently eastward towards the upper Marne. It contained, however, one curious feature. In the chalky soil of the plateau lies a pocket of clay 10 miles long from east to west, and of a breadth varying from 1 to 2 miles. Through that pocket flows the Petit Morin, now a very small stream. Indeed, here lay its springs, and it and its affluents had been canalized to prevent flooding. The place was called the Marshes of Sangon. They were now almost wholly reclaimed, and between the acres of rank grass, the various rivulets ran in deep ditches, as in any marshy English meadow. In fine weather, the ground was dry enough, but in heavy rains, the slopes to north and south sent down trickles of water. The canalized streams overflowed, and the clay soil of the pocket became a quagmire. The marshes were crossed at each end by 2 notable highways, leading respectively from Cézanne to Épinay, and from Fère-Champenois to Mareuil. Between these roads, 4 country tracks crossed the bog, none of them engineered or metalled, and likely in flood time to become as deep in mire as the adjoining marshes. The place had played its part in the 1814 campaign and was obviously of high strategic importance. The swamp formed a natural barrier against the German advance, and the western road across it was commanded on the south by the hill of Montmont, the eastern by Monwood. On 5th September, after Foch received from Joffre the order to stand, he had his left, the 42nd Division, on the hills between Soissy and Mondemont. His center, Dubois' 9th Corps, just south of the marshes, with 2 battalions pushed beyond them. His right, Edu's 11th Corps, from the east end of the marshes to Sumsu, with a cavalry division covering the gap between him and Lons. He had against him Bülow's left, and almost the whole of Hausen's Third Army, and besides being outnumbered, was conspicuously inferior in artillery. His position was uneasy, for on his right lay a gap which Hausen might well pierce, and he could not strengthen this in the face of Bülow's thrust against his left. He was compelled to pivot on the Cézanne position and defend that plateau to the last, trusting to fortune that the enemy would not detect the dangerous gap about Sumsu. When the battle opened on the 6th, he had to meet the attack of Bülow's right on the marshes. His own left center, the advanced units of the 9th Corps, was speedily driven south of the marshes, and evening found Dubois at Monnoul, with the Prussian Guard at Buchan, though small French detachments still clung to Buchan and Aulnay. His left held at Soissy, but his right was in trouble at Icquerie and Normey, and just managed to cling to Sumsu. It was plain that the part of the 9th Army in the battle was to be that of a desperate defense. On the 7th, the 42nd Division, which was helped by Francet Desperay's advance, yielded nothing. But Umberg's 1st Moroccan Division on their right had a fierce struggle with the German 10th Corps around Mondemont. "The Germans are bottled up," Umberg told his men, "and Mondemont is the cock. We must never let it go." The place was held that day, but only by the narrowest margin. Further east, Mohan and Aulnay were lost, and Onizou followed in the evening. The enemy that day had cleared the Sangon marshes and prepared the way for an attack by both his wings. This came before dawn on the 8th, but at first things went well for the French in the west. The 42nd and Moroccan divisions counterattacked and took Rouen and Soissy. But in the east, the assault of the Prussian Guard and the 12th Saxon Corps on the French 11th Corps came very near to a breakthrough. Nanahy was early lost, Sumsu followed, and the broken line was forced back, till at 10:30 a.m. the Prussian Guard entered Fère-Champenois. There was much gallant fighting by rear guards, but by the evening the enemy was 4 or 5 miles south of Fère-Champenois, and further east was in Milly, and the whole of Foch's right was in fragments. This disaster reacted on his left and center. The 42nd Division lent a regiment as support to Dubois, and presently it and the Moroccans had to relinquish all their morning's gain. Umberg, however, clung to Mondemont, though he had but a single battalion in reserve, and the heavy rain which began in the evening helped the defense. The center, Dubois' 9th Corps, found its flanks turned by the defeat of the right wing, but it managed to form an irregular front facing east and covering Puy and Monnoul. In the afternoon there were further losses, but the 11th Corps rallied sufficiently to occupy a line in the Moyenne Valley from Corroy to Samoin. Foch was aware that at any moment might come the crisis of the battle. He had only to hold, and Francet Desprez, French, and Monnoui would do his business for him further west. That day, when his center and right had been broken on a front of 10 miles, he had reported that the situation was excellent and that he was about to attack. It was not bravado. It was a reasoned decision on sound data by a consummate master of war. He saw that the German armies were being sucked apart, and that at any moment the attack would itself split into gaps. And though his own army had been driven back in 3 days of desperate battle, he prepared to take the offensive. He would strike with his last strength at the decisive moment and in a decisive place, and that place must be the new German flank, 8 miles long, between Monu and Korwa. For a thrust which does not wholly succeed offers a vulnerable flank. Where could he get his striking force? Edu and Dubois could give him nothing. There remained only his extreme left, Grassetti's 42nd Division. To take his place, he borrowed the 51st Division from Francet-Desprez. But when the wet dawn broke on the 9th, an offensive seemed the wildest folly. For at 3 a.m., Mondemont fell, Umberg counterattacked and failed, but the place must be retaken, or the left of the 9th Army would be swept off its pivot on the Cessan Plateau. Umberg borrowed Rossetti's artillery and got back the 77th Regiment, which he had lent to Dubois, and at 2:30 p.m. advanced to the attack. At 3:30 he had again failed. At 6 p.m. came the final effort, and before 7 p.m. the chateau was in French hands. The last ounce of resolution had won. That was for the left, but things were very desperate in the center. At 5 a.m., Bülow and Hausen mustered all their strength and held the Prussian Guard and the 2 Saxon Corps against Dubois and Edu. The Korwa position fell, Monu fell, and for hours the line resolved itself into a precarious struggle of oddments of infantry and cavalry wherever there seemed a chance for a stand. The whole of the center and right had decomposed under the assault. But Foch was adamant. He would still attack, and with the 42nd Division, which since 8:30 a.m. had been marching eastward behind the rear. He was convinced that the enemy had reached the extreme limit of fatigue, and that victory would still fall to the last ounce of resolution. The Germans, after a night's revel in fair Champenois, pushed on steadily during the day, and by 1 p.m. the Guard was in Cournon and the Saxons in Buchan. It was Foch's plan that the 42nd Division should attack their flank between Lens and Pleur, along the highway to fair Champenois. Dubois was to do what he could on the left, and Edu was to rally from the south. About 6 p.m., while the sky was clearing after the rain to a red sunset, the 42nd Division arrived. But it was not needed. Only the 9th Corps of all the contemplated offensive went into action, and then only in a rearguard skirmish. For that day, about noon, Bülow had made up his mind to fall back, and Colonel Hensch was ordering the retreat of all the German armies. The orders must have been issued from the different headquarters before 3 p.m. By 5:30, Fère-Champenois was full of German troops hurrying north from Cournon and Buchan. The long anguish of the 9th Army was over. Ever since the month of the battle, legend has been busy with Foch's performance. The march of the 42nd Division has become a saga. Human nature longs to simplify and to find the accumulating drama in some small thing. The heroism of one man, the sudden inspiration of a single general, the intervention of a solitary unit against impossible odds. It has been held that the 42nd Division struck the blow which compelled the enemy's retreat. But the facts do not support this gallant romance, for the 42nd Division was never in action before the retirement. Yet its march was a great achievement, and it may well be maintained that had the orders to retreat not been already issued, the 42nd Division would have compelled them. Bülow and Hausen escaped only just in time. Beyond doubt, Foch's stubborn defense was one of the main causes of the Allied victory, for it defeated the alternative German plan. Had he yielded on the 6th or 7th, Francet-Desprez and the British would have been gravely compromised. For sheer magnificence of stubborn heroism, the fight of the 9th Army must remain unsurpassed in any campaign, and the last retaking of Mondemont by Umberg and the march of the weary and dazed 42nd on what seemed a hopeless venture will live forever as proof of what may be endured and dared by the spirit of man. As we move eastward in the battle line, the struggle is slower to reach a decision. The fight of the French Fourth and Third Armies had no help from any outflanking movements, nor were the enemy forces opposed to them being sucked apart as were Bülow and Hausen before Foch. Their actions were stubborn pieces of stonewalling against an antagonist slightly superior in numbers. Had Long given way at any time before the 9th, the Marne would have been a lost battle, and had Sarrai failed, the whole salient of the Meuse would have gone to the enemy. On the night of 5th September, Long had his 17th Corps facing Hausen's left, the Saxon 19th Corps, just east of the camp of Meilly. His center, the Colonial Corps, against the 8th and 8th Reserve Corps of Duke Albright's south of Vitry, and his right, the 2nd Corps, flung forward against the German 18th Corps north of the Onnan. He was aiming in conjunction with Sarrai at an outflanking movement to press Duke Albright and the Imperial Crown Prince westward after the fashion of Manoury's movement on the Aube. On the 6th, the 17th Corps made a slight advance west of Coudemange, but the center was driven back and all but separated from the right wing. That right wing in the afternoon was forced south of the Onnan, and next day, the 7th, the Germans were in Étrépy and Sermetz. For a moment, it looked as if Long's two flanks were to be turned. Only just in time arrived two corps of the reserve, the 13th, which filled the gap between him and Sarrai, and the 21st, which extended his left. The chief danger lay on the right, where the Allied front made a right angle, and where a breakthrough would sever for good Sarrai and Long. The enemy, having crossed the Onnan, had reached the wooded plateau of Trois-Fontaines and was aiming at Sondizy. On the 8th he was in Pagny and Mouhuy, but meantime the 15th Corps had arrived and threatened the flank of any further German advance. That day there was a desperate battle in the center around Montbrun, and the French left clung to its position till the first troops of the 21st Corps could arrive. They came that evening, and next day the 9th attacked the Saxon left and drove it back to Sumsu. That was the end of Hausen, for on the 10th he was in full retreat before Foch and Long. Sarrai had a still more difficult task. He was opposed to the Imperial Crown Prince, who was now some 25 miles southwest of Verdun, and his front, which faced east and north, had behind it the heights of the Meuse, which were threatened by an attack from Metz. He saw more clearly than the commander-in-chief the importance of Verdun, and resolved to keep in touch with that fortress so long as he dared, even though he might thereby lose contact with Long. On the morning of the 6th, he had his left, the 5th Corps, facing Duke Albright's left, and the Crown Prince's 6th Corps at Revigny. His center, the 6th Corps, against the German 13th Corps astride the air, and the group of divisions on his right along the Verdun-Bar-le-Duc high road against the German 16th and 6th Reserve Corps. The Imperial Crown Prince was aiming at Bar-le-Duc, and his cavalry had orders to ride for the line Dijon-Besançon-Belfort, a proof that the German Fifth Army believed itself on the verge of a dramatic success. But on the 6th, he found his center held, and the communications of his left threatened, though his right in conjunction with Württemberg had gravely compromised Sarrai's left, and had taken Revigny. On the 7th, the struggle was intense, but that evening the arrival of a division of the 15th Corps from Lorraine eased the situation on the left. D'Urbel had been sent with his cavalry to that flank, when he was suddenly recalled, for the position on the eastern bank of the Meuse had become critical. About noon on the 7th, part of the 5th Corps from Metz arrived and began the bombardment of Fort Troyon, which commanded the gap of Speda. In 24 hours, 400 heavy shells were thrown into the place, and 7 of its guns were put out of action. Sarrai had no reserves, and while his left was being enveloped, It looked as if his right might any moment be taken in the rear. On the evening of the 8th, Joffre directed Sarrail to fall back from Verdun to the west bank of the Meuse. But the stout-hearted commander of the Third Army did not act on this authority. By 11 on the morning of the 9th, Troyon had not a gun left in action. The thin screen around Verdun seemed about to dissolve, while the center was shaking under the assaults of the German 13th and 16th Corps. That night came the news that Plough was in retreat before the British and Français d'Esprit, Pillow before Foch, and Hausen before Laon. On the 10th, Sarrail's left advanced, but the struggle in the center and on the right continued, and in the evening the first steps were taken for the abandonment of Verdun. But though Sarrail did not know it, the imperial crown prince was already in retreat. His right was swinging back towards the Argonne, and on the night of the 12th, his center and left followed. Troyon, now little more than a shell, was saved. 4. It remains to chronicle the stand of the detached Allied right wing in Lorraine. We have seen that Dubé and Castelnau had secured the gap of Charmes and now faced the enemy on the strong ground between Pont-de-Mousson and the northern spurs of the Vosges. Their task was to remain on the defensive, and for this the simplest position might well have seemed to be the difficult banks of the Moselle, Meurthe, and Mortagne, with Tulle and Epinal behind them. But Castelnau, who had long foreseen some such situation as this, had planned otherwise. A scion of an ancient and famous house, and a man so liberal in mind that, though himself a devout Catholic, his two principal assistants were a Protestant and a free thinker. He represented a rare union of new and old, of military science and fighting ardor. He saw the value of Nancy and clung to it as Sarrail clung to Verdun. He took up position on the eastern half-moon of hills, the Grand Couronne, the two tips of which, the hill of Almonds in the north and Rambutan Ridge in the south, enclosed the woody plateau of Champenoux. Thence his left was extended by the Moselle heights, and on the south beyond the Senon lay an intricate land of wood and river up to the Vosges buttresses. No stronger position for defense could be found on the frontier. The French First and Second Armies had been skimmed to form Joffre's reserve. Castelnau had surrendered the 18th, 9th, 15th, and 2nd Cavalry Corps, Dubé the 21st and presently the 13th Corps. On the 4th September, the former had the 73rd Reserve Division withdrawn on its left flank near Pont-de-Mousson. A group of divisions, including the 70th under Faure, in front of Nancy, Belfoy's 20th Corps on the right of the Grand Couronne across the Senon, and the 16th Corps on the Mortagne, Dubé with the 8th, 13th, and 14th Corps and several divisions lay from Gerberville to south of Saint-Dié. The German 6th and 7th Armies considerably outnumbered the French, for they had just received very large aggressions from the Ersatz and Langres. The enemy plan was for Heeringen to pin Dubé down, and then transfer forces to the center for Prince Ruprecht's assault on Luncy. This was the first stage in the battle, and on 4th September, when the main action began, Dubé had resisted the enemy attempts to break west from the valley of the Upper Meurthe. The engagement spread to Castelnau's right, but by the 6th, the first stage was finished, for Heeringen had begun to move the bulk of his troops to Prince Ruprecht's and was himself under orders for the Aisne. Dubé had also to surrender his 13th Corps and remain inactive, watching the passes, for the compact was now joined before Nancy. The Bavarian bombardment began there on the afternoon of the 4th. The French center, the 20th Corps, held firm under the infantry attacks, which presently revealed themselves as an attempt to break through between the horns of the Grand Couronne and at the same time envelop the northern wing by an attack of the Metz troops up the Moselle Valley. All night the battle raged furiously. The Bavarians pushed up the gullies and woodland paths, and by the morning the whole front between the Champenoux forest and the Harmattan had been pressed back. Further south, the 16th Corps was driven to the left bank of the Mortagne, and the enemy crossed below Chapevilla. This danger, however, was checked on the 5th, and on the 6th, the 16th Corps recrossed the river and retook Chapevilla. But early on the 5th, the Bavarians reached the foot of Aman's Hill, and by the evening the 20th Corps had lost half of the southern horn of the Grand Couronne. That afternoon, too, the blow fell in the north. The German 33rd Reserve Division came down on Saint-Geneviève in the loop of the Moselle, and next day the 6th was only 6 miles from Nancy at Marbache and 8 miles from Tours at Cizerhay. On the 7th came the crisis. The Bavarians concentrated their efforts on breaking the French center by way of Armand and the Little Ametsu Glen. After a violent bombardment, 10 battalions rushed the gap, and by midday Prince Rupprecht had the Champenoux plateau. But Armand held, and under the fire of the French guns, the enemy's threat was stayed on its slopes. Moreover, the French posts on the Saint-Geneviève spur had delayed the advance of the Metz troops, and Castelnau was able to send reinforcements to that quarter. All day on the 8th, the struggle continued among the woody hills till the enemy impetus began to weaken. The proof of failure came that evening when, in the chagrin of disappointment, the German guns threw 80 shells into Nancy. On the 9th, the reaction began, and by the night of the 10th, the Bavarians were in retreat. Pont-à-Mousson, Remy-Havy, Nunavy, Markerheim, Sondy passed again into French hands. Castelnau, by the narrowest of margins, had barred the gates of the east. For a little, the German emperor had reviewed the fight at Nancy from a hill near Montcel. We shall see him again in his grey cloak and spiked helmet, watching the menace of the Russians from a Polish castle, or looking at the desperate charge of his volunteers among the wet fields of Flanders. He flits restlessly between east and west, everywhere making brave speeches, everywhere announcing a speedy and final triumph. A melancholy figure he cuts as he stands on the fringe of the battle smoke at Nancy, looking west to Burgundy and that promised land which he could not enter. An object for pity, perhaps, rather than commination, for he is the dreamer whose dreams do not come true, and who in his folly has imagined that his caprices are the ordinations of destiny. 5. The first battle of the Marne ranks by common consent as the greatest, because the most significant, contest of the war. In one sense, it was not decisive. It did not destroy one of the competent forces like Jena, or make peace inevitable like Sadowa and Soverino. The German losses were not overwhelming. They kept their armies in being and were able to make a mastery retirement. But it was decisive in another sense, for it meant the defeat of the first German plan of campaign, and it utterly transformed the strategical situation. The avalanche designed to crush French resistance in a month had failed of its purpose. The battle with our morrow had gone beyond hope. The battle had been fought and the morrow was come. Thereafter, Germany was compelled to accept a slow war of entrenchments which was repugnant to all her theories, and every week brought her nearer to the position of a beleaguered city. She felt as Marmont felt at Salamanca because she left a perilous gap in her front, and that gap was due, as we have seen, less to any blunders of individual generals than to the defects inherent in her whole strategy of envelopment. The scheme was overambitious and broke down because it demanded the impossible. It asked too much of her overworked troops, and it placed a burden of coordination and control on great headquarters which they could not sustain. Tactically, when a battle was joined, her commanders made few mistakes. It has been for long the fashion to dispute as to which movement on the Allied side was the main cause of victory. Human nature, as we have seen, in its quest for drama, loves to simplify. But this instinct is less historical than literary, and modern battles are not won by the Buchan. The causa of victory was Joffre's plan, the Fabians' strategy which, in spite of many blunders, was resolved to delay till it found a favorable terrain, a better balance of strength, and the chance of the strategic initiative. The proximate cause was Manuri's flank attack, inspired by Guigny, which halted Kluck and opened the way for the British and Français display. But without the heroic offensive-defensive of Foch and the stubborn endurance of Long and Sarhai, above all, without Castelnau's epic resistance at Nancy, the initiative could not have been seized in the West, and the Marne would have realized Kluck's hopes. In the far-flung contests, every army of the Allies did its appointed task and earned a share in the triumph. It was the ultimate battle of the old regime of war, a battle of movement, surprise, improvisation, which is to say, it was fought and won less by the machine than by the human quality of the soldier. In the last resort, the giver of victory was the ancient and unconquerable spirit of France. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Chapter 11 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Occupation of Belgium. As the Allied armies moved forward after the Marne, they came for the first time into a countryside ravaged by war, and learned the ways of the would-be conquerors. Everywhere the tale was the same. Among the farms of the Valois and orchards of the Marne, in the skirts of Champagne, in the Meuse uplands, in the Lorraine towns, and throughout the villages which nestled in the Vosges glens, it was a tale of horrors which revealed a new thing in war, and to read the full test of it, we must return to Belgium. The surge of the great armies southward on 24th August left Belgium in the hands of the invaders, with the exception of the city of Antwerp, Ostend, and the coast, and a portion of West Flanders. There is a passage in the book of Deuteronomy which was quoted at the time by a German newspaper as an encouraging precedent for the doings of a modern Israel. And I sent messengers out of the wilderness of Kedemoth unto Sion king of Heshbon with words of peace, saying, Let me pass through thy land. I will go along by the highway. I will neither turn unto the right hand nor to the left. Thou shalt sell me meat for money that I may eat, and give me water for money that I may drink. But Sion king of Heshbon would not let us pass by him, for the Lord thy God hardened his spirit, and made his heart obstinate, that he might deliver him into thy hand, as appeareth this day. And the Lord said unto me, Behold, I have begun to give Sion and his land before thee. Begin to possess, that thou mayest inherit his land. Then Sion came out against us, he and all his people, to fight at Jehaz. And the Lord our God delivered him before us, and we smote him and his sons, and all his people. And we took all his cities at that time, and utterly destroyed the men and the women and the little ones. Of every city we left none to remain, only the cattle we took for a prey unto ourselves, and the spoil of the cities which we took. That Belgium should share the fate of the cities of Heshbon was no part of the original German plan. The emperor and his advisers had sincerely hoped that she would, for due consideration, sell Germany the right of passage. Had she done that, we may be certain that the march through Belgium would have been a miracle of decorum, that every bushel of oats and peck of flour would have been paid for in cash, and that not a doorknob would have been damaged. German discipline was marvelously perfect when discipline was desired. Failing the right of entry, the German leaders believed that the complete repulse of the Belgian forces, the occupation of her capital, and the sight of the omnipotent German armies would awe her into an abject, if sullen, submission. Belgium would no doubt fall to Germany when the war was over, and this sleek and mercantile little people, the commis voyageur of Europe, would not quarrel with their future bread and butter. If, on the other hand, the nation should prove refractory, the position might be serious and would demand stringent measures. For through the plain of Belgium and the hilly Ardennes ran the communications of the great armies now sweeping towards Paris. No first-line troops could be spared to guard them, only reserves, and a limited number of these. To waste a field army by using it as an army of occupation was repugnant to the whole German theory of war. The process of Germanization was at once set going. Marshal von der Goltz had been nominated military governor of Belgium. Governors were appointed for districts and cities. Fines were levied on the different localities to warn a presumably thrifty race of the folly of resistance. The clocks were changed to German time, German currency was introduced, and German nomenclature adopted. Everything was done to convince the Belgian people that the conquest of Belgium was an accomplished fact. But the Belgian people obstinately refused to be convinced. The field army was not content with the security of Antwerp. On the 24th of August, it made a sortie and took Melun, which commanded the best railway connection between Germany and West Flanders. At the moment there was considerable German activity towards the northwest of Belgium and the coast. General von Buchan's 9th Reserve Corps, destined to reinforce Klug, was marching towards Bruges and Ghent, and a detachment of Uhlans was close upon Ostend. On 27 August, 3 battalions of British Marines occupied that town, which might be the forerunners of a new British army. With the British at Ostend and the Belgians at Melun, the German forces in West Flanders might be caught in a trap, and the communications on which the great armies depended seriously imperiled. The Belgian sortie had the valuable result of depriving Klug of his reinforcements and bringing Buchan hurriedly eastward again. The fighting in Belgium of the next 3 weeks took place for the most part in a triangle of which Antwerp was the apex and the line drawn from Termonde to Aschot the base. A second sortie of the 9th September gave the Belgians Termonde and Aschot, but by the 13th they had retired, when the Germans brought up a fresh division of the 3rd Reserve Corps. Thereafter there was nothing before them but a slow falling back upon Antwerp, and the enemy began to close in on that devoted city. After this gallant diversion, the misery which is inseparable from war increased to something like a reign of terror. Belgium was a most vulnerable land. The long-descended habits of its people made of it a hive of industry. Its fields were tilled like gardens. Its little cities were history embodied and visible, full of precious tokens of their stormy past and industrious present. Everywhere was a civilization, rich, warm, compact, and continuous. In this most habitable land was to be seen some of the finest stone and brick work of the Flemish Renaissance, and whole streets and towns might have come intact from the 15th century. Everywhere were ancient church spires rising far over the flats, and sweetening the air with their carillons. And in town and hamlet alike were masterpieces of Flemish tapestry and painting, the handiwork of Rubens and Van Dyck and Bout and Matisse. A bull on a common is a harmless creature, but he will play havoc in the cabinet of the virtuoso. Let us deal first with the vandalism which was proven and admitted, the destruction of old and beautiful cities. Leuven was the chief university town of Belgium and one of the intellectual centers of Catholic Europe. Even more than Oxford, it whispered from its spires the last enchantments of the Middle Age. Its town hall was the most miraculous of the many miracles of Gothic architecture which adorned the Belgian plain. Its university was one of the oldest in Europe, and contained in its library riches of incunabula and manuscripts befitting a city which was associated with More and Erasmus. Its church of St. Peter was full of treasures of painting and carving, and the fabric itself, in its solemn simplicity, rose majestically above the cluster of ancient dusky streets. On the evening of 25th August, while the Belgian front was about 10 miles distant, there was an outburst of rifle fire in the town, and several Germans were hit. The Germans announced that it was the outcome of a plot among the civilian populace, instigated by the Belgian government. The Belgians declared that a detachment of Germans driven back from Melun was fired upon in mistake by the German troops of occupation. Such were the two tales. We need only add that the first was weakened by the fact that the civic guard of Leuven had already been disarmed, and the rifles in the town hunted out and confiscated, while the probability of the second was heightened by the proven circumstance that many of the German garrison were drunk. A certain Major von Manteuffel, an unworthy bearer of a famous name, was in command, and he gave the order for the destruction of the city. It was done as systematically as the condition of the soldiers allowed. Small incendiary tablets and faggots soaked in paraffin were flung in through the broken windows. Houses were entered and assiduously looted, what could not be carried away being smashed and flung into the streets. Presently, much of the city was in a blaze. The university disappeared, and with it the great library. Only the walls of St. Peter's Church remained, and who shall say how many ancient houses were turned into heaps of ashes? The town hall survived, saved by the Germans out of some sudden compunction, and that gem-like thing stood forlorn among the blackened acres. Melun, the Michelin which gave its name to the lace collars of our ancestors, was only less famous in the annals of Flanders. The great cathedral of Saint-Bombo, soaring from its unfinished tower above the Grand Place, dated from late in the 13th century and contained the most superb of Van Dyck's pictures. In its Palais de Justice, Margaret of Austria had held court, and no city in the world was richer in ancient and storied houses. We have seen that the Belgian army retook Melun, but they did not hold it, for they were a field army and not a garrison. On 27th August, when the first German bombardment took place, there were probably no Belgian troops in the town. The roof and walls of the cathedral were riddled with shells, and the populace fled from the place in panic. On 2nd September, it was again bombarded, and the German fire was directed successfully against the tower of Saint-Rombou's. The famous bells, which had rung their carillon for 5 centuries, were shattered to pieces. Again on 26th September, when the scared inhabitants had begun to creep back, there was a third bombardment, which issued in a fire that raged furiously for days. Melun had to all intents gone the way of Leuven. Termonde, which Marlborough had captured in his wars, was another historic town lying between Ghent and Melun, on the banks of the Chap. Unhappily, it too had treasures in stone and lime, the church of Notre Dame with its paintings by Van Dyck and Rubens, and its exquisite town hall. It was the theater of desperate fighting during the first fortnight of September, but its destruction was not due to any battle. It was deliberately smashed to pieces during the German occupation because the fine levied upon it was not immediately forthcoming. Of all the Belgian cities, its fate perhaps was the direst, for almost literally it was leveled with the ground. Small wonder, for the burning was most scientifically managed. The houses were first sprayed with paraffin by soldiers who perambulated the streets with oil carts and hoses. To cite Louvain, Melun, and Termonde is only to mention the most famous instances of destruction. Hundreds of little villages were laid waste. Towns like Alost and Dinant were wantonly bombarded, and scarcely any part of this vandalism was imposed upon the invaders by military needs. Let us be very clear on this subject. War is a stern taskmistress and will not be denied. If a famous church happens to be in the field of fire of an army in battle, the church must go. No aesthetic compunction can be allowed to interfere with strategical necessities. But only a small part of the demolition of Belgian cities was done for the purposes of military operations. Louvain was destroyed by the Germans at their leisure, while they were the force in occupation. Melun and Termonde were bombarded apparently out of pique, for the Belgians did not defend them. As for Dinant, it is hard to see what purpose was served by the ruin of its pleasant streets and the quaint church which lay in the nook of its cliffs. The Saxon army who did the work crossed the Meuse without difficulty, and did all their fighting on the farther bank. The only apparent motive was the inspiration of terror in the conquered, that the task of the future masters might be easy. Civilized war respects non-competence, and not less those inanimate non-competence, the great fabrics of the past. But this was not civilized war. We come next to the subject of looting. Every town which was shelled or burned, and many which were not, were made the object of a comprehensive robbery. Little places were plundered down to the last sheet and flooring. Now, looting was once a perquisite of the victors, but it had long been interdicted in civilized warfare. Soldiers, of course, break out occasionally and loot, but they are disobeying orders and suffer for it. But the German soldier did not break loose and disobey. He was too well drilled by the machine. The looting of the Belgian cities would have been impossible had it not been permitted and instigated by the officers in command. They turned their men free, and human nature, which is eternally acquisitive, did the rest. Last comes the subject which made of this war a nightmare, and recalled the days of Tilly and Wallenstein, the murder and outrage done upon civilian non-competence. Even after all doubtful cases are discarded, and the world for months was full of wild legends, there remains a long catalogue of proven outrages, many of which Germany admitted by the nature of her defense. She did not deny, she justified, and apparently believed sincerely in the justice of her plea. The bare facts, whatever the condonation, were roughly these. At Louvain, there was a great deal of wholesale shooting of civilians, men, women, and children. At Aschat, there was something not unlike a massacre. The Germans alleged that one of their officers were treacherously shot dead by the burgomaster's son. One Belgian report admitted the shooting, but added that it was done in defense of his sister's honor. Another denied it altogether. At Vizy, at Alost, at Dinant, at Termonde, and many little villages, unarmed civilians were shot and bayoneted, sometimes on a charge of having firearms in their possession, sometimes apparently purely as an exemplary measure pour encourager les jours. There were many cases of the murder of old people, women, and children by a drink-maddened or panicky soldiery. There were a number of well-authenticated cases of crimes against women and young girls. There were certain instances of the Germans having used non-competence and women as a screen for their firing lines. There were cases of mutilation and torture too horrible to be recounted. There have been various pleas in extenuation. One is that the Germans did not choose to treat armed civilians according to the ordinary laws of war, and they included the Belgian Civic Guard in this category. They simply did not accept the findings of the Hague Conventions on the subjects. What the theory of war was, we shall presently consider, but difficult as it is to understand, it allowed them to do things which other nations choose to regard as monstrous. This is, of course, not a defense, but it affords a partial explanation on other grounds than mere inherent brutality. A second is that there was a great deal of heavy drinking among the troops, an explanation again, not an excuse. German peasants swilled heavy red wine with the same freedom with which they were used to drink light beer, and the results were disastrous. Having said so much, the fact remains that, in many cases, there was a carnival of sheer murder which excelled the sack of Magdeburg and other 17th century horrors. Let us accept for a moment the German explanation of Buchan and Aschot, and admit that they were treacherously shot at by one or more of the inhabitants. Did the punishment, the burning and looting of the town and wholesale murder and outrage, show any reasonable proportion to the crime? The plea is preposterous. It may be expedient that one man die for the people, but not that the people die for one or two men. The doctrine of collective responsibility might conceivably, if modestly interpreted, be used in war. The Roman penalty of decimation was such a use. It is barbarous and, to modern eyes, unjust, but it might be defended. But a Holocaust, by way of atonement, has no sort of relation to any civilized code of justice. In barbarous armies, like Timur's or Attila's, we see how it happens. There you are dealing with elementary beings, savages inflamed and maddened by conquests. But this was the most modern of armies, springing from the most modern of fatherlands, which had long vaunted to the world its civilization. Buchan and Aschot were the fruit, not of sudden passion, but of a long-accepted doctrine. A doctrine, let it be remembered, an armed dogma of the kind against which Burke warned the world. The ordinary German is not naturally cruel or brutal. He behaved badly in 1815, as we know from Wellington, but he conducted himself well on the whole in 1870. The authors of the atrocities were mostly Landwehr troops, many of them decent fathers of families and respectable bourgeois. There are blackguards in every army who now and then get out of hand, but it is impossible to think of the majority of these German troops as naturally blackguards. They carried in their knapsacks letters from their own Gracchens and Gertrudes, and had set out with high notions about warring for their land and its couture. Yet the result of their campaigning was Buchan. How is it to be explained? Partly, no doubt, by panic, the fear of nervous, excitable folk in the midst of a hostile country, but mainly by the German doctrine of war. Their leaders had evolved an inhumane creed which they practiced with the rigidity of Brahmins, and the disciplined troops acted as they were bid. Presently, drink and bloodshed did their work, and what began as obedience to orders ended as a debauch. The unhappy consequence of those deeds in France and Belgium was to destroy among the Allies the chivalrous respect for their opponents, which is one of the antiseptics of war. That feeling which found expression in Whitman's cry, "My enemy is dead. A man divine as myself is dead." It is necessary to be very precise in our charges. Every nation at war believes evil things about its opponents, and takes for premeditated crimes what are merely the incidents of campaigning. Therefore, we must confine ourselves to the outrages which are fully substantiated and incapable of being explained away as mistakes. Germany, again, broke many of the conventions of international law which she herself had formally accepted. But on these more abstract questions, it is not worthwhile to argue. It matters little how many of the Hague rules she violated, since she altogether repudiated the bondage of international obligations. What is vital is the German breaches of laws, written and unwritten, which lie at the very root of civilized warfare. It is possible to imagine a power with Machiavellian notions about public conduct and loose ideas about the rights of neutrals, who in the greater matters would fight with reasonable decency. But it is a different thing if she offends against those elementary human conventions which are observed by many savages and by all who claim the title of civilized. It is indubitable that Germany so offended, not once or twice, but with a consistency which argued a reasoned policy. The tradition of the German machine did not frown upon outrages. It favored them. What was that policy? We can call it, following a common practice, the Federation tradition, though the army of Frederick had a curious respect for non-combatant rights. Or, if we wish a modern peg, we can call it the spirit of Zabern, from its most recent pre-war exemplification. Reasonably stated, as for example by Clausewitz, it means simply that war should be waged wholeheartedly, for the more wholehearted it is, the quicker it will be ended. War cannot be made with kid gloves. Loss of life to your own side or the enemy's is to be disregarded, so long as your object is attained. There is nothing inherently wrong in such an attitude. Stonewall Jackson, a humane man and a devout Christian, did not hesitate to sacrifice his troops or to inflict suffering upon the innocent, if relentlessness were necessary for success. But modern Germany consistently overstated this truth, until it became in her hands a fatal folly. We can see the overstatements beginning in Bismarck's famous words, though in practice he was wise enough to temper his heroics with common sense. You must inflict, he said, on the inhabitants of invaded towns the maximum of suffering, so that they may become sick of the struggle and may bring pressure to bear on their government to discontinue it. You must leave the people through whom you march only their eyes to weep with. But the full extravagance appeared in the speech of the emperor when he addressed the troops leaving for China in 1900. Quarter is not to be given. Prisoners are not to be made. Whoever falls into your hands is into your hands delivered. Just as 1,000 years ago, the Huns, under their king Attila, made for themselves a name which still appears imposing in tradition, so may the name of German become known in China. And he added to this pious exaltation, "The blessing of the Lord be with you." Such a spirit is in clear defiance of the rules and decencies which must be observed if war is to be anything higher than the struggle of wild beasts. These rules are very old and have been more or less observed since the days of Alexander the Great. All through the Middle Ages, the ritual of chivalry provided a code of conduct in war, and a few centuries ago, international jurists began to collect and expound the rules. Great lawyers like Grotius and Binkerschut, Vettel, and Ludendorff laid down the customs of war between civilized peoples, and in our day, the various Hague conferences brought the code up to date and secured the definite assent of the nations of the world. A power which assents to and then violates these rules of decency is an outcast from the commonwealth of civilization. In every war they are broken, but they are broken against the will of the authorities of the belligerents. In the German case, we had the curious result that their observance depended upon the character of the individual soldier, for officially they were disliked and disregarded. The German answer, always implied and often explicitly stated, was that they did not accept any laws of war which were against their interests. In the pride of those early days, all classes, from the ordinary Junker to intellectuals like Maximilian Harden, laughed and shrugged their shoulders at tales of outrage even when they suspected that they might be true. Such things, they said, would be forgotten when they had conquered. They claimed to be a law to themselves, and if other people did not like it, it was their business to show themselves stronger than the Germans. To this it might be replied that such anarchism was, to say the least of it, bad policy. Clausewitz long ago warned his countrymen that it was inexpedient to do anything to outrage the general moral sense of other peoples, and the great men who made the German Empire, Bismarck and Moltke, were tireless in their efforts to keep right with European opinion. For if no law is acknowledged, no conventions and codes of honor, then this lawlessness will certainly be turned someday against the lawbreakers themselves. No land will make an alliance with them or a treaty if their views on the duty of obligations are so notoriously lax. But the main point is that this crude lawlessness illustrated an interesting characteristic of what was then in Germany the governing mind, its curious immaturity. That mind was like a child's, which simplifies too much. As we grow up, we advance in complexity. We see half-tones where before we saw only harsh blacks and whites. We realize that nothing is quite alone, that everything is interrelated, and we become shy of both simplicities. The mechanical may be simple, the organic must be complex and manifold. It sounds so easy to say, like the villain in melodrama, that you will own no code except what you make yourself, but it really cannot be done. It was not that the rejection of half a dozen of the diffuse findings of the Hague Tribunal mattered much. What signified was the disregard of the unformulated creed which penetrates every part of our modern life, Germany's too, in her sober, non-martial moments. To massacre 100 unarmed people because one man has fired off a rifle may be enjoined by some half-witted military theorist, but it is fundamentally inhuman and silly. It offends against not only the heart of mankind, but against their common sense. It is not even virally wicked. It lacks intelligence. It is merely childish. The same crudeness was found in other parts of the German scheme, for example, in their elaborate espionage system. The industry spent on it was more than human. It was beaver-like, ant-like, incredible, like the slavery of some laborious animal. But it, and 100 other things like it, could not win battles. It had its effects, but that effect was in no way commensurate with the pains taken. The truth is that human energy is limited, and if too much thought be given to minor things, no vitality will be left for the great matters. The weakness will be observed in many activities of the modern German mind. Immense erudition which beat ineffectual wings and achieved little that was lasting in scholarship, a meticulousness in business organization which terribly frightened the nervous British merchant, and yet somehow did not achieve much, nothing, at any rate, comparable with the care taken in the preparation. But it was most conspicuous in war. Frederick and Moltke were military geniuses of a high order, but the military genius did not appear in Germany's superbly provided armies, for there was no room in them for the higher kind of intelligence. German industry was not mature. It was like the painful, unintelligent absorption of a child. No amount of organizing the second rate will produce the first rate. Let us suppose that a man starts in business with good brains and a reasonable capital. He resolves to be bound by nothing, to get on at all costs, to outstrip his neighbors by a greater industry and a complete unscrupulousness. He will keep within the four corners of the law, but he will have no regard to any of the antiquated decencies of trade. So he toils incessantly. No detail is too small for him. He studies and codifies what seem to him the popular tastes with the minuteness of a psychological laboratory. He corrupts the employees of his rivals. No bribe is too base for him. He buys secrets and invites confidences only to betray them. He is full of 1,000 petty ingenuities. He allows no human compassion to temper his ruthlessness. His one god, for whom no sacrifice is too costly, is success. What will be the result of such a career? Inevitably, failure. Failure because his eternal preoccupation with small things ruins his mind for the larger view. The great truths in economics are always simple, but they escape a perverted ingenuity. He will not have the mind to grasp the major matters in supply and demand. And the odds are that, leaving the question of his certain unpopularity aside, he will be outclassed in sheer business talent by more scrupulous and less laborious competitors. Commerce is not the same thing as war, but the parallel in this case is fairly exact. The German mind could not see the wood for the trees. It knew the situation, dimensions, and value of every bit of timber, but it had no time to spare for the quagmires on either side, and it had no care for what might be beyond the forest. The impression left by the spectacle of the wonderful machine, the proudest achievement of the modern German spirit, with its astonishing efficiency up to a point, its evidence of unwearied care and endless industry, remained oddly childish, like a toy on the making of which a passion of affection has been lavished. It was a perversion, an aberration, not a healthy development from the great Germany of the past. The man who can devise the campaign of Trafalgar is not the man who is always busy about the brass work. Undue care is, not less than slovenliness, a sign of the immature and unbalanced mind. And the profession of a morality above all humble conventions, so far from impressing the world as godlike, seemed nothing but the swagger of a hobbledehoy. It was not barbarism, which is an honest and respectable thing. It was the civilization, which stands to civilization as a man's decay stands to his prime. What of the little people who bore the brunt of this savagery? Before the war, Belgium had been as sharply divided into parties and races as any nation in Europe. There were deep gulfs between Catholic and Socialist, between the peasants of Flanders and the colliers and factory hands of England, between Northern Fleming and Southern Walloon. She had under no conceivable circumstances anything to gain from war. Her laborious population would at the best lose wealth and employment, and her closely settled land was an easy booty for the plunderer. In such a country, the complex industrial machine, once put out of gear, would be hard to start again. From the material point of view, Germany was right. It was insanity for Belgium to resist. Moreover, she had never made a profession of romantic adventures. She had been forced into the Congo business a little against her will, and her recent history showed none of the far-wandering restlessness in commerce and colonization which had characterized in different ways Germany and Britain. She was a home-keeping people who believed in attending to the shop. But when the day of trial came, she did not waver. Her armies fought in the last ditch, and never for one moment was there a thought of surrender in the hearts of the nation. The prosperity which had taken generations to build up went in a day. She lost her land and her cities. Her government presently went into exile, and the shores of Britain were crowded with her fugitives. The Germans had tried to wheedle her, but she shook her head. They tried to frighten her, and found only tight lips. And when again they tried cajolery and dithyrambs about the blessings of German rule, they were met with scornful laughter. Belgium replied, like Spain in Wordsworth's poem, "We can endure that he should waste our lands, despoil our temples, and by sword and flame return us to the dust from which we came. Such food a tyrant's appetite demands, and we can brook the thought that by his hands Spain may be overpowered, and he possess for his delight a solemn wilderness where all the brave lie dead. But when of bands which he will break for us he dares to speak, of benefits, and of a future day, when our enlightened minds shall bless his sway, then the strained heart of fortitude proves weak. Britain, the old ally and protector of Belgium, did the little in her power to mitigate this suffering. She had already lent the Belgian government a large sum which was to carry no interest, and at the end of August, a private organization, originally destined by the irony of fate for the reception of ultra-Protestant refugees from Ulster, was organized as a relief committee. Presently, the government took over the work, and the Belgian fugitives became officially the guests of Britain. Did the crowds that stared curiously at the haggard, grey-faced people who arrived by every boat at Folkestone and soon began to throng the London streets, all classes of society, all forms of raiment, realized that they were looking upon the result of the most heroic sacrifice in modern history? The miracle was the more wonderful from its unexpectedness. We are ready to cheer Mr. Greatheart when he advances to meet the giant. It is splendid, but we knew it would happen, for after all, giant killing is his profession. But when some homely pilgrim, without shining armor or great sword, seizes his staff and marches stoutly to a more desperate conflict, we do not cheer. It is a marvel which dims the eyes and catches at the heart-strings. Much was due to her king, the most purely heroic figure of the day. No monarch of the Greek ages more nobly fulfilled the ideal of kingship. He raised Belgium to the position of a great power, if moral dignity has any meaning in the world. There can be no finer tribute to him than some words spoken by a refugee, a quiet little man who had lost family and livelihood and seemed to peer out upon a new world like a dazed child. Frankly, we did not think we could have behaved so well. You will understand that we are a small people, a people of traders, not greatly interested in high politics or war. We needed a leader, and God sent that leader. We owe everything to our king. He has made of our farmers and tradesmen a nation of heroes. When the war is over, he will rule over a broken land and a very poor people, but for all that, he will be one of the greatest kings in the world. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12, Part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Part 1. The beginning of the war at sea, 4th August to 22nd September. Early on the morning of 4th August, the British Grand Fleet put to sea. From that moment, it disappeared from English sight. Dwellers on the southern and eastern coasts in the bright weather of early August could see an occasional cruiser or destroyer speeding on some errand, or an escorted minesweeper busy at its perilous task. But the great battleships had gone. Somewhere out on the blue waters or hidden in a creek of our northern and western shores lay the vigilant admirals of Britain. But presently came news. On the night of the 4th, the German mine-layer Königin-Luise left Buchan, and about 11 a.m. on the 5th, she was sighted, chased, and sunk by 2 British destroyers. Early on the 6th, the British light cruiser Amphion struck one of the mines she had laid, and foundered with some loss of life. Battle had been joined at sea. To the command of the Grand Fleet, there had been appointed Admiral Sir John Jellicoe, with Rear Admiral Charles Madden as Chief of Staff. It consisted at the moment of 20 dreadnoughts, 8 King Edwards, 4 battle cruisers, 2 squadrons of cruisers, and 1 of light cruisers. Those who shared Stevenson's view as to the racy nomenclature of British seamen found something reassuring in the name of the new commander-in-chief. Admiral Jellicoe had served as a lieutenant in the Egyptian War of 1882. Specializing in gunnery, he had become a commander in 1891 and a captain in 1897, had served on the China Station, commanding the Naval Brigade and acting as Chief Staff Officer in the Peking Expedition of 1900, where he was severely wounded. Thereafter, he became successively Naval Assistant to the Controller of the Navy, Director of Naval Ordnance and Torpedoes, Rear Admiral in the Atlantic Fleet, a Lord Commissioner of the Admiralty and Controller of the Navy, Vice Admiral commanding the Atlantic Fleet, Vice Admiral commanding the 2nd Division of the Home Fleet, and 2nd Sea Lord of the Admiralty. He brilliantly distinguished himself in the command of the Red Fleet at the naval maneuvers of 1913. Rear Admiral Madden, his chief of staff, who was also his brother-in-law, had already served with him at the Admiralty. Sir John Jellicoe was one of the officers chiefly responsible for the modern navy of Britain, and enjoyed not only the admiration and complete confidence of his colleagues, but a peculiar popularity among all grades of British seamen. His nerve and self-possession were not less conspicuous than his professional skill, and in the weary months ahead of him, he had need of all resources of mind and character. The British fleet had not fought a great battle at sea since Trafalgar. Since those days, only a century removed in time, the conditions of naval warfare had seen greater changes than in the span between Themistocles and Nelson. The old wooden walls, the unrivaled guns, the boarders with their cutlasses belonged to an earlier world. The fleet had no longer to scour the ocean for the enemy's fleet. Wireless telegraphy, aerial reconnaissance, and swift destroyers brought it early news of a foe. The gunpower of a modern battleship would have wrecked the Spanish Armada with one broadside, and the enemy could now be engaged at a distance of many miles. Sea fighting was no more the clean and straightforward business of the old days. Destruction dwelt in every element when there was no sign of a hostile pennant. Aircraft dropped bombs from the clouds. Unseen submarines, like swordfish, pierced the hull from the depths, and anywhere might lurk those mines which destroyed, like some convulsion of nature, with no human enemy near. Britain had to fight under new conditions, with new strategy and new weapons, with far greater demands on the intellect and a far more deadly strain on the nerves. Most things had changed, but two things remained unaltered: the cool daring of her sailors and their conviction that the seas were the unquestionable heritage of their race. Germany's naval policy in the first instance was, as we have seen, to refuse battle and withdraw her fleet behind prepared defenses. To this decision, various purposes contributed. She needed every soldier she possessed in the battle line, and wished to avoid the necessity of guarding her Pomerian coast with an army. Again, she hoped that public opinion in Britain, alarmed at the inactivity of its navy, would compel an attack on the Elbe position, an attack which she believed would end in a British disaster. But her defense was not to be passive. By a mine and submarine offensive pushed right up to the British coasts, she hoped to wear down Britain's superiority in capital ships and bring it in the end to an equality with her own. Then, and not till then, her high seas fleet was willing to sally forth and give battle. To meet such Fabian tactics was no easy problem for Britain. The ordinary citizen hoped for a theoretical coup, a full-dress battle, or, at the least, a swift series of engagements with enemy warships. When nothing happened, he began to think that something was amiss. He could not believe that it was a proof of success that nothing happened, nothing startling. That is to say, for every day had its full record of quiet achievement. As a consequence of this inactivity, false doctrines began to be current, in which, let it be said, the British naval leaders did not share. It was Britain's business to command the sea, and so long as an enemy fleet remained intact, that command was not absolute but qualified. The British fleet might be invincible, but it was not yet victorious. Its numerous minor activities were not undertaken for their own sake, as if in themselves they could give the final victory. They were forms of compulsion conceived in order to force the high sea fleet to come out and fight. But that ultimate battle was not to be induced by measures which spelled suicide for the attacker. There were urgent tasks to be performed on the ocean, in protecting British trade, in cutting off enemy imports, in moving the troops of a worldwide empire. So long as these were duly performed, the practical mastery of the seas was in British hands, and it would have been criminal folly to throw away capital ships in an immediate attack on the fortified retreat of so accommodating an enemy. It was Britain's duty to perform this work of day-to-day sea control, and to be ready at any moment for the grand battle. On land, an army fights its way yard by yard to a position from which it can deal a crushing blow. But a fleet needs none of these preliminaries. As soon as the enemy chooses to appear, the battle can be joined. Hence, Admiral von Ingenohl was right in saving his fleet for what he considered a better chance, and Britain was right in not forcing him unduly. Naval power should be used, not squandered, and the mightiest fleet on earth may be flung away on a fool's errand. It should not be forgotten that the strength of a fleet is a more brittle and less replaceable thing than the strength of an army. New levies can be called for on land, and tolerable infantry trained in a few months. But in the Navy it takes 6 years to make a junior officer, 2 years in normal times to build a cruiser, and 3 years to replace a battleship. A serious loss in fighting units is, for any ordinary naval war, an absolute, not a temporary calamity. Sir John Jellicoe had to face a problem far more intricate than at the time was commonly believed. Not since the 17th century had Britain confronted a great naval power whose base lay northward of the Straits of Dover. The older British sea strategy had assumed an enemy to southward of the English Channel, and on the southern coast lay the best and securest of our naval ports. But now the foe lay across the stormy North Sea, 120,000 square miles in extent, into which he possessed 2 separate entries linked by the Kiel Canal. The east coast of Britain was now the fighting front, and on it lay a dozen vulnerable ports and no first-class fleet base. Before 1914, this situation had been foreseen, but it had not been adequately met. A first-class base was in preparation at Rosyth, but it was not yet ready, and in any case its outer anchorage was exposed to torpedo attack. In 1910, Cromarty had been selected as a fleet base, and Scapa in the Orkneys as a base for minor forces, and by July 1914 the fixed defenses of the former were ready. But nothing had been done at Scapa, which from its position and size was selected as the Grand Fleet base on the outbreak of hostilities. Jellicoe was aware of the German purpose of attrition, and realized that till his base was better secured, his fleet was at the mercy of an enemy attack both in harbor and in its North Sea cruises, for he was still very short of mine-sweepers and destroyers to form a protective screen. He saw that Germany's chance lay in the uncertainty of the first month, when Britain had to perform many urgent naval tasks before her sea organization was complete. He therefore decided to confine his battle fleet in ordinary conditions to operations in the more northern waters of the North Sea, and to establish in the southern waters a regular system of cruiser patrols supported by periodic sweeps of the battle fleet. It was his business to avoid losses so far as possible from the casual mine and submarine, and at the same time to protect the British coasts from raids and be ready at any moment to fall upon the high seas fleet if it ventured out. A combination of calculated duties and incalculable hazards, trying under any circumstances, and doubly trying when the Grand Fleet had not yet found a certain home. The problems of the Grand Fleet were not the only ones confronting the Admiralty, which had to deal with all the waters of the world. There were 3 urgent tasks which had to be performed while a wider strategy was in process of shaping: the safe transport of the expeditionary force to France, the clearing and safeguarding of the trade routes, and the protection of the British coasts against enemy attacks, whether sporadic raids or a concerted invasion. Let us consider briefly how the 3 duties were fulfilled before turning to the events in the main battle area of the North Sea. The first, so far as concerned the British Army, was brilliantly performed. There were no convoys, but both ends of the channel were closed against raids, but the Dover patrol at one end and the Anglo-French cruiser squadron at the other, while the Grand Fleet took up a station from which it could strike at the High Sea Fleet, should Ingenoy venture out. During the crossing of the expeditionary force, there was no sign of the enemy, a piece of supineness which can be explained only on the supposition that Germany considered the British Army too trivial a matter to risk ships over. In the Mediterranean, France had a similar problem. On 4th August, Italy announced her neutrality, and Austria had not yet declared war on Britain or France, though it was clear that the declaration was imminent. The Austrian fleet was in the northern Adriatic and had to be watched. Germany had in the Mediterranean the fastest armored ships in her navy, the battle cruiser Goeben and the fast light cruiser Breslau, 2 vessels admirably fitted to act as commerce destroyers. The British squadron consisted of 3 battle cruisers, 4 heavy cruisers, and 4 light cruisers, a greatly superior force in gun power, but containing no vessel which was the Goeben's equal in speed. It was their business to prevent the German ships making for the Atlantic and to hunt them down at the earliest possible moment. But the situation was complicated by 2 factors. One, the necessary cooperation with the French. The other, the difficulty of receiving in time the orders of the British Admiralty, which had the strategic direction of the operations. In such a chase, unless the man on the spot can act on his own responsibility, the quarry may escape, for from hour to hour the situation changes. The first orders of Admiral Sir Berkeley Milne, who commanded the British squadron, were to protect the movements of the French transport from Algiers to Toulon. At daybreak on the 4th, the Goeben and Breslau appeared off the Algerian coast and fired a few shots at the coast towns of Bonne and Philippeville. Meantime, Admiral Buchan, in command of the Goeben, had received wireless instructions from Berlin to proceed to Constantinople. Admiral de Leperhay, commanding the Toulon fleet, decided on his own initiative to depart from his original instructions, which were to operate to the eastward of the transports, and to form convoys. The decision was sound, for his ships were too slow to hunt down the enemy, and by putting them alongside the transports, he was in a better position for both defense and a blow at the Germans if they were shepherded westward. This decision should have left Admiral Milne's force to pursue the Goeben, but unfortunately his first instructions from the Admiralty were not cancelled, and this was the main cause of the fiasco which followed. Buchan, after feinting to the west, turned eastward and reached Messina on the 5th. Milne took up a position which he believed to be in accordance with his orders, and which would have cut off Buchan had he come westward again. But Buchan passed out of the southern end of the straits in the evening, and if he could get clear of Admiral Trowbridge in the mouth of the Adriatic, the way was open for him to the Dardanelles. Now Trowbridge had with him no battle cruiser. He had instructions from the Admiralty not to risk an action against a superior force, and he considered, therefore, that he was not entitled to fight unless he could maneuver the enemy into a favorable position. Buchan feinted towards the Adriatic and then turned southeast for Cape Matapan. Trowbridge gave up the chase when day broke on the 7th and slowed down, waiting on the British battle cruisers, which did not come. The Gloucester, Captain Howard Kelly, a ship scarcely larger than the Breslau, clung however to the enemy's skirts and fought a running fight till 1:50 p.m. on the 7th. Buchan was not yet out of danger, for when he reached the Aegean, he heard that he would not be permitted to enter the Dardanelles, and was compelled for several days to cruise among the islands. Milne, who followed slowly, was soon within 100 miles of the Germans, but believed that they were making for Alexandria, or about to break back to join the Austrians. On the 9th, Buchan heard the wireless of the British and decided at all costs to run for Constantinople. At 8:30 p.m. on the 10th, he was allowed to enter the Dardanelles. The British failure was to have the most malign and far-reaching consequences. Buchan, perplexed by conflicting orders from Berlin, played largely on his own responsibility, a bold game which succeeded. The British admirals, dutifully following the Admiralty's formal instructions, missed their chance. They were very properly exonerated from blame, for the mistake was the result of the new conditions of war. They received by wireless all the news that reached the Admiralty, and consequently had to keep their eyes turning every way instead of concentrating on the one vital object. In the old days, an admiral would have been left to his general instructions, and, had he been a bold man, would have destroyed the enemy. The second task was the clearing and safeguarding of the world's trade routes. The first step lay with the Grand Fleet, for, as Sir Julian Corbett has well put it, since all the new enemy's home terminals lay within our own home waters, we could close them by the same disposition with which we ensured free access to our own. But the earths having been stopped, it was necessary to run down the quarries. All German cables were cut, and except for wireless, her outlying ships were left without guidance from home. In every quarter of the globe, British cruisers spread their net. German merchantmen in the ports of the Empire were detained, and hundreds of ships were made prize of in the high and the narrow seas. Some escaped to the shelter of neutral ports, especially to those of the United States, but none got back to Germany. In a week, German seaborne commerce had ceased to exist, and on 14th August, the Admiralty could announce that the passage of the Atlantic was safe. It was true that a few German cruisers and armed merchantmen were still at large. Admiral von Spee had in the Pacific the armored cruisers Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, and the light cruisers Nürnberg, Leipzig, and Emden. The light cruisers Karlsruhe and Dresden were in the Atlantic, but the number seemed too few and their life too precarious seriously to affect our commerce. The British government very properly began by guaranteeing part of the risk of maritime insurance, but soon the rates fell of their own accord to a natural level as it became clear how complete was our security. It was calculated at the outbreak of war that British losses in the first 6 months would rise to 10% of vessels engaged in foreign trade. A return issued early in October showed that of the mercantile marine, Britain had lost up to that date only 1.25%, while Germany and Austria had each lost 10% of their total shipping. The third problem, the security of the British coast from invasion, loomed large in those early days. The curious inactivity of the enemy during the crossing of the expeditionary force seemed to presage a great surprise attack in the near future. The danger was much in Lord Kitchener's mind, and considering that it was unsafe to leave the country without at least 2 regular divisions, he postponed the crossing of the 6th Division and brought it to East Anglia. The heavy ships of the Grand Fleet, owing to the risk of submarines, were ordered on 9th August to go northwest of the Orkneys, and since the enemy had located Scapa, a second war anchorage was established on the northwest coast of Scotland at Loch Ewe. They were brought east again on the 15th when the risk of invasion seemed greatest, and took up a mid-sea position in the latitude of Aberdeen, while Rear Admiral Christian's southern force, which included the Harwich Flotilla and was now an independent command directly under the Admiralty, watched the southern waters. On the 17th, the immediate danger being over, the Grand Fleet returned to Loch Ewe. Against minor raids, the protection of the coasts lay with the destroyer flotillas, which were organized in 2 classes, patrol and local defense. Presently, a vast auxiliary service was created from the mercantile marine, from the fishing fleets, from private yachts and motorboats. Britain became a nation in arms on the water as well as on the land, and her merchantmen became part of the navy as in her ancient wars. Meantime, she did not forget the major duty of watching and enticing to battle the German high sea fleet. Apart from the regular cruisers of the British fleet and the cruiser squadrons in the North Sea, the Harwich Flotilla kept watch to the very edge of the German sanctuary. The German admiral's aim was to send out patrols which would entice the British destroyers inside the bight of Heligoland and then to cut in behind them with his light cruisers. There was an attempt of this sort on 18th August, another on 21st August, when the German light cruiser Rostock had a narrow escape, but both were fruitless thrusts into the void. A third operation on the night of 25th August laid mines off the Tyne and the Humber. At this time, both sides overestimated the danger from submarines and were overcareful with their heavier ships. Consequently, any action was likely to be fought by only a fraction of the strength of the combatants. But the strategy of 2 opponents, however cautious, operated on converging lines which were certain sooner or later to meet, and the result was that 28th August, the day when Sir John French's army reached the Oise, saw the first important naval engagement of the war. The plan, which originated with Commodore Roger Keyes, was to lure out to sea the enemy day patrols and intercept them by our destroyer flotillas, while British cruisers and battle cruisers waited in readiness to deal with any heavier German ships that came out in support. The battle cruisers were the largest and newest of their class, displacing some 27,000 tons, with a speed of 29 knots and an armament each of 8 13.5 and 16 4-inch guns. The first light cruiser squadron contained ships of the Town class, 5,500 tons, 25 to 26 knots, and 8 or 9 6-inch guns. The 7th Cruiser Squadron were older ships from the 3rd Fleet, 12,000 tons and 21 knots. The 1st Destroyer Flotilla contained destroyers each of about 800 tons, 30 knots, and 2 4-inch and 2 12-pounder guns. The 3rd Flotilla was composed only of the largest and latest type, 965 tons, 32 knots, and 3 4-inch guns. Of the accompanying cruisers, the Arethusa, the latest of an apostolic succession of vessels of that name, was the first ship of a new class. Her tonnage was 3,750, her speed 30 knots, and her armament 2 6-inch and 6 4-inch guns. Her companion, the Fearless, had 3,440 tons, 26 knots, and 10 4-inch guns. The 2 small destroyers which accompanied the submarines, the Lurcher and the Friedrich, had 767 tons, 35 knots, and 2 4-inch and 2 12-pounder guns. End of chapter 12, part 1. Chapter 12, Part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Part 2. At midnight on the 26th, the submarine flotilla under Commodore Keyes sailed from Harwich for the Bight of Heligoland. At 5 o'clock on the evening of the 27th, the first and the third destroyer flotillas under Commodore Tuit left Harwich, and during that day the battlecruiser squadron, the 1st Light Cruiser Squadron, and the 7th Cruiser Squadron also put to sea. The rendezvous appointed was reached early on the morning of the 28th, the waters having been searched for hostile submarines before dawn by the lurker and the fire drake. The enemy had word of their coming, and was preparing a counterplot. His usual patrols were not sent out, but a few torpedo boats were dispatched to the entrance of the Bight as a bait to entice the attackers into a net which would be drawn tight by his light cruisers. The chronicle must now concern itself with hours and minutes. The first phase of the action began just before 7 a.m. on the 28th. The morning had broken windless and calm, with a haze which limited the range of vision to under 3 miles. The water was like a mill pond, and out of the morning mist rose the gaunt rock of Heligoland, with its forts and painted lodging-houses and crumbling sea cliffs. It was the worst conceivable weather for the submarines, since in a calm sea their periscopes were easily visible. The position at 7 o'clock was as follows. Close to Heligoland and well within German territorial waters were Commodore Keyes' 8 submarines, with his 2 small destroyers in attendance. Approaching rapidly from the northwest were Commodore Tuit's 2 destroyer flotillas, while behind them, at some distance and a little to the east, was Commodore Oudenough's 1st Light Cruiser Squadron. Behind it lay Sir David Beatty's battlecruisers, with 4 destroyers in attendance. A good deal to the south and about due west of Heligoland lay Admiral Christian's 7th Cruiser Squadron, to stop or exit towards the west. The submarines, foremost among them, E6, E7, and E8, performed admirably the work of a decoy, and presently from behind Heligoland came a number of German destroyers. These were followed by 2 cruisers, and the submarines and their attendant destroyers fled westwards, while the British destroyer flotillas came swiftly down from the northwest. At the sight of the latter, the German destroyers turned to make for home, but the British flotillas, led by the 3rd, along with the Arethusa, altered their course to port in order to head them off. The principle of the movement, says the official report, was to cut the German light craft from home and engage them at leisure in the open sea. The destroyers gave little trouble, and our own ships of that class were quite competent to deal with them. But between our 2 attendant cruisers and the 2 German cruisers, a fierce battle was waged. About 8 o'clock, the Arethusa, carum et venerabili nomen, was engaged with the German Stettin and the Frauenlob, and till the Fearless drew the Stettin's fire, was exposed to the broadsides of the 2 vessels, and was considerably damaged. About 8:25, however, one of her shots shattered the fore-bridge of the Frauenlob, and the crippled vessel drew off towards Heligoland, whither the Stettin soon followed. Meantime, the destroyers had not been idle. They had sunk the leading boat of the German flotilla, V-187, and had damaged a dozen more. With great heroism, they attempted to save the German sailors now struggling in the water, and lowered boats for the purpose. These boats, as we shall see, came into deadly peril during the next phase of the action. On the retreat of the Stettin and the Frauenlob, the destroyer flotillas were ordered to turn westward. The gallant Arethusa was in need of attention, for a water tank had been hit and all her guns, save one, were temporarily out of action. She was soon repaired, and only 2 of her 4-inch guns were left still out of order. Between 9 and 10 o'clock, therefore, there was a lull in the fight, which we may take as marking the break between the first and second phases of the battle. The submarines, with their attendants, lurker and fire drake, were still in the immediate vicinity of Heligoland, as well as some of the destroyers which had boats out to save life. About 10 o'clock, the second phase began. The Germans believed that the only hostile vessels in the neighborhood were the submarines, destroyers, the Arethusa, and the Fearless, and they resolved to take this excellent chance of annihilating them. First, the Stettin returned, and came on the boats of the first flotilla, busy saving life, and thinking apparently that the British had adopted the insane notion of boarding, opened a heavy fire on them. The small destroyers were driven away, and 2 boats belonging to the Goshawk and the Defender were cut off under the guns of Heligoland. At this moment, submarine E-4, Lieutenant Commander E.W. Lair, appeared alongside. By the threat of a torpedo attack, he drove off the German cruiser for a moment and took on board the British seamen. The Arethusa, the Fearless, and the destroyers now moved westward. They had already suffered considerably, and their speed and handiness must have been reduced. The next incident was an artillery duel between the Arethusa and the Stralsund, a 4-funneled cruiser of the Breslau class. Then came the Mainz, which engaged the first flotilla till she was headed off by the appearance of Commodore Goudenov's light cruisers. So far the destroyer flotillas had covered themselves with glory, but their position was far from comfortable. They were in German home waters, not far from the guns of Heligoland, which the fog seems to have made useless at that range. They were a good deal crippled, though still able to fight, and they did not know but that at any moment the blunt noses of Ingenoy's great battleships might come out of the mist. The battle had now lasted for 5 hours, ample time for the ships in the Elbe to come up. Commodore Tewitt, about 11, had sent a wireless signal to Sir David Beatty asking for help, and by 12 o'clock that help was sorely needed. It was on its way. Admiral Beatty, on receipt of the signal, at once sent the first light cruiser squadron southeastwards. The first vessels, the Falmouth and the Nottingham, arrived on the scene of action about 12 o'clock and proceeded to deal with the damaged Mainz. By this time the first destroyer flotilla had retired westward, but the third flotilla and the Arethusa were still busy with the Stralsund. Admiral Beatty had to take a momentous decision. There was every likelihood that some of the enemy's great armored and battle cruisers were close at hand, and he wisely judged that, to be of any value, the support must be overwhelming. It was a risky business to take his vessels through a mine-strewn and submarine-haunted sea, but in naval warfare the highest risks must be run. Hawke pursued Conflans in a stormy dusk into Quiberon Bay, and Nelson, before Aboukir, risked in the darkness the shoals and reefs of an uncharted sea. So Admiral Beatty gave orders at 11:30 for the battle cruisers to steam east-southeast at full speed. They were several times attacked by submarines, but their pace saved them, and when later the Queen Mary was in danger, she avoided it by a skillful use of the helm. By 12:15, the smoke-blackened eyes of the Arethusa's men saw the huge shapes of our battle cruisers emerging from the northern mists. Their advent decided the battle. They found the Mainz fighting gallantly, but on fire and sinking by the head, and steered northeastward to where the Arethusa and the Stralsund were hard at work. The Fearless was meantime engaged with the Stettin and a new cruiser, the Kühn. The Lion came first, and she alone among the battle cruisers seems to have used her guns. Her immense firepower and admirable gunnery beat down all opposition. The Kühn fled before her, but the Lion's guns at extreme range hit her and set her on fire. Presently the Ariadne hove in sight from the south, the forerunner perhaps of a new squadron. 2 salvos from the terrible 13.5-inch guns sufficed for her, and burning furiously, she disappeared into the haze. Then the battle cruisers circled north again and in 10 minutes finished off the Buchan. She sank like a plummet with every soul on board. At 20 minutes to 2, Admiral Beatty turned homeward. The submarines and the destroyer flotillas had already gone westward, and the light cruiser squadron in a fan-shaped formation preceded the battle cruisers. Admiral Christian's squadron was left to escort the damaged ships and defend the rear. By that evening, the whole British force was in its own waters without the loss of a single unit. The Arethusa had been badly damaged, but in a week was ready for sea again. The British casualties were 35 killed and about 40 wounded. The Germans lost 3 light cruisers, the Mainz, Buchan, and Ariadne, and 1 destroyer, the V-187. At least 700 of the German crews perished, and there were over 300 prisoners. Of the Battle of the Bight, it may fairly be said that it was creditable to both victors and vanquished. The Germans fought in the true naval spirit, and the officers stood by their ships till they went down. The gallantry of our own men was conspicuous, as was their readiness to run risks in saving life, a readiness which the enemy handsomely acknowledged. The submarine flotilla fought under great disadvantages, but the crews never wavered, and their attendant destroyers, the Lurker and the Friar Drake, were constantly engaged with heavier vessels. The 2 destroyer flotillas were not less prominent, and, having taken the measure of the German destroyers, did not hesitate to engage the enemy's cruisers. But the chief glory belonged to the Arethusa and the Fearless, who, for a critical hour, bore the brunt of the battle. For a time they were matched against 3 German cruisers, which between them had a considerably greater force of fire. Nowadays, much of naval fighting is so nearly a mathematical certainty that, given the guns and the speed, you can calculate the result. But it was the good fortune of the Arethusa to show her mettle in a conflict which more resembled the audacious struggles of Nelson's Bay. It is a curious fact that, though we had some 60 vessels in the action from first to last, only 4 or 5 were hit. The light cruisers squadron and the battle cruisers decided the battle, and while their blows were deadly, the enemy never got a chance of retaliation. From 12 o'clock onward, it was scientific modern destruction. Before that, it was anyone's fight. The chief consequence of the Battle of the Bight was its moral effect upon Germany. Ingenoy was confirmed in his resolution to keep his battleships in harbor, and not even a daring sweeping movement of the British early in September, when our vessels came within hearing of the church bells on the German coast, could goad him into action. But he retaliated by an increased activity in mine-laying and the use of submarines. In the land warfare of the Middle Ages, there came a time when knights and horses were so heavily armored that they lost mobility, and what had been regarded as the main type of action ended in stalemate. Wherefore, since men must find some way of conquering each other, came the chance for the hitherto despised lighter troops, and the archers and spearmen began to win battles like Courtrai and Bannockburn. A similar stalemate was now reached as between the capital ships of the rival navies. The British battleships were vast and numerous. The German fleet, less powerful at sea, was strong in its fenced harbor. No decision could be arrived at by the heavily armed units, so the war passed for the moment into the hands of the lesser crafts. For a space of several months, the Germans fought almost wholly with mines and submarines. One truth at this period was somewhat forgotten by the British people. Command of the sea, unless the enemy's navy is totally destroyed, does not mean complete protection. This had been well stated in a famous passage by Admiral Mahan. The control of the sea, however real, does not imply that an enemy's single ships or small squadrons cannot steal out of ports and cross more or less frequented tracts of ocean, make harassing descents upon unprotected points of a long coastline, enter blockaded harbors. On the contrary, history has shown that such evasions are always possible, to some extent to the weaker party, However great the inequality of naval strength, it has been true in all ages, and was especially true now that the mine and submarine had come to the assistance of the weaker combatants. Our policy was to blockade Germany so that she should suffer and our own life go on unhindered. But the blockade could only be a watching blockade. It could not seal up every unit of the enemy's naval strength. To achieve the latter, we should have had to run the risk of missing the very goal at which we aimed. It was our business to see that Germany did nothing without our knowledge, and to encourage her ships to come out that we might fall upon them. Her business was to make our patrolling as difficult as possible. To complain of British losses in such a task was to do precisely what Germany wished us to do, in order that caution might take the place of a bold and aggressive vigilance. Germany had laid in the first days of the war a large minefield off our eastern coasts, and early in September, by means of trawlers disguised as neutrals, she succeeded in dropping mines off the north coast of Ireland, which endangered our Atlantic commerce and the operations of our grand fleets. The right precaution, the closing of the North Sea to neutral shipping, unless specially convoyed, was not taken till later in the day, and even then was too perfunctorily organized. But the minefield, for all its terrors, was not productive of much actual loss to our fighting strength. During the first 2 months of war, apart from the Amphion, the only casualty was the old gunboat Speedy, which struck a mine and foundered in the North Sea on 3rd September. Indeed, the new German minefield had its advantages, since it barred certain approaches to our coast. It released our flotillas for a more extensive coastwise patrol. The submarine was a graver menace. On 5th September, the Pathfinder, a light cruiser of 2,940 tons with a crew of 268, was torpedoed off the Lothian coast and sunk with great loss of life. 8 days later, the German light cruiser Heller, a vessel slightly smaller than the Pathfinder, was sunk by the British submarine E-9, Lieutenant Max Horton, in wild weather between Heligoland and the Frisian coast, an exploit of exceptional boldness and difficulty. During that fortnight, a storm raged, and our patrols found it hard to keep the seas, many of the smaller destroyers being driven to port. This storm led indirectly to the first serious British loss of the war. 3 cruisers of an old pattern, the Creasy, Hawk, and Aboukir, which were part of Admiral Christian's southern force, had for 3 weeks been engaged in patrolling off the Dutch coast. It is obvious that 3 large ships carrying heavy crews should not have been employed on a duty which could have been performed better and more safely by lighter vessels. But the Admiralty had not yet got the new light cruisers of the Arethusa class which were to relieve them. No screen of destroyers was with them at the moment, owing to the storm. On 22nd September, the sky had cleared and the seas fallen, and about 6:30 in the morning, as the cruisers proceeded to their posts, the Aboukir was torpedoed and began to settle down. Her sister ships believed she had struck a mine and closed in on her to save life. Suddenly, the Hawk was struck by 2 torpedoes and began to sink. 2 of her boats had already been got away to the rescue of the Aboukir's men, and as she went down, she righted herself for a moment, with the result that her steam pinnace and steam picket boat floated off. The Creasy now came up to the rescue, but she also was struck by 2 torpedoes and sank rapidly. 3 trawlers in the neighborhood at the time picked up the survivors in the water and in the boats. But of the total crews of 1,459 officers and men, only 779 were saved. In that bright, chilly morning, when all was over within a quarter of an hour, the British sailor showed admirable discipline and courage. Men swimming in the frosty sea or clinging naked to boats or wreckage cheered each other with songs and jokes. The destruction was caused by a single German submarine, the U-29, a comparatively old type, commanded by Captain Otto Wenningen, of whom the world was to hear more. The loss of the 3 cruisers was a result of the kind of mistake which is inevitably made at the beginning of a naval war before naval conditions are adequately realized. The senior officer in charge took an undue risk in steering towards the enemy's base in full daylight, unscreened by destroyers, and in proceeding slowly without zigzagging and with the ships abreast 2 miles apart. At the same time, the Admiralty's general instructions were far from clear, and the 3 vessels were performing a duty on which it was folly to employ them. The third method of weakening British sea power was by the attack upon merchantmen by light cruisers. Germany could send forth no new vessels of this type after the outbreak of war, and her activities were confined to those which were already outside the narrow seas, especially those under Admiral von Spee's command at Chap. So far as the present stage is concerned, we need mention only the Emden and the Königsberg. The former was to provide the world with a genuine tale of romantic adventure, always welcome among the grave realities of war, and in her short life to emulate the achievements and the fame of the Alabama. She appeared in the Bay of Bengal on 10th September, and within a week had captured 7 large merchantmen, 6 of which she sank. Next week she arrived at Rangoon, where her presence cut off all sea communication between India and Burma. On 22nd September she was at Madras, and fired a shell or 2 into the environs of the city, setting an oil tank on fire. On the 29th she was off Pondicherry, and the last day of the month found her running up the Malabar coast. There for the present we leave her, for the tale of her subsequent adventures belongs to another chapter. The Königsberg had her beat off the east coast of Africa. Her chief exploit was a dash into Zanzibar harbor, where on 20th September she caught the British light cruiser Pegasus while in the act of repairing her boilers. The Pegasus was a 17-year-old ship of 2,135 tons and had no chance against her assailant. She was destroyed by the Königsberg's long-range fire. The exploits of the 2 German commerce raiders were magnified because they were the exceptions, while the British capture of German merchantmen was the rule. We did not destroy our captures because we had many ports to take them to, and they were duly brought before our prize courts. In addition, we had made havoc of Germany's converted liners. The Kaiser Wilhelm der Große, which had escaped from Bremerhaven at the beginning of the war and which had preyed for a fortnight on our southern Atlantic commerce, was caught and sunk by the High Flyer near the Cape Verde Islands. On 12 September, the Berwick captured in the North Atlantic the Spreewald of the Hamburg-America line. On 14 September, the Carmania, Captain Noel Grant, a British converted liner, fell in with a similar German vessel, the Cap Trafalgar, off the coast of Brazil. The action began at 9,000 yards and lasted for an hour and 3/4. The Carmania was skillfully handled, and her excellent gunnery decided the issue. Though the British vessel had to depart prematurely owing to the approach of a German cruiser, she left her antagonist sinking in flames. These instances will suffice to show how active British vessels were in all the seas. The loss of a few light cruisers and a baker's dozen of merchantmen was a small price to pay for an unimpaired foreign trade and the practical impotence of the enemy. Modern inventions give the weaker power a better chance for raiding than in the old days. But in spite of that, our sufferings at this stage were small compared with those in any other of our great wars. It is instructive to contrast our fortunes during the struggle with Napoleon. Then, even after Trafalgar had been fought, French privateers made almost daily captures of English ships in our home waters. Our coasts were frequently attacked, and the inhabitants of the seaboard went for years in constant expectation of invasion. In the 21 years of war, we lost 10,248 British ships. Further back in our history, our inviolability was even more precarious. In the year after Agincourt, the French landed in Portland. 7 years after the defeat of the Armada, the Spanish burned Penzance and ravaged the Cornish coasts. In 1667, the Dutch were in the Medway and the Thames. In 1690, the French burned Teignmouth and landed in Sussex. In 1760, they seized Carrickfergus. In 1797, they landed at Fishguard. In 1775, Paul Jones captured Whitehaven and was the terror of our home waters. The most prosperous war has its casualties in unexpected places. The opening stages of the war at sea, though they brought no dramatic coup, were of supreme importance in the history of the campaign. A very real crisis had been successfully tided over. Germany had missed a chance which she was never to recover, and her growing difficulties on the Eastern Front compelled her for a time to devote as much attention to the Baltic as to the North Sea. The British Army had safely crossed the Channel, and the French-Algerian forces the Mediterranean. The seas of the world had been cleared of German commerce, and except for a few stragglers of German warships, the High Sea Fleet was under close observation, and flanking forces at Harwich, in the Humber, and at Rosyth waited on its appearance, while the Grand Fleet closed the northern exits of the North Sea. The Grand Fleet was as yet without a proper base, and the situation was still full of anxiety for its commander. Jellicoe's steadfastness in those difficult days, his caution which never sank into inaction, his boldness which never degenerated into folly, convinced his countrymen that in him they had the naval leader that the times required. The ill-informed might clamor, but the student of history remembered that it had never been an easy task to bring an enemy fleet to book. In the Revolution Wars, Britain had to wait a year for the first naval battle, Howe's victory of the 1st June, while Nelson lay for 2 years before Toulon and Cornwallis for longer before Brest. They were dull, weary, eventless months. To quote Admiral Mahan, those months of waiting and watching of the big ships before the French arsenals. Purposeless, they surely seemed to many, but they saved England. The world had never seen a more impressive demonstration of the influence of sea power upon its history. Those far-distant, storm-beaten ships, upon which the Grand Army never looked, stood between it and the dominion of the world. In Nelson's day, Britain had one advantage of which she was now deprived. She was not hampered by a code of maritime law framed in the interests of maritime nations. The Declaration of Paris of 1856, among other provisions, enacted that a neutral flag covered enemy's merchandise except contraband of war, and that neutral merchandise was not capturable even under the enemy's flag. This declaration, which was not accepted by the United States, had never received legislative ratification from the British Parliament, but Britain regarded herself as bound by it, though various efforts had been made to get it rescinded in time of peace by those who realized how greatly it weakened the belligerent force of a sea power. The Declaration of London of 1909 made a further effort to codify maritime law. It was signed by the British plenipotentiaries, though Parliament refused to pass the statutes necessary to give effect to certain of its provisions. In some respects, it was more favorable to Britain than the Declaration of Paris, but in others it was less favorable, and it was consistently opposed by most good authorities on the subject. Generally speaking, it was more acceptable to a nation like Germany than to one in Britain's case. When war broke out, the British government announced that it accepted the Declaration of London as the basis of its maritime practice. The result was a state of dire confusion, for the consequences of the new law had never been fully realized. Under it, for example, the captain of the Emden could justify his sinking of British ships instead of taking them to a port for adjudication. One provision which seems to have been deduced from it was so patently ridiculous that it was soon dropped, that belligerents, that is, enemy reservists in neutral ships, were not liable to arrest. Presently, successive orders in council, instigated by sheer necessity, altered the Declaration of London beyond recognition. The truth is that Britain was engaged in so novel a war that many of the older rules could not be applied. Germany had become a law unto herself, and the Allies were compelled in self-defense to frame a new code which should comply not only with the half-dozen great principles of international equity, but with the mandates of common sense. End of Chapter 12, Part 2. Chapter 13, Part 1 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1, by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Part 1. The First Battle of the End. 12th September to 3rd October. On the evening of 9th September, in a gale of wind and rain, the right wing of the German armies was in full retreat before Manoury and French, Foch, and Francais Desperat. On the 11th, the Fifth Army was in Epernay. On the 12th, it was in Reims, while Foch entered Chalon. That same day, Long had recovered Vitry-le-François and Rivny, and on the 13th, the Imperial Crown Prince had fallen back to Montfaucon before Sarrai, who had now recovered his direct communications with the capital. The Battle of the Marne was over, and a new battle was beginning. The Allied armies were too weary to turn Gluck's right flank during his retreat, and Bridoux's 1st Cavalry Corps was unable to do more than threaten his communications. On the 11th, the German First Army was crossing the Aisne, with instructions to protect at all costs the right wing of the German retirement to the new position. Gluck was once again under the orders of Bülow, and to fill the gap between the two, the 7th Army under Heeringen, new come from Alsace, was moving into position. Its 15th Corps was expected by the 13th. Its 7th Reserve Corps was hurrying south from Maubeuge, and its 9th Reserve Corps from Belgium. Germany in retreat had lost the offensive, but had snatched again the initiative. She was about to dictate to her enemies the form of the struggle, to compel them to accept a trench battle, well suited to her own stubborn and mechanical genius. Let us glance at the topography of those wide grassy vales of Aisne and Suippe which are scored from west to east across northern France. The Aisne, which enters the Oise at Compiègne, had on its north side, at an average of a mile or more from the stream, a line of steep ridges, the scarp of a great plateau. The valley floor is like much other French scenery, a sluggish stream some 50 yards wide. Villages, farmhouses, unfenced fields of crops, poplar-lined roads, and a few little towns, the chief of which is Soissons, with its 12th century cathedral, the scene of many great doings in France's history. On the north, the hills stand like a wall, and the spurs dip down sharply to the vale, while between them the short and rapid brooks have cut steep re-entrant combes in the plateau's edge. The height of the scarp varies from some 200 feet, where the uplands begin on the west above Compiègne from the forest of Lègue, to more than 450 feet, 30 miles east in the high bluffs of Clauen. Beyond this latter place, the Aisne takes a wide sweep to the northeast towards its source in the Argonne, and the banks fall to the lower level characteristic of the shallow dells of Champagne. The section from Compiègne to Clauen is everywhere of the same type, with sometimes a bolder spur and sometimes a deeper ravine. The top of the plateau cannot be seen from the valley, nor even from the high ground to the south. It is muffled everywhere by a cloak of woods which dip over the edge and descend for some distance towards the river. The lower slopes are, for the most part, steep and grassy, with here and there enclosed coppices. The plateau stretches back for some miles till at La Fère and Laon it breaks down into the plains of northeastern France. 7 miles east of Soissons, as the crow flies, the river Val enters the Aisne on the south bank. It is the stream on which stands the city of Reims, and its valley is a replica in miniature of the Aisne. At Neufchâteau-sur-Aisne, the river Chap comes in from the south, rolling its muddy white waters through a shallow depression in the chalk of northern Champagne. Both its banks are long, gentle slopes of open plowed land, with a few raw new plantations to break the monotony. Beyond the southern slope and over the watershed, we descend to where Reims lies beautifully in its cincture of bold and forested hills. The German armies had chosen for their stand not the line of the Aisne, but the crest of the plateau beyond it, at an average of 2 miles from the stream side. The place had once been used before as a defensive position by an invader, by Blucher in February and March 1814, and the study of that campaign may have suggested the idea to the German staff. A more perfect position could not be found. It commanded all the crossings of the river and most of the roads on the south bank, and even if the Allies reached the north side, the outjutting spurs gave excellent opportunities for an enfilading fire. The blindness of the crests made it almost impossible for the German trenches to be detected. Eastward towards Neufchâteau, where the Aisne Valley changed its character, the line crossed the river and followed in a wide curve the course of the sweep, keeping several miles back from the stream on the northern slopes. Here the position was still stronger. Before them they had a natural glacis, and across the river they could command the bare swelling downs for miles. The line crossed the Champagne-Pouilloux with the Basancourt-Ranré railway behind it, and rested on the Argonne, to the east of which the army of the Imperial Crown Prince was ringing Verdun on north and east from Montfaucon to the shaggy folds of the Wavre. At the moment, the problem before the German right wing was no easy one. Kluck was instructed to try to serve Munnery as Munnery had served him, but he had not the men. He had to watch his right flank in case of a turning movement up the Oise, and in consequence a huge bridge appeared between his left and Bülow's right, which the 7th Army had not yet arrived to fill. That space of 7 miles was held only by a portion of Richthofen's cavalry. Kluck held in all a line of some 27 miles, and his flanks were precarious. An extra corps, even an extra division on the Allies' side, might have driven him from his ground, with incalculable consequences for the future. Had the British 6th Division arrived on the 12th instead of on the 16th, the thing might have been done. At that stage, every hour was of importance. But by the 15th, the gap had been filled, so that in the critical section, Francais Desprez's left corps and the British 2½ Corps were opposed by 5 German corps, 3 of them fresh, and the chance had gone. When the Allied troops on the 13th and 14th of September first became dimly cognizant of the nature of the German position, they did not realize its full meaning. They could not know that they were on the glacis of the new type of fortress which Germany had built for herself, and which was presently to embrace about a fifth of Europe. On the 11th and the 12th, they had believed the enemy to be in full retreat, and when they felt his strength, their generals were puzzled to decide whether he meant to make a serious stand or was only fighting delaying actions preparatory to a further retirement to the Somme or beyond. Had Joffre known the strength of the Aisne positions, he would probably from the beginning have endeavored to turn them on the west, or, what would give far more decisive results, to break through the Crown Prince's army in the east, and so get between them and their own country. As it was, he decided to make a frontal attack, which would be the natural course against an enemy in retreat who had merely halted to show his fangs. The fighting on the Aisne was to continue for many weary months, and to show a slow and confusing series of trench attacks sandwiched between long periods of stagnant cannonades. but the First Battle of the Aisne, in the strict sense of the word, the battle during which the Allied plan was a frontal assault, lasted for 6 days only, and on the widest interpretation for no more than a fortnight. It represented a delaying action while Germany changed from a first to a second plan of campaign. The first action was one of advanced Allied cavalry and strong German rearguards. On Saturday, 12th September, Munnery's 6th Army was in the forest of Compiègne, with its right fronting the enemy in the town of Soissons. It had secured several good artillery positions on the south bank and spent the day in a long-range duel with the German guns across the river in the endeavor to prepare a crossing. Practically, all the bridges were down, and since the Aisne is fully 15 feet deep, the only transport must be by pontoons. It took some time to capture a German post on the Mont du Paris south of Soissons. On Manoury's right, the British Third Corps was busy at the same task just to the east of Soissons. East of it, again, the 2 other British corps were advancing in echelon, while the cavalry was driving the enemy from the ground around the lower vale. On the day before, our cavalry had arrived in the Aisne Valley, the 3rd and 5th Brigades just south of Soissons, the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Brigades at Crouvet and Sesway in the tributary glen of the Vale. On the 12th, Allenby discovered that the Germans were holding Buchan and the surrounding heights in some force, and drove them out and cleared the stream. Shortly after midday, the rain began, and our advance in the afternoon was handicapped by transport difficulties in the heavy soil. In the evening, the First Corps lay between Vouzeray and Buchan, the second astride the Vale from Branel to near Vissy, where the 5th Division on its left found the Aisne crossing strongly held. The 3rd Corps south of Soissons, chiefly in the neighborhood of Buchan, while its heavy batteries were assisting Manoury. East of the British, Francet d'Espray brought his army up to the Vale, and Long was moving down the upper sweep. The fighting around Verdun must be left till later, for it did not belong to the present series of engagements. Sunday, the 13th, was the beginning of the passage of the Aisne. The French 6th Army constructed pontoons at various places under a heavy fire, and several divisions were got over. Vic and Fontenoy were the chief crossings, for a pontoon bridge at Soissons itself was made impossible by the guns on the northern heights. A number of French infantry did succeed in making a passage by means of the single girder, which was all that was now left of the narrow-gauge railway bridge. To the east, the British operations during the day were full of interest. The 3rd Corps attempted the section between Soissons and Vernigey. The Aisne was in high flood, and the heavy rain made every movement difficult. Its bridging train attempted to build a heavy pontoon bridge on the French right, but this failed, like the similar French attempt, owing to the fire of the German howitzers. At Vernigey, there was a road bridge, not completely destroyed, which was mended sufficiently to allow of the passage of few guns. A pontoon bridge was built beside it, and early in the afternoon, the whole of the 4th Division was across, and cooperating with the left of the 2nd Corps against the German positions at Chiv and Rosny. Farther east, the 2nd Corps had been in difficulties. The 5th Division on its left found the open space between the river and the heights opposite Vissy a death trap from the German guns. Its 13th Brigade could not advance, but its 14th and 15th Brigades succeeded in crossing by means of rafts between Vissy and Vernigey, and took up positions around the village of Sainte Marguerite. The 3rd Division had a still harder task. One of its brigades, the 8th, managed to cross at Veilly, but the 9th and 7th Brigades, making the attempt at Conde, found the bridge there still standing and in German hands. This bridge remained in the possession of the Germans long after the British forces were on the north bank, a point of danger between the 2 divisions of the 2nd Corps. The British First Corps, with some of the cavalry, was concerned with the section between Chevron and Buchan. Here there were both the river and a canal on the south bank to be passed, and not only was there heavy shell fire to be faced from the northern heights, but most of the possible crossing places were guarded by strong detachments of German infantry with machine guns. The 2nd Division was in trouble from the start. Only 1 battalion of Kevin's 4th Guards Brigade succeeded in crossing in boats at Chevron, while the 5th Brigade crossed by the broken girders of the bridge at Ponartsy, where the flooded river washed over their precarious foothold. The 1st Division crossed principally by the aqueduct which carried a small canal over the Aisne at Buchan, and which by some miracle was weakly held, while an advanced body of infantry preceded them by pontoons. By the evening it had occupied the positions of Passy, Moulins, and Ventres on the northern bank. On the evening of that difficult Sunday, we may summarize the situation by saying that, on the 15 miles of front allotted to the British, they had crossed the river at most points, and had entrenched themselves well up the farther slopes. Only the 19th Brigade of the 3rd Corps and of the 2nd Corps, the 4th, 3 battalions, 6th, 7th, 9th, and 13th Brigades bivouacked on the southern bank. The British Army has been familiar with difficult river crossings, like the Alma, the Modder, and the Tugela, but never before had it forced a passage so quickly in the face of so great and so strongly posted an enemy. High honor was won by our artillery, working under desperate conditions, and most notably by the Royal Engineers, who, wrought with all the coolness they had once shown at the Delhi Gate, and went on calmly with their work of flinching across pontoon bridges and repairing damaged girders in places where it seemed that no human being could live. During the night of the 13th, while the German searchlights played upon the southern riverside fields, Joffre decided that the following day must be made to reveal the nature of the German plans. Accordingly, on the 14th, while the engineers were busy strengthening the new bridges and repairing some of the old for heavy traffic, a general advance was begun along the whole western section of the front. Monnery carried the line of the river between Compiègne and Soissons, and attacked vigorously right up to the edges of the plateau. From Vic, his Zouaves advanced up the deep cleft of Mosson through Saint-Christophe and seized the villages of Utrecht and Neufron on the containing spurs. By the evening or early the next morning, he had won his way far up the heights and was suddenly brought up against the main German position on the plateau itself. There he found himself held, and of all the Allied commanders was the first to realize the nature of the defensive trenches which the enemy had prepared. The fate of the British 3rd and 2nd Corps was much the same. The 4th Division could make no advance on the Bussy uplands between Rosny and Chiffre because of the merciless shell fire from the hidden German trenches. The 5th Division was in like case north of Conde, and the 3rd Division, which made a gallant attempt to advance on Issy, was driven back to its old ground at Veilly. Everywhere, as soon as they felt the enemy, they began to dig themselves in on the slopes, their first real experience of a task which was soon to become their stable military duty. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2 of A History of the Great War, Volume 1 by John Buchan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Part 2. The chief offensive was entrusted to Sir Douglas Haig's First Corps, which, as we have seen, was mostly on the northern bank between Chevron and Moulins, where to the east begins the first lift of the Crillon Plateau. It was directed to cross the line Moulins-Moussi by 7 a.m., a section where the northern heights are more withdrawn from the Aisne. A whitish glen opens out at Pont-Assy, and up it runs the little canal which, as we have seen, crossed the river at Buchan. This canal presently disappears in a tunnel in the hillside. In all these ravines, there are little villages and rock dwellings where live the men employed in the lime kilns and the plaster quarries. 4 miles to the north, an important highway, the Chemin runs east and west along the plateau. It is the main upper road along the Ain Valley to Crillon and runs parallel at an average distance of 3 miles with the lower road along the riverside. From it, the traveler has a wide prospect as far north as the heights of Long. If it could be seized, it would give command of the southern plateau from Soissons to Berry-au-Bac. It was towards this line that Sir Douglas Haig directed his efforts. The action began before dawn on the 14th with a movement by the advance guard of the 1st Division, the 2nd Brigade, from Boulogne to the hamlet of Troyon, south of the Chemin des Dames. There was a sugar factory there, strongly held by the enemy, which by midday was captured with the assistance of the 1st Brigade. The 2 brigades were now drawn up on a line north of Troyon and just south of the Chemin des Dames. There, they were close to the enemy's main entrenchments and could make no headway for his fire. The day was wet and misty, and this doubted the precision of the artillery on both sides. The 3rd Brigade continued the line west of Vendresse and linked up with the 2nd Division. The 2nd Division found itself in heavy waters from the outset. Many of its battalions, it must be remembered, had still to cross the Aisne when the morning broke. Its 6th Brigade, which should have seized a point on the Chemin des Dames, south of Coudeconne, was hung up just south of Brahe and had to be supported by 2 howitzer brigades and a heavy battery. The 4th Guards Brigade, aiming at Oustel, fought its way through the thick dripping woods, where very little aid could be got from our artillery, and by 1 o'clock was close on the Oustel Ridge. Here the Germans counterattacked in force, and for some time it looked as if they might turn the left flank of the Guards and cut the communications of the 3rd Division at Veilly. Sir John French had no reserves available except Allenby's cavalry, but since the British trooper is also a mounted infantryman and can fight with a rifle as well as with a saber, the cavalry proved sufficient. Sir Douglas Haig used part of Allenby's division, chiefly the 1st Brigade, to prolong the left flank of the Guards, and after some hard fighting, repelled the German attack. About 4 in the afternoon, the commander of the 1st Corps ordered a general advance. From then till daylight departed, there was a heavy engagement, which resulted in a clear British success. At nightfall, they held not indeed the Chemin des Dames, but a position which ran from a point on the northeast of Troyon through Troyon and Chivy to La Côte-des-Chapiers, while the cavalry carried it down to the Soissons road west of Chevron. The whole day's work was well conceived and brilliantly executed, and gave the Allies for the first time an entrenched position on the plateau itself. On the day before, Francais Desprez's Fifth Army had in large part crossed the Aisne east of Buchan, and on the 14th the first assault began on the Crillon plateau. On the evening of that day, the eastern flank of the British First Corps was safeguarded by French-Moroccan battalions, which entrenched themselves in echelon on its right rear. The Germans held the river crossings at Berry-au-Bac, an important point, for there the high road runs from Reims to Long. Along the sweep, the Ninth Army was feeling the German strength in the impregnable trenches on the northern slopes and finding it so great that the advance checked. Farther east in North Champagne, Long's Fourth Army had occupied Swan and, like its colleague to the west, was becoming aware of the fortress in which the enemy had found shelter. At the moment, however, the German High Command was greatly perturbed. No intelligible orders came from Great's headquarters, and Bülow, who had the direction of the main battle, was preparing to fall back on La Fère. It was his habit to see defeat before he was beaten. But in the night, the first reserves arrived, and on the 15th came the news that the 9th Reserve Corps had come to strengthen Kluge's endangered right. That day, Tuesday the 15th, saw an enemy reaction, a series of violent counterattacks along the Western Front. Manoury's 6th Army was the chief sufferer. From their main position at Nanterre, the Germans drove the French out of their posts on the crests of the spurs, recaptured Utrecht, and forced the French right out of the Moissan ravine and off the spurs of Neufron. By the Wednesday morning, the French were back on a line close to the end and only a few hundred yards north of their original crossing places at Vic and Fontenoy. Soissons was heavily shelled, and all the northern parts of the town was gutted by fire. The French left, however, continued its flanking movements up the Oise on the west side of the forest of Ligue, and on this day made considerable progress in the direction of Noyon, where, however, it was suddenly checked by the arrival of the 9th Reserve Corps. On the British left, the 4th Division of the 3rd Corps was severely handled, but stood stoutly to the ground it had won south of Rosny. The 5th Division felt the weight of the same onslaught, and was enfiladed on its left by the German fire from Rosny, and could not advance in face of the heavy artillery posted north of Givre and Conde. In the evening it was forced back almost to the line of the stream, and held the ground between Missy and Sainte-Marguerite, a line dominated everywhere by the guns on the heights. The 3rd Division on its right was more fortunate, for it advanced from Veilly and retook the high ground from which it had been evicted the day before. Haig, on the right, had a long day of counterattacks which he succeeded in repulsing, and the 4th Guards Brigade in particular gave the enemy much punishment. By the evening, the British line was fairly comfortable, except for the precarious situation of the 4th and 5th Divisions. Next day, the 16th, there was a sudden lull on the British front. Sir John French had contemplated a second attack on the Chemin des Dames, which would give relief to the hard-pressed 4th and 5th Divisions. But the news from Francais d'Espèrey convinced him that it would be highly dangerous, for the French 5th Army had found the enemy on the Crayon Plateau too strong for them, and the Moroccan battalions, echeloned on the British right, had fallen back and so left that flank in the air. Accordingly, the 6th Division, which had arrived that morning from England, was kept in reserve on the south bank of the Aisne, instead of being sent to support the 1st Corps in the forward movement. But on the 17th, events moved more swiftly. Manoury had received reinforcements, and the right of the French 6th Army checked the German attack and won back all the ground they had lost. They drove the Germans right back from the edge of the plateau to their main position behind Nanterre, and in particular cleared them out of the quarries of Utrecht, which had given them deadly gun positions. This French success eased the situation of the British 4th and 5th Divisions, and the center of our line was left in peace. Not so our 1st Division, perched high up on the plateau at Troyon and looking towards the Chemin des Dames, which spent an unceasing day of attacks and counterattacks. Farther to the east, the French 5th Army was still assaulting in vain the Craon Plateau, and the 9th Army had fallen back from the sweep to just outside Reims. The Germans were now on the hills north of that city and were able to pour shells into it. The heights of Piémont were won by them, and though the French made desperate efforts to retake them, and for a moment looked like succeeding, they continued to hold the ground. These heights were only 9,000 yards from the city. More important still, they had worked around the French position on the east, and had won the hill of Nogent-la-Bèze, though the French remained in possession of Pompel, the southern spur. Here, the German advance stopped, for west of Reims lay the high wooded ground of Puyon, and south the heights known as the Montagne de Reims, both old prepared positions for the defense of the Marne. The battle here resolved itself into the artillery duel which was to last for months. and which played havoc with that noblest monument of French Gothic, the Cathedral of Reims. Farther east, Long's army held its own, but made little progress. It was still some 3 miles short of the Bazancourt-Grand Prix railway, and had cause for anxiety about its communications with Fourche. One last event of the 17th must be recounted. Bridoux's 1st Cavalry Corps, operating from Roya, made a brilliant raid as far east as Ham and Saint-Antoine, during which its commander fell. On the next day, there was little doing in the daytime, but at night there was a general attack on the 1st and 2nd British divisions. Elsewhere, Manoury was striving fruitlessly against Kluck's position, and its left was pressed back by the German 9th Reserve Corps. Francais Desprez was beating in vain on the Croix escarpment. Fourche's army was hard-pressed at Reims, and Long found the Württembergers in Champagne, a barrier which he could not break. This Friday, 18th September, may be taken as the end of the Battle of the Aisne in its strict sense, for it marked the conclusion of the attempt of the Allies to break down the German positions by a frontal attack. 5 days' fighting had convinced them that here was no halting place for a rearguard action, but the long thought-out defenses of an army ready and willing for battle. The forces were too evenly matched to produce anything better than stalemate, and continued assaults upon those hidden batteries would only lead to a useless waste of life. The Allies might win a spur here and there, but they would find, as Napoleon found at Crillon, that the capture of peninsulas of land was idle when the enemy held the main plateau in strength. Their only plan was to dig themselves in and creep towards the German lines in a slow campaign of sap and mine. By the 18th, they had got ready their trenches and were settling down to this novel warfare. The general situation was strategically bad. The enemy, from whom they hoped that they had wrestled the offensive at the Marne, was beginning to recover it. Bülow's attack on Reims was a dangerous blow at their center, and if Long failed in Champagne, the Allied front might be pierced in a vital spot. The determined assault upon Verdun, which we shall presently consider, was also a ground for uneasiness. Fortress was now an anxious word in French ears. Sarai had none too many men, and if the imperial crown prince, aided by the Bavarians, could break through the heights of the Meuse, the Allied right would be turned, and a clear road laid open for the invaders from Metz and the Rhine. The situation demanded a counter-offensive which should promise more speedy results than a frontal assault upon the Aisne plateau. Accordingly, as early as 16th September, Joffre changed his strategy. He resolved to play the German game, fling out his line to the west, and attempt to envelop Kluck's right. Such a movement, if successful, would threaten the chief German communications by the great trunk line of the Oise Valley, and if it could be pushed as far as La Fère, or even as far as the junction of Terny, would compel the retreat of the whole German right. Accordingly, orders were given for 2 new armies to form on Manoury's left, aligning themselves in an angle to the northwest. The first was the reconstructed Second Army under Castelnau, who, for the purpose, surrendered his command in Lorraine to Dubert. On its left was to be formed the 10th Army, under General Louis Mauduit, a man of 57, who was best known as professor of military history at the École de Guerre. At the beginning of the war, he was only a brigadier commanding a brigade in the Army of Lorraine. In 3 weeks, he had passed through the stages of divisional general and corps commander to army commander, a rapidity of promotion which can scarcely be paralleled from the Napoleonic Wars. For the 3 weeks on from Friday 18th September, the Battle of the Aisne, so far as Manoury and French were concerned, degenerated into a sullen trench warfare with no possibility of any great movement. Both sides were in position and under cover. Sporadic attacks had to be faced, especially by the British 1st Division at Troyon, and there were many counterattacks, by which more than once the advanced German trenches were won. But generally speaking, these weeks showed few incidents. The worst fighting was over by the 18th, and we had now acquired the trick of this strange burrowing. But if the gravest peril had gone, the discomfort remained. The first 2 weeks at the end were one long downpour. To them succeeded a week of St. Martin's summer, and then came autumn damp and mist. On the sides of the plateau, the chalky mud seemed bottomless. It filled the ears and eyes and throats of the men. It plastered their clothing, and mingled generously with their diet. Their grandfathers who had been at Sebastopol could have told the British soldiers something about mud, but after India and South Africa, the mire of the Aisne seemed a grievous affliction. The day was soon to come when the same men in West Flanders sighed for the Aisne as a dry and salubrious habitation. Our trenches were for the most part well up on the slopes of the plateau. Sometimes, as at Troyon, they were pushed close up to and in full view of the enemy's position, but generally the latter was concealed behind the crest of the ridge and on flanking spurs which enfiladed ours. Great assistance in locating the enemy was given by our airmen, but we suffered from a chronic lack of artillery. Not only had the Germans far more pieces than we had, but they had their big 8-inch howitzers from Buchan, and they seemed to have an endless supply of machine guns. Our artillery had to give most of its time to keeping down the German gunfire, and in this arm we could rarely take the offensive. The bombardment which the Allies endured was therefore far more incessant and torturing than any they could inflict on the enemy. On 23 September, the 4 6-inch howitzer batteries which Sir John French had asked for from England arrived at the Aisne, and the British were able to make some return in kind. But for every shell of this type which they could fire, the Germans fired 20. During these weeks, the French armies of the center and left had a difficult task, and the hardest was that of Sarhai's army around Verdun. That great fortress, as we have seen, had been menaced by the Imperial Crown Prince during the Battle of the Marne, and its left wing had bombarded Fort Troyon from the high ground to the west of the Meuse. In the general German retreat on 10th to 12th September, he had retired north of Verdun, and his right no longer lay at Saint-Menu, commanding the pass of Le Salette and the main railway from Verdun, but had fallen back 2 days' march almost as far north as the pass of Cranbray, which was the terminus of the branch line from Basancourt. Verdun was promptly cleared by the French general of most of the bourgeoisie inutile, its civilian inhabitants. 7,000 were ordered out of the town, a tariff for foodstuffs was drawn up, and everything was made ready for a prolonged siege. But Sarhai was determined that it should be no siege in the ordinary sense, and that the German howitzers should never be permitted within range. By earthworks and entrenchments, the fortified zone was largely extended. The lines of the Crown Prince found themselves brought to a halt in a semicircle, with their right on the Argonne at Varhan, passing northward by Montfaucon and Consenvoie, and joining up with the German army in the Wavre. At the Battle of the Marne, the only German attacking force in this district had been that of the Crown Prince. In the Wavre, the Bavarian right had been engaged with the Toul garrison, but the Bavarians had enough to do with Castelnau at Nancy, and had no leisure to spare for the heights of the Meuse. About the 20th of September, however, a new army detachment appeared in the Wavre. It was commanded by von Strantz and consisted of 4 South German corps, mainly Württembergers. They were reserve corps, the 3rd, 10th, 13th, and 16th, and they had with them several reserve divisions. Sarhai had opposed to him not less than 7 corps, comprised in the Crown Prince's and Stranz's commands, and his original army was greatly outnumbered. He received the better part of an army corps from Toul as reinforcements, but he fought throughout against heavy odds, relying on the natural and artificial strength of the French position. A word must be said on the nature of the Meuse defenses between Verdun and Toul. First, after the Verdun ring, came the fort of Janicourt, then Fort Troyon, then the Comte d'Aumale, protecting the bridge at Saint-Mihiel, and crossing fire with Fort Perroche on the west side of the river, then Fort Neuilly, then various southern works which need not be specified, for they were never assaulted. The obvious center of attack was Fort Troyon, for it commanded the biggest gap in the chain. About 20th September, a second attempt was made on it, when Stranz, advancing from the base at Thiaucourt on a broad front, delivered a strong attack, but was repulsed by the French army on the heights. The fort had suffered heavily from the first assault, and the second practically destroyed it. It says much for the garrison that, till relief came, they continued to hold out in what was little more than a dust heap. This, however, was only a reconnaissance in force. The real attack was delivered 4 days later and directed against the little town of Saint-Mihiel, which lies on the Meuse, midway between Toul and Verdun. The eastern bank is a plateau some 300 feet high above the Meuse, rising to a greater height in various summits and falling steeply in the east to the deep ravines and wooded nose of the Wavre. The spur of the plateau due east of Troyon is called Atonchâtel, and here the Germans established a footing on 23rd September and got up their heavy artillery. They silenced the small fort of Perroche across the Meuse and presently silenced and destroyed the Comte d'Aumale, and took Saint-Mihiel with its bridgehead on the western side of the water. They got no farther, for a French cavalry detachment drove in the van of the advance and compelled them to entrench themselves on the edge of the river. The German aim was clear. They hoped to push from Saint-Mihiel due west to Rivigny, and so get south of Sarrai's army, which would thus be caught between Stranz and the Crown Prince. Sarrai had enough and only just enough men to prevent this, and for a day or two the issue hung in the balance. But with every day the German position grew more uncomfortable. They had pierced the fortress line to Verdun, but they could not use the path through the gap. They had no railway behind them nearer than Thiaucourt, and only one road, and that a bad one, for the main route through Apremont was held by the French. In the autumn fogs which cloaked the Wavre, it was a bad line of communications, and it says much for German tenacity that they managed to hold Saint-Mihiel for years against all comers. Meantime, the Toul garrison sent out troops which fought their way to the southern edge of the Oudimat, the narrow glen by which the railway runs from Metz to Thiaucourt. The fighting east of the Meuse was presently transformed into that war of entrenchments which we have seen beginning on the Aisne. One last effort to secure a decision was made in this district before stalemate set in. On Saturday, 3rd October, the Crown Prince made a vigorous assault upon Sarrai's center, which lay roughly from south of Varhan to just north of Verdun. Varhan at the moment was in German hands. The Crown Prince attempted a turning movement through the woods of the Argonne against Saint-Menu, his former headquarters. A forest road runs from Varhan west to Vienne on the upper Aisne, and north of this lies the wood of Laguerie, through which the Germans brought their guns. In the past, the French fell upon them, and after sharp fighting on the Sunday, drove them back north of Varhan, capturing that town and gaining the road across the Argonne, which gave them touch with the right of Long's Fourth Army. This victory straightened out the French front, which now ran from Verdun due west to north of Swan, and then along the Uman road to Reims. The prevailing stalemate was most marked in North Champagne. Long had made no head against the Württembergers. His object was the Basencourt-Grand Prix Railway, but the German trenches in the flat pockets and along the endless chalk hillocks of Champagne held him fast. He maintained his ground, and the danger of the effort to pierce the line at this point was temporarily removed, largely because of the extensive readjustment of forces which was then going on behind the German front. Farther east, the German army around Reims had better success. The shelling of the city began on Friday the 18th, and for 10 days the bombardments continued. There was much loss of life among the civilians. Large sections of the city were burnt and demolished, and the cathedral, though its walls remained standing, lost much of its adornment, including its ancient stained-glass windows, its delicate stone carving, and portions of its towers. The shelling of Reims Cathedral was one of the acts of vandalism which most scandalized the feelings of the civilized world. The German plea that the French had erected signal stations on the roof and tower and gun stations close to the building cannot be substantiated, and the business was made worse by the fact that the interior was being used as a hospital and the Red Cross flag was flown. It is hard to see what military excuse could be put forward for this senseless destruction. The cathedral did not suffer indirectly through being in a zone of fire. The German guns were deliberately trained on it. Only when it was discovered that neutral nations were seriously shocked was the tale of hostile gun platforms invented. To the French, it appeared a happy omen that the statue of Joan of Arc, which stood in front of the cathedral, was uninjured. Round it, the Uhlans had stacked their lances when they first entered the city on their way to the Marne. During the bombardment, though the square around was plowed up by shells and her horse's legs were chipped and scarred, the figure of the maid remained inviolate. Some soldiers had placed a tricolor in her outstretched hand, and in all these days of smoke and terror, the French flag was held aloft by the arm of France's deliverer. About the 28th, the worst fury of the attack was over. The change in the German dispositions compelled them to call a halt, and of this slackening the French took immediate advantage. The Germans had seized a position at La Louvelette on the slopes towards Bremont, 2 miles north of Reims, which gave them a dangerous mastery over the French lines, and might form a starting point for a piercing movement. On the evening of the 28th, the French counterattacked, and in spite of heavy fire, drove the enemy back to Bremont. That same evening saw a general movement along the whole French front in this section, and 1 battalion of the Prussian Guard was completely destroyed. The important position of Prunay on the railway between Reims and Chalon was carried, and the danger of a wedge between the 9th and 4th Armies was removed. Meantime, the 5th Army had no success in the Crillon district. The vital crossing at Berry-au-Bec, where runs the Uman road from Heinz to Lons, was still in German hands. Francois Desprez in vain struggled towards Crillon village. His African troops fought with the utmost gallantry. He had certain minor victories and reported a number of prisoners, but he never won the edge of the plateau or came near the German main position. As in the British section, the French won the spurs and ramparts, but were brought up short before the citadel. The true offensive of the Allies, as we have seen, was now on the extreme left, where Monuri had extended his flank up the Oise, and the armies of Castelnau and Moudoui were lengthening the line towards the north. By the 20th of September, Castelnau had established himself south of Lassigny, a day's march from the Oise and the railway line. On the 22nd, he advanced, but in severe fighting between the 25th and 28th, he was forced back from Chuen and Oire. In the last week of September, Maudui's 10th Army was engaged in a struggle for the Albert Plateau. He never attained it, and when the fighting ceased, his line lay well to the west of Bapaume and behind the Upper Ang, a situation which was to be of vital importance 2 years later. But as his divisions came up, his left went on extending till presently it covered Arras and Lens, and on 3rd October his left corps, the 21st, was 3 miles west of Lille. The French left now ran for 70 miles north of Compiègne, almost to the Belgian frontier. It was a comprehensive piece of outflanking, and it bent back the German right from its apex on the heights above the forest of Lège in the shape of a gigantic L. A little more pressure, and it looked as if the angle might be made so acute that the Great Oise Railway would be uncovered and the main line of German communications on the west made untenable. If that happened, there must be a general retirement, for though the Germans had other lines of supply, they had none which could keep their right and right center rapidly fed with the vast quantities of heavy ammunition on which the holding of their end position depended. But presently it appeared that this flanking strategy was being met by another. The Germans were themselves taking the offensive and stretching out their right not to conform with, but to outstrip our movement. It was becoming a race for the Northern Sea. As early as 16 September, Sir John French had become anxious about his position and had reached the conclusion that the British army was in the wrong place. At Mons it had been the extreme left, now it was almost the center of the Allied line. This meant constant difficulties with supplies and communications, for these now ran through Paris to the Atlantic coast, and so crossed those of Manoury, Castelnau, and Mauduit. If, on the other hand, the British were transferred once more to the left wing, they could draw upon the Channel ports and would be within easy reach of home. This in itself was sufficient reason for the change, but there were others not less cogent. The stalemate on the Aisne had become chronic. Both sides were securely entrenched, and territorial levies might be trusted to hold the line. It seemed a waste of good material that a seasoned professional army should be kept at a task which might, with perfect safety, be entrusted to men less fully trained. Above all, the British commander-in-chief saw the dawning of a dangerous German offensive, directed especially against Britain and aiming at the possession of Calais and the Channel ports. News was arriving that the great fortress of Antwerp was in extremity, and once it fell, a fresh army could be hurled at the gap between Lille and the sea. A campaign is full of surprises, and this one had by now taken on the character of a siege. Germany had been forced to accept the position, and was penned behind a line of entrenchments running in the west from Lille to Switzerland, and in the east from the East Prussian frontier to the Carpathians. There was a huge area inside the lines, about 1/5 of Europe, but it was a closing area and might soon be finally sealed up. It was not the kind of campaign we would have chosen, but since it had developed in this way, it was our business to take out of it the best advantage. The one sally port was West Flanders, and without delay that boat hole must be stopped. His conclusion was strengthened by news of a new German disposition which revealed the gravity of their projected offensive. On 14th September, Erich von Falkenhayn, the Minister of War, had succeeded the younger Moltke as Chief of the General's Staff. The reason given was Moltke's health, which had become bad, but it is likely that in any case the result of the Battle of the Marne would have compelled a change. The new Chief of Staff was a man of remarkable ability, comparatively young, vigorous, and original in ideas, and with a mind which could envisage the struggle in its political, naval, and economic, as well as in its military aspects. He began by transferring great headquarters from Luxembourg to Charleville on the Meuse opposite Messières. In reviewing the situation, he saw that there was an instant danger of envelopment unless the German right flank could rest on the sea. Again, without the command of the Belgian coast, the German submarine campaign would be crippled. There was another reason which weighed much with him. He was firmly convinced that in the West, and in the West alone, a decision could be reached. Since the original plan had failed, another must be found, and the most promising was an attack by the right, which, even if it did not succeed in enveloping the Allies, might bring the northern coast of France and the control of the Channel into German hands. Accordingly, the flower of the German troops was given orders for the north. In Alsace and Lorraine were left only detachments under Gide and Falkenhausen. Strans was entrusted with the Verdun area and the Saint-Mihiel salient. The Imperial Crown Prince remained where he had been, and the Third Army, now under von Einem, held Champagne. Hiringen's 7th Army replaced Bülow on the heights of the Aisne, and Kluck held the angle of the front on the Oise. North of him, Bülow's 2nd Army was moved to face Castelnau and Mauduit's right, while the 6th Army of Bavaria was sent to the country around Arras and Lille. Most significant of all, the Duke of Württemberg was marching to the extreme right with his 4th Army, heavily reinforced, to open the one gate that remained. These changes, which were partially known to the Allied staff, reinforced Sir John French's case. On 29th September, he formally approached Joffre, and on 1st October, the French commander-in-chief accepted the plan. He brought up reserves to take the place of the British and arranged for the creation of a new 8th Army under General Dubel to support the left of the line. He also took Foch, whose reputation was now the most brilliant of all the army commanders, and put him in general charge of the operations north of Noyon. The French and British staffs worked in perfect concord, and the result was a brilliant piece of transport. The whole thing was done without noise or friction. Gough's 2nd Cavalry Division was the first to go on 3rd October, and the 3 infantry corps followed from left to right till on the 19th the 1st Corps detrained at Saint-Omer. Some of our soldiers passed near enough to the channel to see the vessels of the senior surface out on the grey waters. We won the race to the sea, but only by the narrowest margin. The Germans' sally was stronger than we had dreamed, and a host of new corps, of which the investing force from Antwerp was only a small part, was about to pour westward over the Flanders flats. How the pass was held will be the subject of a later chapter. The movement of the British northward marked the end of the second phase of the war. In the first, which ended before the Marne, the Allies were on the defensive before the great German outmarch. In the second, which included the battles of the Marne and the Aisne, they had the offensive, but after the defeat of the Marne, the Germans regained the initiative and compelled the Allies to accept the kind of battle they had chosen. Presently, the Allies changed their plans and endeavored to hoist the enemy with his own petard, the enveloping movement. But while seeking to envelop him, they found themselves in danger of envelopment. He was soon to possess himself of both the initiative and the offensive, and in the dark winter months, his opponents replied with the very strategy he had practiced on the Aisne and dug themselves into trenches from which he could not oust them. Sir John French, when he began to march to the sea, thought less of defense than attack. He expected that in a few weeks he would have under him a force of 10 infantry and 4 cavalry divisions, with which to turn the German right. But if that was to be achieved, there must be a flank to be turned. It was essential that the Duke of Württemberg should not reach the sea, and that Ostend, Zeebrugge, and Antwerp should remain in the Allies' hands. The Marine Brigade of the British Royal Naval Division had arrived at Ostend on 20th September. Joffre was willing to send a territorial division, and Runar's brigade of Fusilier Mahan and the British 7th Infantry and 3rd Cavalry Divisions were waiting ready in England. It seemed incredible that, with all these potential supports, and with only Bazella's small besieging army against them, the Belgians should not be able to maintain their ground long enough to let the British army of attack swing eastward along the coast. But Falkenhayn was determined to clear forthwith this menace from his flank, and because he could act with an undivided mind, he won. On 2nd October, Sir John French, to his alarm, heard from Kitchener that Antwerp was in imminent danger, and on the 9th came the news of its fall. End of chapter 13, part 2.